My childhood sweetheart is not only beautiful, but also knows how to have a good time. I was terrified that someone else would steal her first kiss. So, on the night before I went abroad, I pinned her against the wall and kissed her passionately. After having my fill, I boarded the plane with my parents without even a backward glance. Later, I heard rumors that the proud little princess of high society had developed a severe trauma regarding physical intimacy. From then on, not a single man could ever get a kiss from her again. The day I returned home, my parents told me to pick her up for dinner, just to keep up appearances in front of the elders. Reluctantly, I gave her a call. At that moment, in a private room, Lin Qingye was partying hard with a group of classmates. That guy Ning Sang, sitting next to her, saw an unknown number calling and casually held the phone out to her. "Qingye, you have a call." Lin Qingye just gave it a cold, indifferent glance and completely ignored the phone. "Hang up." Ning Sang nodded in understanding and ended the call. He thought to himself, it's probably just another simp hopelessly in love with the school beauty. Damn it. I immediately flared up. Lin Qingye actually dared to hang up on me. She's really asking for it. 2 minutes later, I pulled up and parked right outside the Da-Er bar. Repressing the rage inside, I dialed Lin Qingye's number once more. This time she didn't hang up, but it just kept ringing with no answer. Finally, I couldn't take it any longer, kicked the bar doors wide open, and stormed inside in a blind fury. But as I rushed toward the elevator, it suddenly hit me that I had no idea which private room Lin Qingye was in. Thinking of that, I took a deep breath, called Lin Qingye for the third time. To my surprise, it was answered immediately, but the voice on the other end belonged to a man. I was just about to start cursing him out when the person on the other end spoke in an incredibly arrogant tone. "Listen here, classmate. Don't you have any self-respect? Miss Lin doesn't even want to answer your calls. So why do you keep clinging on like a pest?" I froze in my tracks. Who the hell does this guy think he is? Interfering in Lin Qingye's business like that. "Hello, I'm looking for Lin Qingye. I need to speak with Lin Qingye. Could you please hand the phone to her?" "Humph," he sneered. "What class are you in? Do you even know who I am? How dare you speak to me in that tone?" I couldn't help but roll my eyes, like I give a damn who you are. "Tell me your room number right now. I'm here for Lin Qingye." Ning Sang exploded in anger. "Fine. If you've got the guts, come up. I'm in SVIP 888. Let's see what you can do. I'll be waiting." With that, I hung up and charged straight upstairs. Ning Sang was stunned. Was this guy insane? Actually daring to hang up on him. He'd show this kid exactly how he deals with people later. While he was plotting his revenge, Lin Qingye walked out from the restroom within the private suite. Seeing her phone in Ning Sang's hand, Lin Qingye's face went cold. "Who gave you permission to touch my phone?" At those words, Ning Sang's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly explained, "Sorry, Qingye. I won't do it again." In the corner of the room, the boys who were usually bullied by Ning Sang were all secretly laughing at him. Lin Qingye didn't bother with him anymore and snatched her phone back from his hand. But just as she was about to leave, the door to the room was suddenly kicked open. In the next second, the room was instantly filled with high-pitched screams from the girls inside. "Oh my God, who is this guy? He's so incredibly handsome. That perfect face, that powerful aura, and that perfect body. I'm dead. I think I'm falling in love." Hearing the girls gossiping around her, the corner of Lin Qingye's mouth flickered with a barely perceptible smile. I was about to step into the room, but Ning Sang stepped forward to block my path. I stopped and glared at him coldly. "What do you want?" Ning Sang lifted his chin with a look of pure contempt. Is this the kid who was looking for Qingye? The moment I heard that voice, I knew immediately he was the idiot from the phone. I suppressed the urge to get physical. "Does this concern you? Get lost." At that, Ning Sang turned to look at Lin Qingye. "Qingye, who is this guy? Is he your friend?" A flash of mockery appeared in Lin Qingye's eyes. "Never met him." My face instantly darkened. "Lin Qingye, have you lived long enough? Are you looking for trouble?" Hearing me say that, Ning Sang immediately became even more arrogant. He turned and stood right in front of me. "Since Qingye doesn't know you, don't even dream of stepping through this door." I curled my lip into a cold sneer. "And what if I insist on coming in today?" Ning Sang was choked by my attitude. "Do you have any idea who I am? Daring to challenge me with that tone. Kneel down and apologize right now. Otherwise, I'll make sure you regret it forever." I looked him up and down with a smirk. Just a pampered rich boy who doesn't know the real world, only relying on his family's name to bully others. You're quite interesting. Most people like to hear sweet talk, but you're practically begging me to expose your flaws in public. Is your life just too comfortable, that your brain has gone completely soft? As soon as I finished, inside the private room, uncontrollable giggles broke out. Ming Sang whirled around with a furious glare, and the laughter died down instantly. Ming Sang took a step forward, glaring at me fiercely. Apologize to me right now. Or don't blame me for being ruthless. I curled my lip in total disdain, spread my hands. I'd actually love to see it. Show me exactly how ruthless you plan to be. Ning Sang gave a sinister smirk and reached out to grab my shoulder. He raised his hand, intending to land a heavy slap on my face. Lin Qingya's eyebrows suddenly knitted together. Almost instinctively, she bolted upright, as if she were about to step in to help me. But she froze just as she stood up, thinking to herself, why on earth should I help him? Shouldn't I be hating him? Before Lin Qingya could even process her thoughts, another sharp slap echoed through the room. This slap was much louder than the previous one. Except this slap didn't land on my face. It landed squarely on Ning Sang's face. That's when Lin Qingya snapped out of it, remembering that with my fighting skills, she didn't need to protect me at all. Everyone around us was stunned, and they all gasped in unison. Good Lord, what a sight to behold. It was the first time they had ever seen Ning Sang get slapped right across the face. You actually dared to hit me. Ning Sang was shaking with pure rage. You really dared to lay a hand on me. I swung my hand and delivered another slap to Ning Sang. The boys who had already been fed up with Ning Sang started chuckling under their breath. Man, this scene is as satisfying as it gets. Right? This feels so good. I've wanted to punch him for a long time. I just didn't have the guts. I grabbed Ning Sang by the throat with one hand and slammed him against the door. A cold smirk played on my lips. Hey, Mr. Rich Boy, I'm warning you. If you dare touch me again, I'll snap your arm right off. The corner of Lin Qingya's mouth twitched upward, thinking to herself that this guy hadn't changed at all, never letting himself take a loss, even for a second. As if sensing her thought, I frowned and looked over at Lin Qingya. Enjoying the show? Get your butt over here right now. The entire room suddenly fell into a dead silence. Everyone's eyes darted between Lin Qingya and me. Who on earth is this guy? Daring to talk to our school beauty like that? Has he lost his mind? Who could have guessed that Lin Qingya would actually saunter over? Under everyone's utterly shocked gazes, she approached. She's coming. She's actually coming. Everyone was floored. The school beauty Lin was actually walking over there, and she even looked quite obedient. What the hell is going on? Ning Sang was frozen in terror, his heart thumping as he stared at me. What kind of relationship do this guy and Lin Qingya have? Lin Qingya stepped beside me and called out, Muga, I see you still have that fiery temper. It hasn't changed one bit. I let go of Ning Sang and looked Lin Qingya up and down. If you can't use your eyes, why don't you donate them? Your daddy here is clearly much more handsome than before. The crowd was stunned yet again. Not only did I yell at the school beauty in public, but I even dared to call myself daddy to her face. Lin Qingya looked completely helpless. Confidence is a good thing, but your mouth is way too toxic. Ning Sang trembled as he looked at Lin Qingya. Didn't you say you didn't know him? Lin Qingya's voice was as cold as ice, but she didn't even spare him a single glance. Ming Sang, I've warned you more than once that when I'm speaking to someone, I don't like a third party interrupting. Sorry. Ning Sang quickly apologized in fear. I was immediately speechless. This guy was as arrogant as an emperor in front of me. But how did he turn into such a servant the moment he stood before Lin Qingya? Lin Qingya, I seriously suggest you get your eyes checked. How could you even consider this kind of guy for a boyfriend? Believe it or not, I'll go tell your dad right now. Let's see how he deals with you. Lin Qingya chuckled softly. Muga, there's a saying that you have no right to speak without investigating. My standards are very high. Not just anyone can be my boyfriend. Hearing that, I nodded. Well, finally a sentence that makes sense. I was about to pull Lin Qingya away when she suddenly looked at Ming Sang and coldly uttered two words, apologize. I was stunned for a moment, staring blankly at Lin Qingya. My God, this girl is actually breaking her rules to stand up for me? I thought to myself, it's only been half a year. Has Lin Qingya already started to show some sentiment? Ning Sang's face turned as red as a pig's liver. If we were in private, he would have knelt down and begged for mercy long ago. However, Ning Sang glanced at his classmates in the room, almost all of whom had been bullied by him before. If he were forced to apologize in front of everyone now, where would a rich young master like him hide his dignity? Qingya. Ning Sang looked at Lin Qingye with both embarrassment and fear. About that. I put on a face that said I was enjoying the drama. What I? Where's that arrogance from earlier? Keep being crazy, why don't you? Lin Qingye's voice immediately dropped a few degrees. Do you not understand human speech? Ning Sang was in a total panic. He could only swallow his pride, look at me and say, sorry. Internally, I was ecstatic. I love seeing cowards like this getting humiliated. So I deliberately dug at my ear. What was that? Speak up a bit. I didn't hear a thing. Lin Qingye gave Ning Sang a weary glance. He said he didn't hear anything. Ning Sang took a deep breath and yelled at the top of his lungs, I'm sorry. Are you satisfied now? I slowly shook my head. Nope. Lack sincerity. Do it again. Ning Sang was so angry he could barely breathe. You'd better stop looking at me with that gaze, as if you're the one being bullied. Ning Sang clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug deep into his palms, but he had no other choice. In front of Lin Qingye, he didn't dare to be even slightly arrogant. Finally, he had to take another deep breath and force a sincere expression while looking at me. Sorry, are you satisfied? I nodded slightly. Good. Very good, that was music to my ears, but I absolutely will not forgive you. I rolled my eyes, glanced irritably at Lin Qingye and said, let's go. Making this young master come all the way up here to catch you. Lin Qingye gave everyone in the room a cold stare. In leaving then. Everyone in the room immediately bowed and agreed in unison. Have a safe trip, Miss Beauty. Goodbye, goodbye. As soon as we stepped into the lobby outside, I glared at Lin Qingye in anger. Stop the nonsense. Tell me, how do you plan to compensate me for today? I asked crossly. If it weren't for you, would I have had to take a slap from that Ning guy or whatever his name was? Lin Qingye didn't even bother to look at me and just kept strolling along. Didn't I just help you vent your anger? What else do you want? I immediately bristled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Every action has a reaction. If it weren't for the trouble you caused, would I have been slapped for no reason? Lin Qingye leisurely pressed the elevator button. So, how exactly do you want me to compensate you? A sly smile played on my lips. Simple. Promise me 3 unconditional favors. But as for what they are, I haven't decided yet. I'll collect them from you later. Lin Qingye looked at me with pure disdain. Are you a rogue or a bandit? I lifted my chin, looking incredibly arrogant. Like you care what I am. Keep talking trash. Believe me, as soon as we get home, I'll tell everyone exactly where this slap came from. I threatened her smugly. Uncle Lin dotes on me like I'm his own son. There will definitely be a show for you to watch then. This move of mine had truly hit Lin Qingye's weak spot, and she was forced to grit her teeth and compromise. Deal. I smugly lifted my chin, triumphant smile on my face. That's more like it. Then I swaggered into the elevator after Lin Qingye. Coincidentally, today was Saturday. Even though it was already 8 p.m., streets outside were still as congested as a giant parking lot. Just as we stepped onto the street, I spotted a pharmacy by the roadside and reached out to tug at Lin Qingye's arm. I pointed toward the pharmacy and gave a direct command. Hurry up and go buy me 2 ice packs. Otherwise, this swelling on my face definitely won't go down before we get home. Lin Qingye was completely unmoved and gave a soft, cold chuckle, turning her head to stare at me with zero emotion. With a heavy sighing voice, she said, Muge, do you really have no self-respect left in you? In this entire world, you're the only one who dares to boss me around so shamelessly. Ignoring her, I waved my hand impatiently. Stop talking. Just go buy them. Because since we were kids, I've always found her annoying, so when we're alone, I've always treated her with zero politeness. I shot back bluntly. Don't you forget. My injuries are all thanks to you. So asking you to run a little errand isn't asking too much, is it? I added another incredibly arrogant remark. Being an errand girl for a handsome guy like me is a total honor for you. So get moving and go buy them. Lin Qingye's lip twitched, a half smile on her face. Muji, your skin is certainly getting thicker by the day. You're also getting way too confident. I made a show of flicking my hair back like a heartthrob. That's a given. Everything you have, I have too. And I have things you don't even have. So why shouldn't this young master be confident? As Lin Qingye turned to walk toward the pharmacy, she couldn't stop her sarcasm. I suppose so. Your thick-skinned, robed nature is something I could never match in a lifetime. Hearing that, I was instantly driven mad with rage, wishing I could just pin this annoying girl to the ground and teach her a lesson. She's seriously such a bully. Barely 5 minutes later, Lin Qingya came back with the supplies. She casually tossed the plastic bag of ice right into my lap. Take it and use it. Without being polite, I grabbed the ice pack and muttered a half-hearted thanks. Lin Qingya arched an eyebrow. Is a verbal thanks all I get? What are you going to give me as a real reward? I rolled my eyes as far back as they could go, totally speechless. Can't you tell that was just a courtesy? While I was racking my brain, trying to think of a comeback, she suddenly switched the topic. Hey, isn't school over there about to start? Why at a critical time like this? Are you still wandering back here? I pouted irritably. You think I wanted to come back? It's just because my parents secretly finished all the transfer paperwork for me to return home. Everything's already been settled. Every time I thought about this annoying business, my heart felt uneasy with frustration. Even now, I don't even know which school they've dumped me into back home. After hearing that, Lin Qingya's eyebrows furrowed deeply. The domestic and foreign curricula are so different. Aren't your parents afraid that you'll come home with the title of rank bottom of your year? I let out a huffy, cold snort. Just sleep soundly and worry about yourself. This young master isn't as pathetic as you think. I lifted my chin proudly. Don't forget my transfer exam results from back then. I was only exactly 1 point away from taking the top spot in the entire province. Lin Qingya actually nodded in rare agreement. That's true. Missing that 1 point really was a bit of a shame. Hearing that made me even angrier, and I pointed a finger at her and yelled, Why couldn't you have gone easy on me during the exam and gotten a lower score? Say, 2 points lower than me. If you had been 2 points lower back then, wouldn't that top spot have belonged to me? A mischievous smile played on Lin Qingya's lips. Actually, being the eternal second place isn't so bad. That title perfectly matches your airheaded vibe you have going on. I immediately flew into a rage, scolding her, You little devil, keep talking nonsense. Believe me, your daddy here will smack your head right off your shoulders. We arrived back at the Move family's massive luxury villa complex, a truly grand estate. After driving past a vast stretch of greenery, the grand gates of the villa finally came into view. Just as I brought the car to a complete stop, I leaned in close to Lin Qingya with a wary look. Quick, help me check this handsome face. The mark from that slap earlier should be gone by now, right? After all, she couldn't exactly shirk her responsibility for this. Lin Qingya observed my face with extreme focus. After a thorough inspection, she said, Don't worry, the swelling is all gone. I finally let out a sigh of relief and unbuckled my seatbelt. Good then. So, are you ready for what comes next? Lin Qingya looked completely dazed for a moment. Ready for what? She obviously hadn't reacted yet to what I actually meant by that. I rubbed my hands together excitedly. It's time for the two of us to step onto the stage and perform. At more than friends, less than lovers act. Let's get this show on the road. You're a psycho. Lin Qingya coldly dropped that line and stepped out of the car. I gritted my teeth and flexed my limbs, really wanting to pin her down and give her a good thrashing. But unfortunately, I really can't win in a fight against her. Butler Li Bo was the first to see Lin Qingya and me. He hurried over joyfully. Young master, Miss Lin. Uncle Li Bo, I ran to him like a child and gave him a big, tight hug. I missed you so much. Did you miss me too? Hearing that, Uncle Li Bo burst into laughter. He'd always loved me like his own grandson since I was little, so there was no way he hadn't missed me. Uncle Li Bo smiled and patted my back. Young master, I miss you too. Let's head inside now. The moment I stepped into the living room, I saw my parents and my two sisters chatting away animatedly with Lin Qingya's parents. As soon as she saw us enter, Auntie Lin excitedly waved at us. Xiao Ge, come here and sit down, dear. At home, I always loved sticking close to my sisters, so without another thought, I plopped myself down right between them. My eldest sister, Mu Lin, who was usually serious and quiet, actually broke into a very doting smile when she saw me. She reached out and ruffled my hair. Why on earth did you go and dye your hair white? Do I look handsome? I asked, smugly raising my eyebrows. But my father furrowed his brows. You're a high school student. Why are you dyeing your hair? And such a flashy color at that. Tomorrow, let Qingya take you to dye it back. I was instantly speechless. If I have to dye it back, fine. But why does it have to be Lin Qingya taking me? Aunt Lin looked at me dotingly. Stop it. Our Xiao Ge looks really dashing with white hair. But wait until college to dye it, okay? A student should look like a student. Hearing her say that, I obediently nodded. Yes, ma'am. Aunt Lin, I'll listen to whatever you say. Aunt Lin nodded with satisfaction. Good boy. By the way, there's something I need to tell you both. Yes, Auntie? Please go ahead. I casually took a glass of orange juice from the servant and took a sip. My second sister, Mu Yang, leaned close to my ear, smiling as she whispered, a little hint. Don't drink that orange juice just yet. I glanced at Mu Yang, confused for a moment, still not understanding what she meant. Then, in the next second, cough, cough, cough. I was so startled by the sudden news that I sprayed out the orange juice I'd just drunk, my nose and throat stinging. Oh my, Xiaoge, why are you so worked up? My mother couldn't stop laughing. Look at you, you must be so happy. I was coughing my lungs out, completely shell-shocked. Do I really look like I'm rejoicing? Mu Yang shrugged helplessly. I was kind enough to warn you. Lin Qingya's brows instantly furrowed. Why didn't everyone discuss such a major thing with us first? Exactly. I finally stopped coughing and immediately chimed in. There's nothing to discuss here. Aunt Lin looked at the two of us with a beaming smile. After all, you two will definitely agree how good your relationship is. We adults understand it all too well. Lin Qingya and I locked eyes, both completely speechless. Then, didn't you consider, what if Qingya already likes someone else? I tried to argue back. Uncle Lin waved it off. How could that be? My Qingya only treats you well. I panicked. But what if? All right, no more buts. Aunt Lin interrupted me with a smile. Qingya's fiancé must be you. I really can't find anyone who suits her better than you. Uncle Lin nodded in agreement. That's right. I think so too. All right, my father finalized it. If both children have no objections, then let's settle this engagement. My heart almost stopped. Just like that? Wait, who said there were no objections? I have an objection. I have a massive objection right here. I was about to protest when Uncle Lin continued. Then for the engagement date, let's set it for Valentine's Day next year. Aunt Lin immediately nodded in approval. And then, the wedding will be set for the year you both graduate college. At that moment, I felt the world go dark. This suffocating feeling of despair seemed like it was about to drown me. But what made me even more desperate was yet to come. Aunt Lin's expression suddenly turned serious. Xiaoge, nurture your feelings for each other. We have already discussed it. We will have you transfer to Qingya's school. And then you'll move into a luxury apartment under my name. Aunt Lin winked at me. And it will just be the two of you living there. I felt like I was about to cough up blood, my soul practically leaving my body. I rolled my eyes and collapsed onto Mu Yang's lap. Sister, quick, take me to the emergency room. Mu Yang laughed gleefully. Going to the hospital won't help. I think you should go get a drink instead. I gave her a sharp glare. A drink my foot. Lin Qingya turned to look at her mother. So you want Mu Gi and me to live together? And just the two of us? Of course, Aunt Lin nodded. That's how your feelings will develop quickly. Otherwise, why do you think I made you take cooking classes last summer? Wasn't it so that after you live together, you can cook delicious meals for Xiao Gi? Lin Qingya glanced at me. Good grief. Was this a long-planned conspiracy? Aunt Lin thought for a moment and added, Xiao Gi, if your allowance isn't enough in the future, just ask Qingya directly. Now that you are definitely the future son-in-law of our Lin family, what's ours is yours. My house's things are also yours. That sounds really exciting, but why don't I feel happy at all? Living with that crazy girl again, I feel like I am really going to lose it. All right, let's not talk about this for now. My mother stood up. Butler Lee reported 10 minutes ago that the barbecue ingredients are all ready. Let's go eat barbecue. I grabbed Mu Lin and Mu Yang tightly, preventing them from leaving, and seeing everyone else had left the villa, I immediately broke down and questioned my two sisters. You two knew about this early on, didn't you? Mu Lin nodded calmly. Yes. Mu Yang giggled and added, that's right. Surprised? Shocked? Surprised? I'm so surprised I'm about to ascend to heaven. I was so frustrated I felt like exploding, my voice rasping, why didn't you tell me sooner? If we told you sooner, you wouldn't have come back. It's not like you don't know how much I hate Lin Qingya. Do you even consider me your brother anymore? Of course we do. Mu Lin dotingly pinched my cheek. I sighed in utter despair. And why don't you love me anymore? Mu Lin chuckled softly. Because Qingya is truly a very good girl, and she's the most outstanding person around you. Liar. I quickly poured out a series of flatteries. The most elite people around me are obviously my first and second sisters. Mu Lin just curled her lips slightly, not bothered to reply. Seeing that she clearly didn't want to help, I had to place my hopes on Mu Yang. Mu Yang clicked her tongue twice, shaking her head. This brat, you only know how to act cute at times like this. My little ancestor, it's not that we won't help. We've been advising Mom and Dad for a long time, but it had no effect at all. Why? I wondered. Normally Mom and Dad respect our opinions, don't they? You only have yourself and Qingya to blame for this. Mu Yang curled her lip. I told you two to act like enemies, yet still play that game of more than friends but less than lovers in front of the parents. For no reason. The result is they all think you have deep feelings, and you're just shy because adults are around. So you don't dare to confess. I was completely speechless. Isn't this just digging my own grave? But as I thought about it carefully, my second sister's words suddenly made me find a loophole. If Lin Qingya and I had shown our mutual hatred openly since childhood, then this marriage wouldn't happen, right? So now I'll go and tell our parents. The real relationship between Lin Qingya and me is. Just as I was about to storm outside, Mu Lin's cold voice rang out behind me. Stop. In this house, I love my first sister most, but I also listen to her most, and of course, am most afraid of her. So the moment I heard Mu Lin speak, I immediately sat back down on the sofa obediently. Mu Lin frowned. Have you considered that? If you go and lay your cards on the table now, it will not only make it awkward for the parents, but also break their hearts. I wailed miserably, so I just have to grin and bear it? Exactly. Mu Lin said firmly, since you perform the play, you must bear the consequences yourself. Don't try to blame others whenever something happens. I wanted to cry, but no tears came, so I could only stand up slavishly. You two go out first. Mu Lin stood up. You two come out quickly as well. With that, she headed out first. As soon as the eldest sister left, Mu Yang also prepared to stand. But I grabbed her arm tightly. You can't go. Oh, daring to be fierce now. Mu Yang tapped my head. Try being fierce with our eldest sister if you're so brave. I wouldn't dare. I immediately chickened out. You know, in this life, besides being poor, I'm most afraid of my eldest sister. Kind second sister, please help me think of something. What should I do now? There's no way. This is what you and Qingya brought on yourselves. You just have to bear it. Mu Yang shrugged, and I was both frustrated and anxious. If you don't help me, tragic incidents will happen. Mu Yang was instantly intrigued. Tell me about it. I snorted coldly. I will find every way to perish together with that crazy girl, Qingya. Second, Lin Qingya will be beaten to death by me. Please, at your level, you could only win a verbal argument. I don't believe you'd win a fight. Mu Yang had a look of disdain. Even though both you and Qingya have karate black belts, you're only a first degree, while she's already a third degree. The gap is not just a small one. Lin Qingya right now can easily beat you until you're convinced heart and soul, just like how you used to bully her as a kid, believe it? My face instantly fell. I know. Is there really no other way? No way. Mu Yang shrugged again. My power is insufficient for the task. 3 days later in the afternoon, I was sprawling on the sofa in my small apartment, gnawing on fried chicken while binge-watching a variety show. Suddenly my phone rang. I glanced at it. Oh God. It was my eldest sister, Mu Lin. I listlessly answered. Sister, I said, devoid of any energy. Mu Lin was always brief. Get ready, pack your bags. I'll be at the bottom of your apartment in 10 minutes. I just wanted to drop dead right there, completely devastated. How could I forget about moving in with that girl? Totally slipped my mind. Since school starts tomorrow, I'm required to move in today. I started whining in a low voice. Sir, do you think we could— No. Mu Lin cut off my plea without a second thought. You don't love me anymore, I grumbled dissatisfiedly. You ungrateful brat. Mu Lin chuckled on the other end. Have you ever seen me dote on anyone as much as I dote on you? I pleaded sadly, then help me one more time, please. All right, go pack your bags quickly. I'm almost there. Mu Lin refused me with action, hanging up immediately. I looked at the disconnected phone, feeling this suffocating world, honestly wishing I could just die. Apartment Aunt Lin mentioned is called the Love Apartment. In the elevator, I leaned sluggishly against the handrail, looking gloomily at Mu Lin. Mu Lin ruffled my hair. Come on, cheer up a bit. I can't be happy at all. I lowered my eyes. Mu Lin nodded. All right, then give me a smile, and I'll increase your allowance. Really? I, who only gets 20 million a month. Immediately grinned from ear to ear. Mu Lin nodded with satisfaction. Good. I looked at her expectantly. So, how much of an increase? Mu Lin thought for a bit. How about 1 million? My face immediately dropped. 1 million. Rounding it up, isn't that basically zero? The elevator doors opened. Mu Lin pulled my suitcase and reached out to ring the doorbell. Coming. Aunt Lin opened the door, beaming. Xiao Gi is here. Come in. At the entrance, while enthusiastically getting slippers for us, Aunt Lin called out to Lin Qingya on the sofa. Qingya, stop playing. Go get a bottle of mineral water for Mu Lin, and the Coke that Xiao Gi likes too. Mu Lin, I didn't remember wrong, did I? You only drink mineral water, right? Mu Lin nodded. Thank you, Auntie. I also quickly suppressed my negative emotions, tending to be obedient. Thank you, Auntie. Aunt Lin said with a chuckle, I've told you so many times, there's no need to be so polite with me. It only managed 2 sips of Coke before Aunt Lin and Lin Qingya pulled me up from both sides, yanking me to my feet. Oh, that's right. I haven't shown you to your room yet. Standing before a door, Aunt Lin pushed it open excitedly. Ta-da, this is your room. I was immediately stunned by the room before me. It was in the warm tones I liked most. Thank you, Auntie. Just as I was about to say it, a bolt of lightning seemed to strike my mind. I looked at Aunt Lin in disbelief, my voice beginning to tremble. Our room. What? Auntie, what are you doing? I thought, Auntie, you're not joking, are you? Lin Qingya was also startled. You're taking this too far. How am I being too much? Isn't this great? For your and Xiao Gi bedroom. I specifically found the most famous architect in the country to design it. Aunt Lin immediately looked unhappy. Instead of being grateful, you dare to shout at me. How did I give birth to such an ungrateful child? If I could choose, I would have wanted a good son like Xiao Gi. Heh. In an instant, I, who was full of objections, immediately didn't dare to say a single word. Lin Qingya saw her mother was actually a bit angry, so she had to shut up and didn't dare to argue. Seeing this, I almost burst out laughing. Serves her right for always annoying me. You got scolded. Serves you right. Aunt Lin looked at me and explained, Xiao Gi. I arranged it like this, mainly so you and Qingya can nurture your feelings. She continued, besides, didn't you two share a room when you were little? You even stayed together for years. Of course I remember back then our beds were right next to each other, less than half a meter apart. As I was thinking, I suddenly realized that in the room we're about to stay in, the distance between the beds is also less than half a meter. My heart aches. Why does history always repeat itself in such an incredible way? But, Auntie, I tried to squeeze out a polite smile, doing my best not to frown. I continued shamelessly, but as you said, that was when Qingya and I were little. We're all grown up now, men and women should keep their distance. I was already broken enough, and now they're forcing us to share a room. I thought to myself, is life trying to force me to become a psycho? This pace is meant to drive me crazy. Back then, when that crazy girl lived at my house, why did the two of us fight at least once a day on average? Wasn't most of it because we shared a room, always seeing each other no matter what? It would be weird if we didn't fight. Oh, it's fine. Aunt Lin waved her hand dismissively. As long as you don't sleep in the same bed, it's not considered improper. Fine, I thought to myself, I can't argue with that logic. Lin Qingya, beside me, also closed her eyes tiredly. Aunt Lin added further, besides, after you two get married later, you'll definitely have to sleep together anyway. Getting used to it now is a good thing. It's better to be prepared than not, right? I was in utter despair, frantically signaling Lin Qingya with my eyes. Say something. Is there anything else you two want to say? Aunt Lin asked, looking at us with narrowed, smiling eyes. Tears were flowing like a river in my heart. I wanted to speak but didn't dare, so I could only squeeze out, no, that's all. Lin Qingya also shook her head resignedly. No, that's all. Good, then Mu Lin and I will head out. Won't bother you two anymore. After Aunt Lin finished speaking, she couldn't help but chuckle herself. I was full of questions, thinking, Auntie, what on earth are you imagining to be laughing so happily? This peaceful coexistence with your beloved daughter is all fake. It's all just an act. Before leaving, Aunt Lin handed me a credit card with a 500 million limit telling me to spend freely, not to be polite. Initially, of course, I refused to take it, but I really couldn't resist Aunt Lin's enthusiasm, so I had to accept the 500 million allowance per month. I thought, Qingya's mother is way too generous. After seeing Mu Lin and Aunt Lin off, Lin Qingya and I went back into the apartment. Standing at the door to enter the code, I muttered, your mom is really considerate. The password is our birthdays combined. In the living room, Lin Qingya spoke to me while I was drinking Coke. To ensure we can live together peacefully, I should probably sleep in the living room. I immediately gave a thumbs up, frantically liking this wise choice. Then I excitedly pulled my suitcase, occupying the master bedroom. I stretched my limbs, getting ready to unpack my luggage. However, as I just opened the suitcase to take things out, I heard Lin Xingye entering the room. "What are you doing in here?" I frowned, my tone extremely unpleasant. Lin Xingye's eyelid twitched. "I just went to look, and the living room here was turned into a gym by my mother." I stood there stunned. Aunt Lin from the very beginning had blocked every possible retreat. Lin Xingye stood before me, and in a voice that brooked no argument said, "You move to the study." I almost smashed the suitcase in my hand into her head. "On what grounds are you making me move to the study? Just go if you're going to go." Lin Xingye replied with flawed logic, "Because this is my house. It's the house my mother bought." I didn't budge. "Now it's my house too." Lin Xingye clearly faltered. "Since when did this become your house?" I laughed triumphantly. "Your mom said so. In the future son-in-law of the Lin family. So what's yours is mine." I stood up and spread my arms. "If we round it up, isn't it all the same?" "Round it up?" Lin Xingye looked shocked. "Mugi, I really underestimated the level of thick-skinnedness you have. You're the shameless one." I immediately retorted, "As a host, you're letting a guest like me sleep in the study. When the nurse delivered you, they must have thrown away your face by mistake, right?" "Mugi." Lin Xingye was so annoyed she was speechless. "Me what?" Seeing that I had completely overwhelmed Lin Xingye, I immediately got cocky, feeling like I was flying high. Lin Xingye was completely silent. "Say it, why aren't you speaking?" "Me what?" I arrogantly nudged Lin Xingye with my elbow. Lin Xingye gave a cold laugh. "Forget it. I'm not going to bother dealing with someone like you." Leaving it at that, Lin Xingye turned around and went out to pull her suitcase. Anger immediately flared within me. Someone like me? What about someone like me? I rolled up my sleeves. Just as I was about to have a real argument with Lin Xingye, I thought better of it. Forget it. Every time I argue with this crazy girl, doesn't it just get more intense? My current hot temper. Lin Xingye definitely played a big part in it. After unpacking, I went to take a shower. But when I went to grab a towel, I realized I'd forgotten to bring it in. Not just the towel, I'd even left my change of clothes outside. I covered my face in despair, thinking I really wanted to punch myself. A brain is a good thing to have. Pity I don't have one. I went to the door, opened a small crack, and called out to Lin Xingye, who was on her phone, on the sofa. "Lin Xingye!" Lin Xingye didn't even bother to look up, as if she hadn't heard a thing. I gritted my teeth and called out again, raising my voice. "Lin Xingye!" Only then did Lin Xingye finally put her phone down. She leisurely picked up the bottle of mineral water from the tea table and took a sip. I finally reached my breaking point and could no longer endure it, shouting, "Lin Xingye, are you still going to play games with me? Do you think you're a plastic bag or something? How are you so good at acting?" Lin Xingye finally shifted her gaze toward me, asking nonchalantly, "What is it? Do you want to invite me in to shower with you?" I was about to lose my mind over Lin Xingye's sheer audacity. This crazy girl never misses a single moment to test the absolute limits of someone's patience. But since I currently needed a favor from her, I was forced to soften my attitude and tone. "What on earth are you thinking?" I immediately forced a pleasing smile onto my face. "I just wanted to trouble you with a small matter." Lin Xingye leaned back lazily against the sofa. "But I don't want to be troubled by you. So what should we do about that?" I sneered inwardly. This girl. Don't push me to go to the kitchen, turn on the gas, and blow us both up together. I suppressed my rage, maintaining the smile on my lips, even though I was sharpening my knives in my heart. I asked, "Is there really no room for negotiation at all?" Lin Xingye thought for a moment, then spoke up. "It's not entirely impossible." "Tell me." My eyes lit up instantly, as if I had just spotted a life buoy. The corners of Lin Xingye's mouth curled up slightly. "Don't you still owe me 3 conditions? Use one of them to trade for this." Of course, I wasn't going to agree to that. Wouldn't that be a massive loss for me? You're really fishing in troubled waters. Then the negotiation has failed. Lin Xingye withdrew her gaze, bowing her head once more to continue playing her game. "Great, Miss Lin. Great school beauty, Lin. I was just joking with you," I said with a smile that didn't reach my heart. My face looked like I wanted to hack her to pieces, but my mouth said, "Let's just happily decide on that." I thought to myself resentfully, "Fine, just you wait and see. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, even after 10 years. Wait until the day you have to beg me, and see how I'll torment you, until you forget your own last name." Lin Xingye finally put her phone down and asked, "What do you want me to help with?" I scratched my head awkwardly. Well, I didn't bring my towel and pajamas in. Could you help me get them from the bed? Lin Xingye looked at me with a serious expression. You're asking me to get your pajamas for you? That's right, the pajamas. I wondered to myself, what is it? Isn't it just picking up some clothes? It's no big deal. Holy crap. Wait, I suddenly realized. The pajamas I left on the bed were that set. And also, one more thing. That. My face suddenly flushed bright red, overwhelmed with unbearable embarrassment. Actually, just help me get the bathrobe from the closet. It's in the top right compartment. Lin Xingye reluctantly stood up, leaving me with, wait there. I pressed myself against the door, truly dying of embarrassment. What I just said. Wasn't it exactly like the trope in CEO novels? Like some pretty boy who's an expert at seducing others. So I started to imagine the role of a pretty boy who had been plotting for a long time. Oh, I'm so shy, Madam CEO. I forgot to bring my pajamas in. Could you help me get them? Sure. The female CEO holds the clothes, raising an eyebrow with a smile. The bath must have been tiring, right? Need any help with anything else? Yes, please trouble yourself, sister. The pretty boy smiles bashfully, then opens the door with a dramatic flair. And the images that follow. Just imagine them for yourself. I figured I lacked experience, so I couldn't really come up with anything. A minute later, Lin Xingye walked over carrying my white bathrobe. I grabbed the robe and quickly slammed the door shut. Lin Xingye still hadn't left. Leaning against the marble wall, she called out, "Hey, you black-hearted jerk." Black-hearted was the special nickname Lin Xingye gave me. She always called me that in private. After putting on the robe, I replied, "Why are you calling your father?" Just as I was about to plug in the hairdryer, Lin Xingye's voice drifted in from outside. "Don't you think white doesn't suit you at all? In what way does it not suit me? Did your eyes get hit by a firework?" I held the hairdryer and retorted. Lin Xingye pondered for a moment, then said, "Your personality basically doesn't deserve the color white. It's clearly the color of sunlight. But you only serve to tarnish it." I had already been stood up by Lin Xingye, and my heart was already filled with rage. Now provoked by her like this, the fury within could no longer be contained, and it instantly exploded. I slammed the hairdryer onto the sink, and suddenly yanked open the bathroom door. Then I fiercely shoved Lin Xingye against the wall, pinning her shoulder with one hand and leaning against the wall with the other. Just as I was about to open my mouth to unleash a tirade, a small sound came from the entrance. The door was open. Lin Xingye and I instinctively turned our heads at the same time to look back. Right there at the entrance, Aunt Lin was changing her shoes, smiling as she said, "Tuge, Xingye, look at my memory. I was so busy going to play cards that I forgot my wallet. I came back to grab it. Wait, what are you two doing?" The words following Aunt Lin's question immediately cut off when she saw the posture between me and Lin Xingye. Lin Xingye and I were like deer in headlights, not daring to move a single muscle. Once Aunt Lin came to her senses, the smile on her face suddenly became full of excitement. "Oh my. Am I interrupting something between you two?" I stood there agape with shock. Everything happened too suddenly. My mind went completely blank, and I couldn't react at all. Lin Xingye hurriedly explained, "Mom, it's not what you think." "My apologies. I'm leaving right now. Leaving this instant." As Aunt Lin spoke, she quickly found her wallet, and with lightning speed, she slipped right out the door. While waiting for the elevator, Aunt Lin couldn't stop grinning from ear to ear. She pulled out her phone and called my mother. "Hello? My dear-in-law. Let me tell you, those two kids just now. Oh heavens, I don't even dare to describe it." My mother listened and shared a laugh with Aunt Lin. "It's just turned dark, not even 6 o'clock yet. I don't know why those two are in such a hurry." Exactly. Aunt Lin in the elevator was beaming with joy. They clearly can't wait to be together, even demanding to share a room. Yet they pretend not to be close in front of me. I've wanted to expose them several times. Look at how young they still are, but they're already such great actors. They're just afraid we'll find out about their puppy love. Kids these days really are. My mother laughed and said, "Actually, we're very open-minded. They'll end up together sooner or later anyway. So what's the harm in starting a little early?" Aunt Lin nodded vigorously in agreement. "That's right, exactly." I finally regained my senses and let out a desperate scream. "Lin Xingye, I'm going to kill you." I shouted while lunging forward to grab Lin Xingye, but as soon as I reached out, my hand was easily caught by Lin Xingye. Furious, I swung my other hand, only to have that one grip tightly as well. Let go. I stopped my foot in rage. It's one thing to block my punch, but you won't even release my hands. The corners of Lin Qingya's mouth curled up. Muga, you really think you can still beat me in a fight? Of course, I knew full well that I was no longer a match for Lin Qingya. I still possessed that much self-awareness. But her deliberate provocation instantly made me feel like my pride had been severely insulted. I thought to myself, whether bullying others or getting hit, one must never just take it, and certainly not harbor a grudge silently. A grudge must be settled on the spot, otherwise what's the point of holding on to it? You're tired of living. I suddenly raised my leg to kick Lin Qingya. A friendly reminder, Lin Qingya. Said leisurely, be careful of exposing yourself, since you're currently only wearing a bathrobe. My movements froze. I had almost forgotten that I was wearing nothing but a robe, with absolutely nothing underneath. I took a deep breath, struggling to contain my anger. Consider yourself lucky. I'll let it slide for now. Now, release my hands. I swore in my heart, this debt must be recorded in my notebook, to be repaid with interest later. Lin Qingya stared at me for a while, only letting go once she was sure I wouldn't pull any tricks. I gave Lin Qingya a look of pure annoyance, and turned back into the bathroom to dry my hair. The whirring sound of the hairdryer soon filled the room. But Lin Qingya still hadn't left, still leaning against the wall. Although she always said she absolutely hated me, hating me ever since we were little, I had to admit one thing. Back when my eldest sister first brought me home, there was a long period where she felt extremely out of place. She wasn't used to sleeping alone, and certainly not used to days without my bullying. Even Lin Qingya herself didn't realize that deep within her eyes, there was a hidden, barely perceptible smile. When I finished drying my hair and walked out, I saw Lin Qingya sitting on the sofa playing games again. I didn't bother to pay her any attention, and went into the room to change my clothes. Once I was fully prepared, I sat down on the single sofa next to Lin Qingya, closing my eyes to enjoy a moment of comfort. Only then did I look over at Lin Qingya, asking listlessly, "What are we eating tonight?" Lin Qingya didn't even bother to look up, responding coldly, "I'm not hungry." I stretched my limbs to relax my muscles, raising an eyebrow. "So, you mean?" Lin Qingya still didn't look up, her eyes glued to her phone. "If you want to eat, go to the kitchen yourself." I instantly flew into a rage. "Your mother said you have to cook for me." Lin Qingya remained completely unmoved, saying nonchalantly, "I never agreed to that." "Fine then, you damn girl." She had made my blood boil yet again. "If you won't cook, then fine. I'll do it myself. It's not like I don't know how." After all, I had lived abroad for many years, and had long since mastered some decent cooking skills. With a glowering expression, I marched into the kitchen, intending to whip up something for myself. Only then did Lin Qingya look up, watching my back thoughtfully, before standing up and heading toward the kitchen too. I had just taken a paring knife from the rack, getting ready to prep a tomato, when the sound of footsteps suddenly echoed behind me. I knew immediately from the sound. It was that Lin Qingya following me in. "What are you doing in here?" I turned around irritably and glared at her. Lin Qingya said nothing, stepping in front of me, taking the knife from my hand and gently placing it on the cutting board. I understood instantly. It turned out Lin Qingya had come in to cook. "Then I'll trouble you with the hard work." I happily dusted off my hands. "I'm going out to play games then." Lin Qingya frowned. "Are you just going to walk away like that?" "Why? Don't tell me you want me to be your kitchen assistant too. Take out what you want to eat from the fridge, just to prevent you from making a scene, because you don't like what I've cooked." Hearing this, a strange warmth suddenly filled my heart. When did this crazy girl become so considerate? I checked the whole fridge. It's either stuff you like or stuff I like, so just whip up whatever you feel like. Saying that, I grabbed a tub of ice cream from the fridge. "I'm really heading out now, okay?" "Mm-hmm." Lin Qingya gave a casual response. Once I had stepped out, she suddenly remembered. She had forgotten to ask me if my taste was still as salty as before. After all, she had grown up alongside me since childhood, so our hobbies and life views were quite similar. But they were only quite similar. For instance, regarding taste, she preferred light flavors, whereas I preferred bold, savory dishes. Lin Qingya originally intended to ignore me and just cook according to her own taste, but on second thought, she decided against it, to avoid a stubborn person like me getting angry later. So she walked to the kitchen door and called out, "Is your taste still the same as when we were kids?" I was sprawling on the sofa in the GU slouch, deeply engrossed in an intense game. "It's different now. I like light food, though I can handle a bit of spice occasionally. Lin Xingye said nothing more after hearing that and turned back into the kitchen. That's wonderful. Now she also preferred light food with a hint of spice. In that case, it seemed that from now on, the two of them would at least no longer have conflicts over such trivial matters as food. Not long after, Lin Xingye brought out 4 dishes and a soup. I picked up my bowl and took a sip of the soup, unable to hold back a compliment. You girl, even though I absolutely hate you, I have to admit this soup you stewed is truly delicious. Lin Xingye ignored me completely, not even caring that I called her this girl. After all, I had called her that since we were kids, just like she called me black-hearted. Both had long since grown accustomed to each other's ways of addressing one another. Looking at her expressionless poker face, I wondered why so many people liked her. Were they all blind? I swore in my heart, take me for example, if I ever were to like Lin Xingye, I'll never eat meat again for the rest of my life. My family upbringing had been very good since childhood. Parents always taught me to be grateful and to understand one another. So after finishing the meal, I proactively took it upon myself to wash the dishes. Lin Xingye leaned against the doorframe, watching me as she drank water, and asked, "Isn't there a dishwasher?" "A machine can't be as fast as doing it by hand." I picked up the sponge and began vigorously scrubbing the greasy plates. Lin Xingye frowned slightly. "Wouldn't it be better to let Lu Yi wash them tomorrow? For trivial chores like washing dishes, let's not trouble Lu Yi further." Lin Xingye seemed to realize something, suddenly asking me, "In those years you spent abroad, I suppose you rarely hired any help, did you?" "Not necessarily," I answered offhandedly. "I still hired someone to come once a week, but I did everything within my ability myself." Lin Xingye gave a soft, "Oh," then walked out of the kitchen with her water bottle. I suddenly felt as if I had just been talking to the thin air the entire time. At 6 o'clock the next morning, I was still deep in a peaceful slumber. Suddenly, Lin Xingye's voice rang in my ear. "You black-hearted jerk, get up now. Who is it, chirping so early and giving me a headache?" I irritably rolled over, trying to burrow deeper into the blankets. Lin Xingye gave me a cold glance, and without hesitation, she whipped the blanket right off me. I immediately flew into a towering rage. With my hair as messy as a bird's nest, I sprang up from the bed like a coiled spring. I grabbed the pillow in my hands and hurled it at Lin Xingye with all my might. I screamed at her, "What do you think you're doing?" "I was sleeping perfectly fine. Why are you waking me up?" "Do you want me to hand you a gas tank right now, or what?" Lin Xingye caught the pillow effortlessly, then tossed it right back at me. "Mugi. Have you slept yourself into a stupor? Did you forget that today is the first day of school?" With a soft thud, the pillow landed squarely on my head, instantly snapping me halfway into alertness. I said sheepishly, "My apologies. I completely and utterly forgot." Lin Xingye looked at me, completely speechless. "Then get out of bed, brush your teeth, and wash your face, and go change into your uniform." I glanced around the room, asking dazedly, "Where's my uniform?" At the end of the bed. Lin Xingye gave me a look of pure disdain. "Are you blind or something?" My blood started boiling again. "Lin Xingye, you're really asking for a beating." As for breakfast, Lin Xingye had prepared fried dough sticks, soy milk, and sandwiches, along with some boiled eggs. Good grief, these were all the things I loved most. And it just so happened they were also Lin Xingye's favorites. I thought to myself, though our personalities didn't quite mesh, we were surprisingly on the same page regarding many other things. After finishing breakfast, I habitually grabbed a cup of yogurt from the fridge, intending to drink it on the way. Seeing what I was doing, Lin Xingye's brow furrowed slightly. She instinctively looked like she was about to say something. Anyone who knew Lin Xingye knew she was a total neat freak, who absolutely loathed anyone eating in her car, regardless of whether the food had a scent or not. Even her best friend, Jiang Ruoxue, wouldn't dare to be so bold. "What are you standing there for?" Standing at the entrance, I called back to Lin Xingye, "Time for school. Why are you just standing there in a daze?" But I had absolutely no idea about her strict rule against eating in the car. Lin Xingye had intended to tell me, but she swallowed the words back down and ended up saying nothing at all. An hour later, at Van Than Private Academy, as soon as Lin Xingye drove through the school gates, it instantly caused a stir among the male students. "Whoa, look, the school beauty Lin is here." I suddenly feel full of energy again. I feel like the world is such a beautiful place. Even though Lin never spares me a single glance, I'm still absolutely head over heels for her. Hey you guys, Lin really is top tier. She doesn't bother with dating, and doesn't let any guys even get close to her. Inside the car, I slurped the last bit of yogurt, threw the spoon back into the cup, planning to toss it out once I got out of the car. I thought to myself, this is no joke. This really lives up to its name as the top private school in the country. It's truly stunning. Even along both sides of the driveway, rows of pink cherry blossom trees were planted. This school looks quite romantic too. Lin Xingye parked the car steadily, right in her designated private parking spot. Then turned to me, "Get out of the car." As I unfastened my seatbelt, I asked her, "This school is so huge. How long does it take to walk to the lecture halls?" Lin Xingye gave me a look of complete indifference. Stop asking questions that you'll have the answer to in a moment. Asking things like that just makes you look stupid. With that, she directly opened the door and stepped out of the car. At the parking lot, Lin Xingye's avid fans immediately became ecstatic the moment they caught sight of her. Every time I come to school, I feel like my heart is cold as ash. Just by seeing Lin Xingye, I feel full of life again instantly. Hey guys, do you think our school beauty Lin will suddenly announce she has a boyfriend one day? No way. Even if she had a girlfriend, she absolutely could never have a boyfriend. Exactly. Forget about a boyfriend. Just seeing any male step out of her car would be considered a miracle. Just think about it up until now. Has anyone ever seen a boy sitting inside Lin Xingye's car before? Never, right? I squeezed the yogurt cup tightly in my hand, cursing silently. This girl. In this public place, this young master will let you off for now. I grabbed my backpack, took the yogurt cup with me, and stepped out of the car. The moment I appeared, all the students nearby were left dumbfounded, standing frozen in their tracks one by one. Seeing their reaction, I paused for a second. What are they all staring at? Could it be that so handsome that it's actually making people angry? Can someone tell me who that guy is? What right does he have to dare step out of the school beauty's car? He's so handsome. Which class is he in? How come we've never seen him before? Is he a new 10th grader? Or maybe he's just a new transfer student. A girl interjected. He looks all right, but he's far from matching our school beauty Lin. I'd bet he was arranged by the Lin family. Probably just a personal bodyguard, right? I sneered, my lips curling slightly, thinking to myself how some people's mouths. He's way too slick for his own good. Lin Xingye walked up to me. She said indifferently, "Let's go. I'll take you to the principal's office to register first." I gave a slight hum and casually tossed the yogurt cup in my hand into the nearby trash can. Did you guys see that? He just threw a yogurt cup into the trash. Doesn't the school beauty Lin usually never allow anyone to eat or drink in her car? Even her best friend Jiang Ruo only dares to drink mineral water in there. Could he really be the school beauty's boyfriend? If it's true, my fluttering heart is going to shatter. Hearing that, I frowned and turned to look at Lin Xingye. Is what they're saying true? Don't you already know the answer? I immediately felt a headache coming on. Talking to a woman like Lin Xingye really tests my patience. Every single second. I hadn't followed Lin Xingye for more than a few steps when a female student excitedly approached us. "Xingye! How come this cutie is coming to school with you?" I suddenly remembered. The lights at the bar were too dim that night, and I was standing quite far away. No wonder she didn't get a good look at my face. I noticed her eyes scanning me, thinking that at this range, she must realize just how handsome I am. On the night I clashed with Ning Sang, Jiang Ruoxue messaged Lin Xingye to ask about me. But Lin Xingye basically didn't tell Jiang Ruoxue who I was, so Jiang Ruoxue didn't press for more. Looking at her puzzled expression, I guess she thought I looked familiar, like we'd met somewhere before. Lin Xingye spoke up for me. "He's transferring to our school starting today." "Oh, I see." Jiang Ruoxue couldn't help but start gossiping. "So, what's his deal? What is he to you?" "Your boyfriend." Lin Xingye came to a halt and coldly uttered two words. "He's not." Jiang Ruoxue was clearly used Lin Xingye's icy attitude, so she didn't get upset, instead turning her gaze toward me. She winked at me. "Hey, handsome, why don't you tell me? What's the relationship between you and our Xingye?" A mischievous smirk played on my lips as I reached out and patted Lin Xingye's shoulder. "I'm her father." Jiang Ruoxue immediately looked at me with deep respect, her expression looking like she was about to give me a standing ovation. Lin Xingye's face went completely blank. She stopped in her tracks, and stared at me with an expressionless face. "What are you looking at?" I urged her. "Class starts in 15 minutes. Hurry up and take me to the principal's office." With that, amidst everyone's shocked gazes, I grabbed Lin Qingye and pulled her along. Lin Qingye glanced around at the surrounding students, and seemingly out of respect for me, let me continue dragging her. Jiang Ruoxue stood frozen, doubting if she was even awake, or if she was still dreaming. The curious crowd all stood with mouths agape, some looking like they'd seen a ghost, others in sheer disbelief. Who the hell is that guy? He actually dared to be so disrespectful to the school beauty. He's lucky she didn't have him dealt with on the spot. She's just submissively following him. It's good to be alive, witnessing a scene that even the devil himself wouldn't expect. And beneath the cherry blossom tree outside the crowd stood an incredibly beautiful young woman. A warm and pleasant smile graced her lips as she watched my retreating figure. A gentle breeze brushed past, and countless cherry blossoms fluttered down from the tree, swirling around the girl, before slowly settling. Quite a few petals landed on her dark blue uniform, and on the left side of her jacket rested a school badge in the shape of black wings, with 3 words clearly engraved, Mei Xinyan. Principal already knew that I, the Mu family's heir from the 4 great families, would be transferring here today, so he'd been waiting in his office since early morning. Because at Yuncheng Academy, the 4 great families each hold a 10% stake, so the principal naturally didn't dare neglect me. Furthermore, when my mother and Aunt Lin came to handle the transfer papers, they repeatedly reminded the principal to never let me be bullied at school. Otherwise, they'd be the first ones to hold him accountable. So as you can see, how could the principal not show up early to welcome me properly? Once Lin Xingye brought me to the principal's office door, she headed off to her class. The principal gave me a warm welcome the entire morning, and only when morning self-study was nearly over did he lead me to the academic affairs office for enrollment. "Well, Ms. Ji, and leaving student Mu Ji in your hands." The principal turned to instruct Ms. Ji. "Make sure you take very good care of him for me." This Ms. Ji was a young and quite attractive teacher, appearing to be under 25 years old. "Yes, principal." After Ms. Ji responded, she shifted her gaze to me. She smiled and said, "So, Mu Ji, if you have any issues with your studies in the future, feel free to come to me anytime." I nodded quickly and replied politely, "Thank you, Ms. Ji." Ms. Ji looked at me with an affectionate gaze. In fact, before the school started, she had heard that the Mu family's young master would be transferring into her class. Back then, she was secretly sweating with worry, and from the moment she heard the news until the second we met, she had been living in constant fear. But after seeing me with her own eyes, she realized her worries were for nothing. She thought to herself, this Mu heir isn't arrogant at all. He seems quite approachable, completely unlike the Ning family's difficult young master in her class. They're like night and day. Every time she thought of Ning Sang, Ms. Ji would get a massive headache, only hoping that in the coming year, everything would go smoothly under Ning Sang's watch. While on the way to the classroom, I suddenly remembered something, and asked, "Oh, by the way, Ms. Ji, Lin Qingye isn't in my class, is she?" "Student Lin?" Ms. Ji smiled and replied, "Not in the same class, but her class is right next door to ours." Hearing that, I felt a wave of relief. Good. I really had no desire to be in the same class as that annoying girl. Inside the room, Ms. Ji clapped her hands. "All right, everyone quiet down. I'm going to introduce a new classmate to the class." Then, Ms. Ji looked toward the door. "Okay, Mugi, come on in." The students in class didn't care much at first, but when I walked in, the whole room immediately erupted in a stir. Especially the girls. "Oh my god, the transfer student is so handsome. I'm wide awake now. I wonder if he has a girlfriend." "Don't worry. Even if he doesn't, you won't stand a chance. Only someone like me is worthy of him." The boys curled their lips in disdain. "Handsome? Where? I really doubt your taste, girls." "Yeah, is he anywhere near as good-looking as our brother Sang?" Brother Sang's looks could totally crush him, you know? Girls ignored those boys, who spent their days sucking up to Ning Sang, always acting like lackeys, following Ning Sang around and waiting on him hand and foot. They didn't dare talk back when scolded or fight back when hit. Deep down, they probably wanted to band together and tear Ning Sang apart long ago. They just lacked the guts to do it. Hearing their words, I wondered, Ning Sang, could it be that guy who was such a pain the other night? I immediately scanned the room for Ning Sang, and sure enough, I spotted him. He was sitting in the second row with headphones on, and the moment he opened his eyes, they met mine directly. It was him, Ning Sang. He instantly remembered that night, how I had humiliated him, and how I'd slapped him twice in front of everyone. Instantly, Ning Sang's face darkened with rage. How gutsy, transferring to my territory. Let's see how I deal with you. With that thought, Ning Sang slammed his desk hard and stood up aggressively, heading straight for me. The whole class fell silent. Everyone's eyes darted back and forth between me and Ning Sang. I noticed a few of Ning Sang's lackeys from that private room that night, who had already recognized me. Their expressions shifted from initial shock to malicious glee, as if waiting for a show to begin. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Ning Sang swaggered over to me. Muge, right? I thought to myself, it seems everyone in this school is terrified of him. No wonder he's so arrogant. Ning Sang reached out and yanked the badge on my jacket, glancing at the name. Muge? Humph. A double surname? Poof. Someone couldn't help but let out a laugh. The whole class soon followed suit with mockery. Ning Sang tilted his chin up, looking down at me. I've been hearing about a new student since summer break. Turns out it's just you, kid. I looked at him with a cold face. Take your filthy hands off me. I don't want to be touched by trash. Ning Sang was instantly enraged by my words. He pointed right at my nose and yelled, Muge, you, student Ning Sang, please don't do that. Ms. G seemed to want to step in and defend me. Shut the hell up. Ning Sang glared fiercely at Ms. G, his tone incredibly harsh. Who do you think you are? I'm talking. Who gave you the right to butt in? Ms. G's face went pale instantly, looking extremely awkward and humiliated. She looked like she wanted to get angry but had to suppress it, only able to look at me with a gaze full of helplessness. Her eyes were filled with apology for not being able to protect her student. I could almost hear her inner thoughts. Student Mu Ji, I'm sorry, I want to protect you, but I'm afraid too. But just go to the principal later. The principal will surely get justice for you. I finally understood. In this school, it's not just the students who fear Ning Sang. Even the teachers are terrified of him. But that's fine, I thought with a cold smirk. Dealing with someone like Ning Sang am more than enough on my own. I stared Ning Sang down. I'll say it one more time. Get your claws off me. Ning Sang smirked. Mu Ji, are you giving me orders? That's right, I replied coldly. I'm ordering you to let go. The fire inside me was about to erupt. If you don't want to bet, I'll break your hand right now. Even though I'd already repaid him manifold for that slap, multiple times over, just thinking about it these past few days still left me with a bitter taste in my mouth. I've been in plenty of fights growing up, so getting hit was nothing new, but getting slapped in the face was a first. Since Ning Sang is asking for trouble, I might as well settle both the old and new debts together. Ning Sang gave another cold laugh. Fine, then just try it. The moment the words left his mouth, I grabbed the hand that was clutching my badge and twisted it hard. Ning Sang let out a scream of agony. Muga, let go of me right now! Nearly every student gasped in shock. This was truly something they'd never seen. They'd never seen anyone treat Ning Sang this way before. Seeing this, Zhou Qianlin immediately stood up, seeming like he wanted to rush over to help Ning Sang, but he was pulled back by the person sitting behind him. Don't go, you might get hurt. Hey, let go of me. Zhou Qianlin impatiently shook off the hand. The student behind him immediately frowned. And try and give you good advice, and that's your attitude. Do you really think you're Ning Sang's right-hand man? In Ning Sang's eyes, he probably just sees you as a dog. Muji, didn't you hear what I said? As Ning Sang roared, he raised his hand to slap me. I was quick and agile, swinging my arm to slap him back, landing a powerful blow on Ning Sang's face. Slap. A crisp sound echoed throughout the classroom, vividly clear. The whole room suddenly went dead silent. Everyone stared at Ning Sang in total shock. They might have expected Ning Sang to hit me, but they never imagined I would dare to hit Ning Sang back. I warned him, keep your mouth clean. Otherwise, forget just breaking your arm. Want to bet? I'll smash your face in too. Ning Sang was in so much pain from his twisted wrist that he couldn't speak, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Many in the class who'd been bullied by Ning Sang were secretly rejoicing inside. Muga, don't take it too far. Zhou Tianlan rushed over and pushed me away, shielding Ning Sang. Ning Sang was in so much pain he nearly collapsed. I was still fuming with rage, but seeing Zhou Tianlan, I really didn't have the heart to strike. What can I say? I'm just the type who can't bring himself to bully nice people. Just the thought of it made me feel guilty. But I also found it strange. This guy right here. Why would he hang out with someone like Ning Sang? Even though everyone has their own preferences, this taste is definitely peculiar. I looked at Zhou Tianlin. Look, student, don't have double standards. He's the one who started this with me. Zhou Tianlin was momentarily speechless. At that moment, he realized the gazes from the surrounding classmates were no different than if they were looking at Fool. The bone-deep pain in Ming Sang's wrist finally subsided just a little bit. Humiliated and hit by me again in front of the whole class, there was no way Ming Sang could just swallow this rage. Even when he saw that I wasn't fully paying attention to him, Ning Sang suddenly lunged forward, grabbing my school shirt and yanking it downward. Luckily, his injured hand lacked strength, so my shirt didn't get ripped. Ming Sang looked incredibly disappointed, likely thinking he should have tried to pull my pants down instead. I looked at Ning Sang seriously, knowing he wasn't a good person, but I didn't expect him to be this despicable. I thought to myself, this guy probably does this to people all the time. Maybe even some of the girls have fallen victim to him. Fine then. You like humiliating others in public, right? Then you can taste what that's like for yourself. I reached out, using all my strength, and with a loud rip, I yanked Ning Sang's pants down. The entire classroom went deathly silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The students all stared at me with mouths wide open. No one could believe that I actually depanted Ning Sang. Zhou Qianlan reacted instantly, and while he was indecisive about what to do, Pei Xiao, who was sitting in the back row, hurriedly grabbed her school jacket and ran to Ning Sang's side. She draped the jacket over Ning Sang, her voice trembling. "Brother Sang, are you okay?" Seeing Pei Xiao's panicked expression, I realized immediately that this girl liked Ming Sang. I really can't understand this world anymore. Why does a scumbag like Ning Sang still have friendship and love around him? In his life, I was startled by the sudden sound of a slap. Once I regained my focus, I saw Ning Sang had slapped Pei Xiao across the face. I was completely stunned. No way. Does this Ning Sang guy even hit the people who are genuinely good to him? He seriously messed up in the head. Get out. Ning Sang glared angrily and barked at Pei Xiao. Pei Xiao, hurt from the blow, slumped to the ground without a word. Looking at her cowering, terrified face, I guessed she was probably beaten by Ning Sang regularly. I thought, hitting someone you hate is one thing, but to lay a hand on someone who treats you well, it's truly beyond comprehension. Zhou Qianman leaned down to pick up the pants from the floor, whispering into Ning Sang's ear. "Brother Sang, let's go to the restroom and put your pants back on first. There are cameras in the classroom." Ming Sang glared fiercely at the camera, on the back wall of the classroom. He was surely thinking that once he had his pants back on, the first thing he needed to do was to go and delete that footage. Ming Sang stood up, using Pei Xiao's jacket to tightly wrap his lower body, and then, supported by Zhou Qianlan, walked toward the classroom door. As he was about to exit the class, Ning Sang looked back at me with a malicious gaze. "Mu Ge. You bastard, you just wait and see. I'm definitely going to destroy you." I basically didn't even care about him, just watching his retreating back with a look of utter disdain. The students in Class 1 next door heard Ning Sang shout and immediately got all excited. Everyone crowded around the window to gossip. That's Brother Sang's voice? Holy crap. Is someone about to get dealt with by the big boss Sang? I think he's called Mu Ge or something. I've never heard of this guy in Class 2 before. So the Class 1 students just started gossiping enthusiastically, right in front of their teacher. Who is that Mu Ge guy? Do any of you girls know him? Is he just some random nobody from Class 2? He's a new transfer student, and he's super handsome. This morning, he even got out of School Beauty Lin's car. What? School Beauty Lin's car? So what's the deal between him and School Beauty Lin then? How should I know? If you're so curious, go ask him yourself. As the students talked, they couldn't help but turn to look at Lin Qingye. Lin Qingye was currently holding a pen, absent-mindedly doodling something. She was an art major student and deeply loved painting. No matter where she was, she enjoyed sketching random things whenever she had free time. Zhang Ruoxue turned to look at Lin Qingye. Your little cutie. Seems to have clashed with Ning Sang again. Lin Qingye didn't even bother to look up, still focused on her drawing, as if she hadn't heard a word. Hey, Zhang Ruoxue tapped her finger patiently on Lin Qingye's desk. I'm talking to you. Lin Qingye finally lost her patience. Stop worrying about things that don't concern you. And besides, he's not my family. Zhang Ruoxue was a bit worried. Don't you know what Ning Sang is like? Hurry up and text him to tell him to hold back a bit. Otherwise, your little cutie is going to suffer big time. As soon as she spoke, Zhang Ruoxue suddenly remembered. Lin Qingye seemingly never friended or kept contact information of any male student at school. Lin Qingye sighed, put down her pen, and looked at Zhang Ruoxue. Just relax, even without me. That dark-hearted guy can handle Ning Sang just fine. Jiang Ruoxue froze slightly. Huh? What do you mean by dark-hearted? I'll tell you something you probably won't believe. Lin Qingye smirked. If that dark guy really wanted to go against Ning Sang, he could torment him to the point of mental trauma, believe it or not. Jiang Ruoxue was stunned. That terrifying. That cutie looks so soft and sweet, though. Lin Qingye snorted. Sweet. Does he even deserve that word? Plus, that dark-hearted guy doesn't just know how to pull tricks, he's also an incredibly good fighter. The guy is a karate black belt. Back in 9th grade, he even won the National Karate Championship. If Ning Sang truly pisses that guy off, he could literally disassemble him limb by limb. Jiang Ruoxue swallowed hard. It seems he really is formidable. But Ning Sang is still the second young master of the Ning family, pampered like a precious gem by his father and grandparents. If he's driven to madness, the consequences could very well affect your entire family too. Lin Qingye was silent for a moment. That dark-hearted guy's name is Mu Gi. Jiang Ruoxue frowned. So what? Can you just say it all at once? Lin Qingye gave a small sigh. He's the Mu family's heir, one of the 4 great families. Jiang Ruoxue's mind went blank. My bad. I completely underestimated that cutie. I never expected this school would gather 3 of the 4 great families. There's Lin Qingye from the Lin family, Mei Xinyan from the Mei family, and now Mu Gi from the Mu family. Now we're only missing the Qin family. Their second young lady hasn't arrived yet. But I've heard that second young lady of the Qin family, currently studying at his family's elite academy. I once met the second young miss of the Qin family at a gala, and she was even a few degrees colder than Lin Qingye. At least Lin Qingye shows some warmth toward those she knows, but that second young miss of the Qin family treats everyone with such cold indifference. How boring. I'm overthinking this. I should get back to the real business and keep gaming. But just as Jiang Ruoxue turned around, hardly a few seconds later, Lin Qingye pulled out her phone and sent Mu Gi a message. What happened between you and Ning Sang? After Ning Sang left, I saw Pei Zhao scrambling up from the ground, rubbing her face which was burning and swollen from the slap, as she quietly returned to her seat. I looked at Pei Zhao with deep sympathy, noticing her eyes were already rimmed with red. Though I have never experienced the feeling of being slapped by the person you love, surely in that moment of impact, her heart must have been breaking. A wave of whispers reached my ears. Tisk tisk, talk about 2 devoted dogs. If you ask me, this Pei Zhao girl is just so pathetic. She really has no self-respect at all. Fat and ugly, yet she dreams of clinging to Ning Sang. Doesn't she ever look in a mirror to see what she looks like? I glanced at the 3 boys talking with a look of pure sarcasm. Even though I hate Ning Sang too, compared to someone like him, I find it even more unbearable when people who are too cowardly to act to someone's face spend all their time gossiping behind their backs like this. I feel like these types only enjoy bullying the weak, and if they actually had power, they would likely be even more vicious than Ning Sang. I straightened my uniform and looked toward Teacher Ji. I spoke up. Teacher Ji, my uniform is torn. I would like to go to the principal's office to get a new one. Teacher Ji nodded blankly, clearly still in shock from the chaos that had just unfolded. So, under the watchful eyes of everyone, I strode out of the classroom. As I reached the principal's office door, the phone in my uniform pocket suddenly rang. I pulled it out to check, and it turned out to be Aunt Lin calling. I thought to myself, didn't I put it on silent? I remember setting it while I was in Lin Qingye's car. I quickly switched it to silent before answering the call. On the other end, Aunt Lin's concerned voice rang out. Muge! How is it? Are you settling into your new school? If anyone makes you uncomfortable, just tell me, and I will have them packed off and gone in an instant. You might have a bit of a temper, child, but if someone has managed to annoy you, then they surely aren't any good anyway. I replied with a smile. I'm doing fine. Thank you for your concern. In front of elders, I always report only the good news and keep the bad to myself. That's good then. Aunt Lin suddenly remembered. It must be almost time for your class to start, right? I won't bother you any longer. If anything happens at school later, you can go straight to the principal, or just find me. It's all fine. Yes, I understand. I hung up the phone, only to discover that Lin Qingye had sent me another message. I found it quite strange. How could Lin Qingye possibly know that I had a confrontation with Ning Sang? A flash of realization hit me, and I understood everything in an instant. It must have been because of Ning Sang's shout before leaving. Ning Sang had yelled so loudly then, and with Lin Qingye right in the next room. It would be weirder if she hadn't heard it. So, what is her angle for messaging me now? Could she be wanting to gloat over my misfortune? No, that's not it. I immediately dismissed the thought. Though I couldn't see her expression through the screen, I could feel that Lin Qingye didn't mean any harm. It's not that I'm being narcissistic, but mainly because since we were kids, no matter how bad things were between me and Lin Qingye, even if we fought every single day, the moment she saw me being bullied by an outsider, Lin Qingye would always be the first one to step up and protect me. Lin Qingye might laugh mockingly when she sees my second sister bullying me until I cry, standing there and grinning with joy. But if someone outside made me cry out of resentment, she would absolutely never mock me when I got home. My eldest sister's explanation to me was, "It is much like a house cat you raise yourself. Only you are allowed to complain about it. But if an outsider dares to touch it, there will be trouble. After all, you have to look at the master before hitting the dog." So after determining that Lin Qingye meant no harm, I immediately replied to her message. I typed back, "Let's talk later. My uniform was ruined by Ning Sang. I'm about to go to the principal's office to ask for a new one." I put my phone away and knocked, then pushed the door open and entered the principal's office. But I had no idea that what this principal hated most was being interrupted while he was speaking. But when he clearly saw that it was me walking in, his expression instantly lit up like a blooming flower. "Muga, is that you? Isn't it class time right now? Why have you come all the way here?" I noticed a boy and a girl standing before the principal. After they exchanged a glance, they both turned to stare intensely at me. I suddenly felt a bit awkward, wondering why there were others in the office during class hours, and they seemed to be discussing something important. I figured I should just state my business quickly and leave. Just as I was about to speak about the uniform, unexpectedly, the principal noticed it first. "Muga, child, what on earth happened to your uniform?" I shrugged. "Some arrogant young master who thinks he owns the world did this to me." The principal's face darkened. "Who did this? Just tell me, and I will deal with this for you right away." Lin Mu stood by looking at me thoughtfully. That deep, unreadable gaze of his made it impossible for me to guess what he was thinking. "Si Chow Chow," muttered the phrase arrogant young master, and while observing my uniform, she whispered, "From class 2? How come I've never seen you before? Could you be the transfer student the principal mentioned a few days ago? If he's from class 2, then that young master is definitely Ning Sang. To dare come straight to the principal to snitch, and to have the principal acting this way. It seems your family background is no small matter either." Si Chow Chow looked at me with a touch of goodwill. "Classmate, is the young master you mentioned Ning Sang?" I paused for a moment, then nodded blankly. "Yes, how did you know?" Si Chow Chow smiled helplessly, but she didn't explain why. She turned to Lin Mo and said, "Sure enough, it's that Ning Sang who's always making the student council's head spin. Unfortunately, with the principal and his family protecting him, student council basically can't do anything to him." Ning Sang, as soon as the principal heard the name, his earlier protective aura instantly vanished. He stared at me in a daze. "Mugi, could you tell me exactly what happened?" I didn't mind Lin Mo and Si Chow Chow being there. It wasn't anything to be ashamed of anyway, so I spoke plainly. "I have a bit of a personal grudge with that Ning Sang, and every time he sees me he wants to start a fight, but since he couldn't beat me, he ended up ripping my clothes, leaving me in this pathetic state." Principal nodded after hearing this. I saw him clearly breathe a sigh of relief, as if a weight had finally been lifted from his chest. He patted his chest and muttered, "Thank goodness. Ning Sang didn't hurt you, and you didn't do anything too extreme to him. Meaning neither of you is injured, right?" With that, the principal picked up his glass and took a sip to calm himself. I replied nonchalantly, "I'm not hurt," but I gave him a slap. And besides that, I stripped his pants off. As soon as I finished, both Lin Mo and Si Chow Chow started coughing simultaneously, and the mouthful of water the principal had just taken came spraying out, nearly spitting everywhere. The principal hurriedly pulled out a tissue, clumsily wiping his mouth, while pounding his chest with effort, hardly managing to catch his breath. The principal looked at me with such shock that his mouth hung open, speechless. "You slapped Ning Sang?" And even stripped. The following words were lost as the principal was too terrified to finish the sentence. I nodded calmly. "Yes, that's right. He even talked big about teaching me a lesson. Let's see who ends up teaching whom." I saw the principal's face instantly turn to despair, his features etched with extreme agony. Previously, Ming Sang alone was enough to give him a headache, and now a nemesis like me has appeared out of nowhere. If you two are put together, the destructive power would be beyond terrifying. Just like a moment ago, he felt as though he himself had almost been scared right out of this beautiful world. Si Xiao Xiao observed me with great interest. Her eyes clearly said, "You are definitely not simple." Lin Mu suddenly spoke up to advise, "Student Mu, this Ning Sang is no ordinary person. In this school, he runs wild without anyone to stop him, and even outside school, he is powerful enough to cover the sky with one hand. So I advise you to be a bit more careful with what you say." I scoffed inwardly. Be careful of what? Do I really need to be cautious when dealing with a small fry like him? I feel that for whatever kind of person you face, you should treat them with a matching attitude. That is the real truth. Lin Mu saw my demeanor and started to say something but then stopped, eventually saying nothing more. The principal looked at me anxiously, restless and uneasy, his breathing even becoming more rapid. He asked tentatively, "So Mugi, how do you plan to handle this matter?" I wore a nonchalant face. How else can it be handled? Naturally, I'll handle it myself. Minor things like this aren't worth the trouble of involving parents. Hearing this, the principal's heart, which was hanging by a thread, finally settled down a bit, and a smile finally managed to form on his face. He nodded quickly. "All right then. Then you two just resolve it privately between yourselves. After all, both you and Ming Sang are nearly adults. I believe kids like you can definitely handle these small conflicts well." However, as soon as he finished speaking, the smile on his lips instantly vanished, back into a look of sorrowful gloom. "Everything seems fine on your end, but what should be done about Ning Sang? What if Ming Sang comes back here to stir up trouble? How could he possibly please both sides then?" In his heart, he really wanted to cry. Of all the people to bully, Ning Sang just had to go and provoke me. If he had just bullied normal classmates, the principal could have just turned a blind eye. But now that he's hit me, helping either side would be a mistake. The principal felt completely hopeless. This profession was truly too bitter. He needed to be left alone in peace. The principal rubbed his temples. "Lin Mo, Xiao Xiao, I have said all that needs to be said. Now you two take student Mu Go to get another new uniform." Lin Mo nodded immediately. "Yes, principal." Si Xiao Xiao smiled and turned to me. "Student Mu, let's go." I nodded, thinking to myself, if all the classmates at this new school were as kind as the two in front of me, it would be wonderful. In the hallway, Si Xiao Xiao asked curiously, "Muga, with senior year being so important, why did you choose to transfer right at this moment?" I shrugged helplessly. Nothing can be done. It was all arranged by my family. Si Xiao Xiao proactively reached out her hand. "Welcome to Yuncheng Academy. I am Si Xiao Xiao, the student council president." I hurriedly reached out to shake it, replying politely, "Thank you, President." Lin Mu also smiled and introduced himself. "Hi, Muga. I am Lin Mo, the vice president, and also the head of discipline." "Nice to meet you," I repeated thoughtfully. "Head of discipline." I thought to myself that this is the job most likely to offend people, yet the school gave it to someone who looks this gentle. Seeing how easy Lin Mu is to talk to, he probably gets bullied by types like Ning Sang quite often. Lin Mu pulled out his phone. "Muji, you just arrived, so you probably don't know many people yet. Can I have your contact info? In a few days, when the student council is less busy, I'll give you a tour of the school. Our school is incredibly huge. It's easy to get lost if you go alone." A wave of warmth suddenly filled my heart, looking at Lin Mu right in front of me, then thinking back to that Ning Sang. I couldn't help but marvel. Though both are students, how can the gap between people be this enormous? I quickly pulled out my phone and swiftly added Lin Mu as a friend. Chow Chow also pulled out her phone. "So Mugi, you might as well add me too. In case you can't reach Lin Mo, you can find me anytime." Meanwhile, in class 2, Ning Sang entered the room with a furious expression, accompanied by Chu Tianlin. Su Qian immediately turned around, looking toward Mei Xinyan, who sat in the row behind her, a smirk of mockery curling at the corner of her lips. It seems that in this upcoming senior year, there will be plenty of drama to watch. Mei Xinyan sat quietly in her seat, pure morning sunlight lingering on her sleeve, making the faint smile on her lips look both warm and gentle, yet truly mysterious. Su Qian frowned slightly. "Xinyan, can I ask you something?" Mei Xinyan kept her unchanging smile. "Go ahead." "Are you targeting him?" "Because of Lin Qingya." Mei Xinyan's smile deepened. "Yes, I am indeed targeting him." On the other side of the hallway, I had put on my brand new uniform. As I walked toward my classroom, I could hear more and more clearly the noisy clamor echoing from inside. However, the moment I appeared, the shouting in the class fell dead silent, and all eyes were fixed on me. I immediately felt a hateful glare coming from Ning Sang, a look so vicious it seemed like he wanted to devour me alive. I deliberately tilted my head to one side, challenging Ning Sang with a smirk. "What are you looking at? Keep looking, I might just leave you crippled." I thought with Ming Sang's temper. He should have lunged at me to fight long ago. So why was he being so strangely quiet now? I guessed, if I wasn't mistaken, someone must have said something to him. And it was 80% likely to be Chu Tianlin. I speculated that, perhaps when Chu Tianlin went to the surveillance room with Ning Sang, he had whispered something in his ear. Maybe he saw in the school chat group the news that I had hitched a ride with Lin Qingye today and had even eaten inside her car, leading him to suspect a hidden relationship between me and Lin Qingye, and thus advised Ning Sang not to act rashly without knowing my background. Because in this school, the only person Ming Sang absolutely dares not offend is Lin Qingye. For that reason, he could only resentfully swallow his anger, barely enduring it. I moved toward the lectern and looked at Teacher Ji. "Teacher, where should I sit?" Teacher Ji hesitated for a moment, his eyes scanning the classroom, only to find the last remaining empty seat was next to Mei Xinyan. But Teacher Ji knew very well in his heart that the seat next to Mei Xinyan had never allowed anyone else to sit there. Despite this, Teacher Ji held on to a glimmer of hope, tentatively asking Mei Xinyan, "Xinyan, would you let student Mu sit in the seat next to you?" The classroom atmosphere suddenly became terrifyingly silent. Everyone thought Teacher Ji must have a death wish, dare suggest I sit next to Mei Xinyan. Didn't he know that Ning Sang had always harbored a secret crush on Mei Xinyan? A classmate whispered softly. "Look at Ning Sang's face. Good lord, he looks terrifying." Another person added, "But Mei Xinyan will definitely say no." "Don't be so sure. Who knows? This Mu fellow is so handsome. Maybe the goddess will change her mind and agree." One of Ming Sang's lackeys scoffed immediately and began to flatter his boss. "No matter how handsome he is, he can't compare to our brother Sang, right? Mei Xinyan will absolutely not let him sit there. If she really lets him sit there, I swear I'll livestream myself disemboweling myself for you guys to see." Ming Sang's mood was already abysmal. Hearing these whispers, he could no longer suppress the rage within. With a loud bang, he slammed his hand onto the desk. The entire class fell silent as a grave in an instant, and no one dared to utter another word. Hearing the name Mei Xinyan, my heart skipped a beat. That Ning Sang guy actually knows how to love. I thought to be targeted by someone like Ning Sang is truly a curse across 8 lifetimes. I wonder what divine being was so blessed to have his attention. While I was lost in thought, my eye consciously drifted toward Mei Xinyan's desk out of instinct. Since that was the only empty seat left in the entire room, I identified the girl named Mei Xinyan sitting in the back row with just one glance. However, just as everyone was certain, Mei Xinyan would speak up to reject the idea. Who could have guessed she would smile and agree? "Sure. Come and sit next to me." The entire class was petrified in an instant, everyone staring at me with wide eyes in disbelief. Mei Xinyan pulled out the chair beside her and smiled at me. "Come over." My new deskmate. After the psychological shock, the classmates all snapped their gazes toward the boy who had just declared he'd commit seppuku. His eyes immediately began to dart around frantically, and he quickly lowered his head, faking unconsciousness. Seeing his cowardly display, the classmates all rolled their eyes in silent contempt. I looked at Mei Xinyan and blinked slightly, thinking to myself, this is truly the first time I've met a girl with such a radiant and warm smile. Nothing like that certain someone in the next class. The one with a hot temper and a personality that's just, well, something. I shook my head slightly. No. Why am I even thinking about that Lin Qingye girl? Better just get to my seat and be done with it. However, just as I was about to head to the desk, Ming Sang finally reached his breaking point. Wearing a face full of grievance, but also immense indignation, he stood up abruptly. He stared intensely at Mei Xinyan. Xinyan, and Ning Sang, who normally thought he owned the world, yet when standing before Mei Xinyan, he suddenly became unusually docile, looking almost pitiful. Why is this bastard Mu Ji allowed to sit next to you, while I'm not? In this class, too, who doesn't know that Ming Sang has been dreaming of the seat next to Mei Xinyan for a long time. He has asked her countless times, but every single time she has tactfully refused him. The classmates who had been bullied by Ning Sang before were all laughing secretly in their hearts right now. Ning Sang's wanting but not getting attitude toward Mei Xinyan is surely karma for his history of using his power to bully others. I had intended not to bother with him. That remark of his instantly ignited my anger. Who are you calling a bastard? You're the one who's a true piece of work. I'm sorry, Mei Xinyan looked at Ning Sang apologetically. Before, I just wanted to sit by myself. Ning Sang's eyes instantly lit up, and he asked further with eager anticipation. So can I come sit next to you now? But Mei Xinyan showed a look of difficulty. With your height, if you sit in the back row, you won't be able to see the board, and aren't you nearsighted as well? Ning Sang hurriedly explained. That's fine, I'll go get a new pair of glasses right away. I could only let out a helpless sigh, thinking how everyone turns into a lovesick fool when facing the person they love. A flicker of annoyance passed through Mei Xinyan's eyes, but she still used her gentlest tone to speak to Ning Sang. Let's just leave it as it is. It's senior year now. College entrance exams are almost here. I'm sure you want to achieve good results too, right? No, Ning Sang bit his lip hard, being bluntly rejected by Mei Xinyan in front of everyone. Was not pleasant at all. He withdrew his gaze, quietly turned around and walked back to his old seat, no longer clinging to Mei Xinyan. Even though I absolutely loathe this Ning Sang guy, seeing him in such a pathetic state, I suddenly felt a little sorry for him. In Ning Sang's heart, he was suffocating from the pain. He wanted to cry, but he wanted to tear me to pieces even more. He was truly going crazy with jealousy over me right now. Muji, you just wait, you're dead meat. Ning Sang cursed me in his head like that, and didn't forget to give me a sharp cutting glare. Humph. My own short fuse was immediately lit as well. Throughout the 17 years of my life, I always thought the most annoying person it ever met was Lin Qingya. But I didn't expect this Ning Sang to be even worse. There's always a bigger fish, I thought to myself. It's not like I didn't let Mei Xinyan sit with him. If he wants to glare, he should glare at her. Why on earth is he glaring at me? He's clearly sick in the head. I just don't get it. I look at him like he was a total idiot, giving Ning Sang a searing glare, before walking back to my seat. Standing in front of my desk, I casually tossed my backpack onto it. Under the gaze of the entire class, Mei Xinyan smiled and said to me, "Hello. My name is Mei Xinyan." Ning Sang was completely shaken. "Xinyan, how could you? How could you smile so warmly at Mu Ge?" At that moment, the anger boiling inside Ning Sang finally exploded completely. He glared fiercely at Ms. G on the podium. "You don't need to come and teach anymore. I'll tell the principal to fire you later. Now, get out of my sight immediately." Having said those words, Ning Sang suddenly stood up, kicked his desk away with one foot, and stormed out of the classroom. Xu Tianlin seemed afraid Ning Sang would cause more trouble, so he hurriedly chased after him. I just stood there, stunned. It's just a seat. Was it really necessary to overreact like that? On the podium, Ms. G could only stand there and swallow the bitterness. Her eyes were red from the insults Ning Sang hurled at her. This feeling of being oppressed by others made her feel both wronged and furious. And finally, she could only quietly pack her things and leave. As soon as Ms. G stepped out of the room, the class immediately broke into whispers. "Another one's gone. I wonder how many teachers Ning Sang has driven away now. Who can even keep track? Anyway, it's got to be at least a dozen, if not 20. All the teachers are gone. There's no one to watch us anymore. Guys, let's team up for some rank games." Besides thinking Ning Sang was insane, a strong wave of guilt washed over me. After all, that maniac Ning Sang only drove Ms. G to tears and made her leave because of me. So I immediately pulled out my phone and sent a message to the principal. "Dear Principal, Ning Sang said he's coming to see you to fire Ms. G. No matter what you have to do, you must keep Ms. G here." In the principal's office, the principal had just barely recovered from the massive shock. He was about to take a sip of hot tea and eat a piece of imported cake to soothe his terrified heart. Just a little bit. As it turned out, just as he took a bite of the cake, he received my message. When he opened it, the smile on the principal's face instantly froze, and that heavy exhaustion came flooding back. At this moment, the principal felt his life was so miserable that even the cake in his hand became tasteless. I put my phone down, and while considering what to do next, a milk candy suddenly appeared in front of me. I was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Mei Xinyan beside me. Mei Xinyan was looking at me with gentle eyes, her voice sweet enough to melt anything. "Thank you." I hesitated slightly, but still took it. "Are you okay?" Mei Xinyan asked in a low whisper. I knew exactly what she meant. She was asking that, Because of the trouble Ning Sang caused, right? Do I look like I'm not okay to you? I shook the candy in my hand. Mei Xingyan burst out laughing. I guess you don't. Just then, Su Qianqian turned around to look at me, saying in an indifferent tone, Muga, what is your relationship with Lin Qingye really? Are you her boyfriend? As soon as I heard Su Qianqian's sarcastic tone, I knew her words were full of thorns. But for some reason, hearing her talk about Lin Qingye like that made me feel extremely uncomfortable. Still, I stubbornly shot back. My taste isn't that bad. It's not? Su Qianqian looked at me suspiciously. And why did you get out of her car? That's easy. I casually made something up. I called a ride share this morning, and she happened to be the driver. Su Qianqian immediately realized she had been played. She looked at me with a dark expression. Keep lying. Let's see what else you can pull out of your hat. The school bell rang. I stood up and left the classroom, intending to go to the principal's office to check on Ms. G. After I left, Su Qianqian immediately turned to Mei Xingyan. It looks like you're really planning to drag him into the grudge between you and Lin Qingye. Mei Xingyan just curled her lips and said nothing, her gaze fixed on the view outside the window. Su Qianqian asked again, Tell me, is Muga really Lin Qingye's boyfriend or not? What do you think? Mei Xingyan didn't answer but threw the question back, turning the query. It doesn't seem like it to me. Su Qianqian shook her head. If you were really Lin Qingye's boyfriend, they'd have been inseparable when they got out of the car. Besides, he'd surely have found a way to be in the same class as her, but he didn't seem to do any of that. Mei Xingyan smiled, knowing Muga's personality, even if he really was her boyfriend, had absolutely never be clingy with her. Su Qianqian thought for a moment. True, Muga's temperament certainly has nothing to do with being clingy. However, Mei Xingyan curled her lips. He is definitely someone special to Lin Qingye. Su Qianqian nodded. You know Lin Qingye better than I do. After all, you two were friends for years. Friends? The smile on Mei Xingyan's face vanished, her voice cold as ice. Since the day she killed Man Feng, we've been nothing but enemies. There isn't a day I don't wish she were dead. With that, Mei Xingyan coldly walked straight out of the classroom. Su Qianqian was so scared she broke into a cold sweat, thinking to herself she'd messed up. She accidentally touched Xingyan's scar. I couldn't find the principal. His secretary said he was in a meeting and told me to come back in the afternoon. I returned to the classroom door, and just as I was about to step inside, Ning Sang, who was leaning against the railing, shouted at me in his arrogant, lawless tone. Mugi, get over here. Anger flared up inside me. I really just wanted to punch him in the face. I turned around, glaring at him irritably. Say what you have to say, fast. Are you looking for trouble or a beating? The surrounding students heard this and immediately crowded around. A good show's about to start. It had actually been less than 5 minutes since the break started, but the clash between me and Ning Sang had already spread throughout the entire school. At this moment, the students watching were all waiting to see what new storm Ning Sang and I were about to cause. Since they missed the opening act earlier, they couldn't afford to miss this live broadcast. Ning Sang crossed his arms, arrogantly tilting his chin at me. What is your relationship with Lin Qingye, really? Are you really her boyfriend? As he spoke, he glanced through a gap in the crowd, looking toward the window of the classroom next door. Lin Qingye was wearing headphones, listening to music and drawing. He thought to himself that it couldn't be. If they were really boyfriend and girlfriend, how could Lin Qingye sit there so calmly, without any reaction at all? She should have stepped in a long time ago. In class 12A2, Jiang Ruoxue was surrounded by a group of boys. Hearing Ning Sang's voice, she immediately slipped back to her seat and tapped on Lin Qingye's desk. Hey, your little cutie is clashing with the big boss again. Lin Qingye frowned and replied irritably, I already told you he's not mine. Jiang Ruoxue smiled mischievously and asked back, Then whose is he? Lin Qingye pouted, He's yours. Jiang Ruoxue immediately didn't want to pay any more attention to Lin Qingye. Even if you say your little cutie is a good fighter, don't you really intend to go out and protect him just a little? This young lady has conquered over 40 relationships, and the experience I've gained is that boys also need to be protected. It's not that we can really protect them, you silly, but they also like the feeling of being protected. Lin Qingye looked at Jiang Ruoxue with a confused expression. If he can solve it himself, why should I step in? Wouldn't that just be making a fuss? You can't say it like that. Yang Ruoxue countered. For small daily matters, you let him do it himself, that's fine. But in a situation like the one outside, at this moment, he surely wishes to be protected. Lin Qingya became even more bewildered. When someone can solve a matter themselves, and someone else suddenly interferes, doesn't that just cause more trouble for them? Yang Ruoxue was completely speechless. She finally saw through it. Lin Qingya's EQ was truly beyond help. Whoever she dates in the future will probably be driven crazy with anger. Inside, I frowned deeply, my tone extremely impatient. You're too nosy. Are you some kind of matchmaker or what? The students watching all tried to stifle their laughter, secretly impressed that this Mugi is really something. This was the first time they'd seen anyone other than Lin Qingya dare to talk to Big Boss Ning like that. Ning Sang immediately flared up. Muji, you, what do you mean you? I stepped angrily in front of Ning Sang. Have you lived too comfortably that you don't even know how to speak anymore? Ning Sang almost died of anger on the spot. It took him a long while to catch his breath. Cut the nonsense, answer me. This guy was already itching to lay hands on me. Not just me, but he also wanted to go after my family. He wasn't clear on the relationship between me and Lin Qingya, so he was unsure and came to ask me. I gave a cold laugh. Want to know the relationship between me and Lin Qingya that badly? Then go ask her yourself, why are you asking me? Ning Sang was fuming inside. If I dared to ask, I would have done it long ago. Why would I need to ask you? I laugh with pure disdain. Oh, I see. So young Master Ning can also be a coward. If you're so tough, act like you fear nothing. If Lin Qingya doesn't talk, then give her a couple of slaps. Beat her until she submits. Right under Ning Sang's hateful gaze, I turned to a student standing nearby. Go into class 12A2 and call Lin Qingya out for me. That guy was enthusiastically watching the drama, but my words nearly made his legs give way. He said tremblingly, I wouldn't dare. I was instantly speechless. I told you to call someone, not to hack someone. What's there to be afraid of? Because, the boy said in fear, Goddess Lin. She doesn't like strangers who aren't friends approaching her. I sighed. I was truly speechless. Forget it. I'll go call her myself. I turned and walked straight toward class 12A2. The crowd automatically parted to make way for me. Ning Sang tensely exchanged glances, with Chu Tianlan standing beside him. Don't tell me he's actually going to call Lin Qingya out. But it seems like there's actually a chance. After all, that night, didn't he take Lin Qingya away quite easily? Walking to the back door of class 12A2, I tried to use my most gentle tone as I shouted to Lin Qingya. Lin Qingya, come out and see your daddy for a second. Lin Qingya remained in her seat, continuing her drawing, without paying any attention to me. Jiang Ruoxue looked at Lin Qingya helplessly. Hey, your little cutie is calling. I heard him. Lin Qingya replied plainly. Jiang Ruoxue looked at Lin Qingya. Was she imagining things? Why did a hint of a smile seem to flash deep in Qingya's eyes? The lackeys outside, who usually flattery Ning Sang, began to mock and jeer. Oh wow, running to Goddess Lin with such confidence. Only for her to not even give him a second look. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Did he really think riding in Goddess Lin's car to school made him special? Give him an inch and he thinks he's the center of the universe. Exactly, he really thinks he's someone big, daring to walk all over our big boss Ning. The chatter around grew louder, but Ning Sang had tasted bitterness in that private room last time, so he wasn't in a hurry to celebrate too early. I treated the sarcastic remarks as nothing more than wind in my ears, because right now I didn't care about Ning Sang. I just wanted to go in and deal with Lin Qingya. I called her so nicely, and she dared to play deaf with me. I gave her face, but she didn't respect me. Fine, Lin Qingya. It seems if I don't scold you for a day, you start to feel itchy, don't you? I took a deep breath. My tone had become extremely harsh. Lin Qingya, I'm asking you for the last time. Are you coming out or not? Just as the mockery was about to start again, and even Jiang Ruoxue thought Qingya wouldn't pay any attention to me. Unexpectedly, Lin Qingya took off her headphones, set down the pen in her hand, and looked toward me. Muga, you're being way too noisy. Can't you see I'm drawing? The crowd around immediately went silent. I see it. Just borrow you for a minute. Now get out here. Lin Qingya turned to look at me, and not for long. Everyone around was stunned. Why does it feel like Goddess Lin and I are flirting like this? Lin Qingya stood up. It's not that you can't borrow me, but you have to cook dinner tonight. Jiang Ruoxue was dumbfounded. You're cooking dinner? Could it be they're really living together? I was about to snap back, but suddenly my eyes flashed, as if I'd thought of some wicked scheme. I snickered to myself, then nodded. No problem, deal. And then, under the gaze of everyone, Lin Xingye walked up to me. Come here. I beckoned to Lin Xingye and led her toward the crowd. Lin Xingye followed behind me without any expression. Standing before Ning Sang, I spoke up. I've called her out for you.
Go ahead and ask her yourself. Ning Sang's arrogance had completely vanished the moment Xingye stepped out, disappearing without a trace. At this moment, he grew even more nervous, not daring to open his mouth to ask her anything. I saw Ning Sang staying silent. Fine, too afraid to ask? Then let me ask for you. Lin Xingye, what exactly is our relationship? Jiang Ruoxue, leaning against the back door frame, found me more and more pleasing to the eye. Lin Xingye didn't answer my question immediately. Instead, she looked at me and gave an irrelevant answer. Then you tell me, what is our relationship? I blurted out, I'm your grandfather. Everyone was stunned. Did this Muge eat a tiger's heart? To dare talk to Goddess Lin like that. Jiang Ruoxue cheered for me in her heart. Impressive little cutie, you're the first person she's seen dare to treat Xingye like that. The phrase fearing nothing is now almost synonymous with my name, Mugi, in the eyes of the students at Wancheng Academy. Lin Xingye frowned. Mugi, if there's something wrong with your head, go see a doctor. Don't act like a clown here. Do you know how embarrassing it is? I immediately went ballistic, glaring at Lin Xingye in a rage. This girl, she dared to call me stupid in front of everyone. You're the stupid one. Just as I was about to fire back, I heard Lin Xingye speak again. Actually, you don't even need to go for a checkup because being born stupid is incurable. I almost exploded with rage. You're dead meat. I think you. But before I could finish, Lin Xingye shifted her gaze toward Ning Sang. Under the witness of everyone, Lin Xingye looked down at Ning Sang from above, speaking in the cold voice of a queen. Ning Sang, my relationship with Mu Ge is not for you to worry about yet. So I hope you won't ask me these things in the future, and don't go asking Mu Ge either. Do you hear me? The anger in my heart immediately vanished, and I even felt a bit touched looking at Lin Xingye. Why did she suddenly act so human today? Ning Sang looked at her in fear, nodding repeatedly. It's good that you understand. Lin Xingye turned, intending to go back to class, but then she turned back and said to Ning Sang, in the future, before you hit a dog, check who its owner is. After saying that, Lin Xingye walked straight into class without looking back. I looked at Ning Sang triumphantly. Well, you heard everything clearly this time, didn't you? Oh, wait a second. Hold on, Lin Xingye, are you tired of living? I stopped my feet in rage. This lunatic dared to imply I'm a dog. Lin Xingye didn't bother with me. She returned to her seat, put on her headphones, and continued drawing. I was truly about to lose my mind. This school has Lin Xingye in front and stubborn Ning Sang in the back. I feel like I won't survive past 18. After Lin Xingye disappeared, the surrounding students immediately started whispering again. Did you guys hear that? Muji dared to curse out Goddess Lin in public, and yet Goddess Lin didn't even react. Is that your main point? The point is those two seem to be living together. That's why I'm saying, what exactly is the relationship between Muji and Goddess Lin? Just as I was about to push through the crowd to class, a bold boy blocked me and asked, Muji, are you really living with Goddess Lin? I didn't feel like answering at all, but seeing the expectant looks in everyone's eyes, I couldn't bear to let them down. So I rolled my eyes and started talking nonsense with a very serious face. I'm a child groom that Lin Xingye's mother arranged for her. The students immediately looked disdainful. Bullshit. Who would believe such nonsense? If you were really Goddess Lin's close servant, would you dare talk to her like that? All right, if there's nothing else, I'm going to class. With that, I walked out of the crowd. Someone started speculating. Could Muge really be a close servant? Is your head stuck in a door to actually believe his nonsense? If he were really Goddess Lin's servant, there's no way he'd still be here now. The Lin family would have kicked him out long ago. But then again, they aren't lovers, and they aren't master and servant. So what exactly is their relationship? In class 12A2, Jiang Ruoxue, eyes bright, leaned in toward Lin Xingye. Are you living with that little cutie? Lin Xingye didn't even lift her head, only giving a faint Jiang Ruoxue grew even more excited. Since when? Lin Xingye looked up and glanced at her, then lowered her head to continue drawing, refusing to say another word. Jiang Ruoxue was dying of impatience. Oh my God. Don't stay silent at a critical moment like this.
In the hallway, Ning Sang's face was purple with rage. The chatter of the surrounding students only made him feel more restless and annoyed. Ning Sang finally couldn't stand it anymore and let out a furious roar. "Everyone, get the hell out." The crowd immediately scattered to make way for Ning Sang. He walked away with a dark, brooding face.
Chu Tianmen saw this and hurriedly followed behind. Waiting until Ning Sang was far away, the crowd began to buzz again. That Ning Sang guy got provoked by Mu Gi, yet he takes all his anger out on us. Exactly. If he's so tough, go do that to Mu Gi, don't just. Hasn't Ning Sang always been like that when it comes to Mu Gi? In my opinion, if he's so tough, go do that to Mei Xinyan. How could he bear to? Mei Xinyan is the goddess he loves to death. It's truly incomprehensible. I don't know what Ning Sang is so obsessed with. With that look of his, how could Xinyan ever pay him any attention? Inside the class, Jiang Ruoxue heard this and gave a cold laugh. It wasn't that she was biased toward Ning Sang, Nor did she look down on anyone. But as for those people who just spoke, aren't they just two peas in a pod with Ning Sang? Thinking they're so noble. No, at least Ning Sang is the type who dares to show his face. Unlike those fake phonies out there, who only talk trash about Ning Sang behind his back. If you're so tough, why don't you run up to Ning Sang's face and say that again to see what happens? Jiang Ruoxue. This girl, who's usually sticking to her like glue, is walking over. Let me ask you something. Isn't your intel always the sharpest? Jiang Ruoxue frowned. Ask what? The girl smiled and said, "Why does Ning Sang beat up all his other underlings, but never touches Chu Tianlin even once?" He even seems to treat Chu Tianlin exceptionally well, right? Jiang Ruoxue curled her lip. How should I know? I never bother with things that don't interest me. Fine, the girl continued. Let me tell you. I just had a wild and daring thought. Could it be that while Ning Sang likes Mei Xinyan, he's also secretly in love with Chu Tianlin? Jiang Ruoxue was completely speechless. The imagination of these girls is truly absurdly over the top sometimes. If they don't become screenwriters for trashy soap operas, it's a total waste of talent. On the stairs, Ning Sang was walking down with Chu Tianlin. The person coming from the opposite direction was Lin Mo and several members of the student council. The guy standing next to Lin Mo, seeing that he was about to collide with Ning Sang, hurriedly tried to pull Lin Mu aside. What's wrong? Lin Mu looked confused, not moving at all despite his friend's pull. Because of that hesitation, the next second, Lin Mu slammed right into Ning Sang. Realizing had bumped into someone, Lin Mu quickly looked up to apologize. Yukiko Ainyanza Hunmatkwa Ning Sang, he was scared out of his wits, nearly tumbling down the stairs in terror. Lin Mac's face turned pale as his whole body trembled, stammering an apology. I am so sorry. Ning Sang gave a cold sneer and delivered a sharp slap right across Lin Mac's face. This slap from Ning Sang was incredibly heavy, making Lin Mu cry out in pain. Lin Mu. I'm pretty sure I've told you this many times. Ning Sang's tone was dripping with disgust. In this school, the person I despise the most is a green tea boy like you. I'll hit you every time I see you, so you better stay far away from me. Yet you seem to treat my words like they're just the wind passing by. Lin Mu was terrified, apologizing over and over. I'm sorry. It's my fault. The student council members standing behind him, though they didn't dare step up to defend Lin Mo, felt immense pity in their hearts. Why did this Ning Sang keep targeting Lin Mo? And Lin Mo had clearly never done anything to offend him. Your apology isn't worth a damn cent to me. Ning Sang waved him off impatiently. Get lost. Lin Mo clutched his face, about to carefully step aside. Ning Sang gave him a rough, impatient shove, walking straight ahead without a second thought. It was that very shove that caused Lin Mu to lose his balance, tumbling all the way down the stairs. Large hole was torn at the knee of his pants, and his palms and elbows were scraped and bleeding. Ning Sang shot Lin Mu a cold look, then continued down with Chu Tianlin. As they walked, he said, Tianlin, did you see it? See what? Chu Tianlin was a bit dazed. Ning Sang sneered. That fall of his just now was intentional, wasn't it? Chu Tianlin was stunned again. He knew Ning Sang wouldn't lie to him. The scene of Lin Mu falling just now was something he had witnessed with his own eyes. And it didn't look intentional at all, no matter how he viewed it. Ning Sang glanced at Chu Tianlin. Have I ever lied to you? Chu Tianlin thought about it. That was true. Ning Sang waved his hand. It's normal that you didn't see it. With a top-tier green tea like Lin Mo, very few people can see through his act. I bet that up until now, I'm the only one in this entire school who has seen his true face. On the stairs, classmates were scrambling to help Lin Mo up. Lin Mo, are you okay? That Ning Sang guy is truly outrageous, daring to shove you right on the stairs like this. What if something terrible had happened? Lin Mo was extremely popular at school, especially within the student council. He was practically a role model for everyone. Thank you. With everyone's help, Lin Mu struggled to stand up from the ground. Someone asked worriedly, "Can you still walk?" Lin Mu gasped in pain, his brows furrowing tight. "I don't think I can." "Then let's get him to the infirmary quickly." Several classmates rushed to support him toward the medical room. All along the way, everyone was cursing Ning Sang in indignation. That Ning Sang is absolutely despicable. You only bumped into him slightly. Was it really necessary to be so violent? This is just too much. He probably doesn't even know how to spell the word outrageous. Seriously, look at Ning Sang. Before the Ning family took him in, he was actually a victim of school bullying during elementary and middle school himself. Now that he has backing, he turns around and bullies his classmates. No wonder he deserved to be bullied back then. I heard that when Ning Sang was in middle school, he was slapped over 100 times by a boy in his class. Exactly. The reason he treats Chu Tianlin so well and loves Mei Xinyan so deeply is apparently because during those years, they were the only ones who protected him. Lin Mo, don't be sad. The boy gently patted Lin Mac's shoulder, comfort him. I'll bring you breakfast made by my aunt tomorrow. Her pastries are delicious. Lin Mo gave a grateful smile. Thank you. Outside the school convenience store, Chu Tianlin sat down across from Ning Sang with an armful of snacks. Ning Sang didn't say a word, picking up a bottle of coconut water and gulping it down. Chu Tianlin tore open a bag of chips and placed it in front of Ning Sang. He smiled and coaxed, "Brother Sang, don't be upset anymore. Have some chips." Ning Sang set down the bottle in his hand, looking at Chu Tianlin with a frustrated face. "Tell me, I've been so good to Xinyan and chased her for so long. Why won't she give me even a single chance to prove myself?" Well, Chu Tianlin scratched his head, thinking for a moment before saying, "Maybe. Xinyan is the type who won't be with someone unless she's completely moved by them." Ning Sang let out a deep, heavy sigh, showing a vulnerable side he'd never revealed to anyone. Even though the principal helped me get my meal card, I couldn't find my way to the cafeteria at all, so I had to run to the door of Class 1 and ask Lin Qingye to take me there. On the way, Jiang Ruoxue asked me, "Hey cutie, our school has 3 cafeterias. Where do you want us to take you?" I looked curious. Is there any difference between them? Jiang Ruoxue explained, Cafeteria 1 is buffet style, Cafeteria 2 is stir-fried dishes, and Cafeteria 3 is international cuisine. Which one do you want? Hearing that, I wanted to go to all of them. My indecisiveness kicked in immediately. I really couldn't decide, so I just said, whatever. Jiang Ruoxue was stunned for a moment. Whatever? Lin Qingye added indifferently. Then just find something to eat by yourself. I flared up instantly and was about to snap back, but Jiang Ruoxue quickly stepped in to mediate. In that case, let's go to Cafeteria 3. I happen to be craving eel rice today anyway. I got excited and asked right away, so Cafeteria 3 has sashimi and curry and all that too. Jiang Ruoxue nodded. It has everything. All the famous classic international dishes. Cafeteria 3 has it all, which is why it's the most popular spot. I suddenly felt a sense of urgency. Then we better hurry, or there won't be any seats left. I quickened my pace as I spoke. Jiang Ruoxue smiled and told me not to worry. From now on, as long as I ate with them, no matter which restaurant we went to, even if it was already packed, there would definitely be a seat for me. I was stunned, thinking they can actually pull off a move like that. When we reached Cafeteria 3, I soon realized Jiang Ruoxue hadn't been lying. The moment Lin Qingye entered the cafeteria hall, fanboys immediately scrambled over to offer their seats. Jiang Ruoxue asked enthusiastically, "Hey cutie, where do you want to sit?" I hesitated for a moment, my eyes landing on the table by the window. "How about sitting over there?" Jiang Ruoxue nodded. "Sure, let's go over there." As soon as we sat down, Jiang Ruoxue couldn't help but ask immediately, "Hey cutie, what's the deal between you and Qingya anyway?" I instinctively glanced at Lin Qingya, who had been silent since we entered. I shot a question back at Jiang Ruoxue. Since you and Lin Qingya are so close, why don't you ask her yourself? Jiang Ruoxue shrugged helplessly. She won't tell me anything. I immediately put on an indignant face. That's just too much. Let me tell you. Jiang Ruoxue suddenly got excited. Tell me now. The corners of my mouth curled up. Actually, I'm her great-grandfather. Jiang Ruoxue went crazy in an instant. There you go talking serious nonsense again. Cutie, if you tell me the truth, I'll pay for all your lunches this entire semester. I have to admit, that was a pretty big temptation. But I still wasn't ready to tell Jiang Ruoxue. Just as I was about to pick up my chopsticks to eat my bibimbap, I looked up and saw Lin Mu approaching. He was looking for a seat with a worried expression. Once I noticed him, I enthusiastically waved him over. Lin Mu, there's a spot here. Lin Mu was a bit startled, looking around to find where the voice came from. When he saw me, he rushed over. After sitting down, he smiled and greeted Lin Qingya and Jiang Ruoxue. Lin Qingya just gave a faint response, then lowered her head to keep eating. I thought to myself, I have to say, Lin Qingya is incredibly cold to anyone outside her inner circle. She's absolutely freezing to everyone else. But even so, the number of people who like her is still absurdly high. Jiang Ruoxue asked Lin Mu with a smile, why so late today? Did your teacher go overtime again? Yeah, Lin Mu smiled. Then he took out his phone to start ordering. The moment Lin Mu placed his hands on the table, I noticed the bandages on his hand and the gauze on his arm. What happened to your arm? As I spoke, out of the corner of my eye, I also caught a glimpse of the gauze on his knee. Lin Mu waved it off nonchalantly. I just wasn't careful and fell while going down the stairs. Jiang Ruoxue frowned. You need to be more careful. Luckily, the injuries aren't too serious. People at the very next table were members of the student council. Hearing what Lin Mo said, they immediately cut in. Don't listen to Lin Mac's nonsense. His injuries were caused by Ming Sang. Ming Sang even slapped Lin Mu. I looked at Lin Mu in shock. Was this injury caused by Ning Sang? Lin Mac's eyes darted away. No, I just fell on my own. One look and I knew he was lying, so I asked the students at the next table directly. What exactly happened? A boy who was at the scene gave me a detailed account of everything that happened. After hearing it, my anger flared up instantly. That Ning Sang guy is truly despicable, actually daring to shove someone down the stairs like that. Doesn't he know that could kill someone? He definitely knows, yet he did it anyway. I thought to myself, since meeting Ming Sang, my worldview has been completely upended. How can someone like this even exist in this world? Jiang Ruoxue advised Lin Mo, the weather is hot now, so you have to change your dressings if you sweat. Otherwise, it could easily get infected. I know. I've already picked up some gauze and iodine cotton from the school infirmary. Just thinking about Ning Sang made my blood boil now. How could anyone bully a classmate to that extent? Suddenly, I glanced at Lin Qingya, who was eating pan-fried buns, and cursed her in my heart. What a jerk. Lin Qingya looked up at me. I spoke up, why don't you have any reaction at all? Lin Qingya shot back. Is it necessary for me to have one? I was instantly speechless. Wow, I really don't know how to respond to that. Lin Qingya asked indifferently, is there anything else you want to ask? I shook my head blankly. No. Lin Qingya immediately lowered her head to keep eating. I couldn't help but roll my eyes, thinking she was truly something else. Jiang Ruoxue smiled with satisfaction. Being classmates with Qingya for 2 years, she had seen plenty of people who acted arrogant with everyone, but in front of Lin Qingya, they all had to be extremely polite. Yet this Mugi guy was like no one else, daring to openly clash with Lin Qingya, not only calling himself her daddy to her face, but even daring to roll his eyes right in front of her. The key was that after he did all that, Lin Qingya didn't seem angry at all. Forget about others. Even Jiang Ruoxue herself was racking her brain over it until it hurt. Lin Qingya never used her phone while eating, nor did she like to talk, so her eating speed was incredibly fast. Having finished her lunch now, she set down her chopsticks and pulled out a tissue to wipe her mouth. She looked at Jiang Ruoxue. I'm done. Heading back to class now. Jiang Ruoxue nodded and gave an okay sign. Lin Mu looked at Lin Qingya in surprise. You eat that fast? Yeah, Lin Qingya replied indifferently, then stood up and walked away with her tray. I felt incredibly annoyed. What was up with Lin Qingya's attitude anyway? Lin Mu just smiled as if it were nothing. It's okay. School beauty Lin is like that with everyone. Yeah, she's even cold to me sometimes.
Jiang Ruxue added helplessly. But it's exactly because Qingye is like that the boys who like her don't dare approach to confess. I swallowed a mouthful of fried rice and muttered, I really don't get it. With a personality like Lin Qingye's, why do so many people still like her? I couldn't help asking. Logically speaking, don't guys hate people who are always cold to them the most? It's simple. Jiang Ruxue summed it up. Because she's beautiful. In this world, besides money, having a beautiful face lets you do whatever you want. It suddenly clicked for me, and I thought, good thing I'm fairly handsome myself. Jiang Ruxue continued. However, compared to how she treats other guys, she's actually been very good to you. You're the only person I've known in years who can talk to Qingye this much, without her just giving perfunctory responses. Lin Mu nodded in agreement. Exactly. Looking at it that way, the Lin family's eldest miss is treating you exceptionally well. I took a sip of soup. I was still unhappy, but I couldn't deny that point. Jiang Ruxue added, the most important thing is that you scolded her in front of everyone, yet she didn't even hold it against you. I immediately countered, I disagree with that. She's just too lazy to even bother with me. Jiang Ruxue looked skeptical. No way she's too lazy. Qingye is a Scorpio. Scorpios are the most vengeful of the 12 zodiac signs. Didn't you know that? Soon, Jiang Ruxue finished her meal too. I'm done, heading back to class. You guys take your time. Jiang Ruxue said, winking at Lin Mo. I'm leaving Mu Ji in your hands. Lin Mo nodded immediately. No problem. I looked at the injury on Lin Mac's leg and asked worriedly, does it hurt when you walk? Lin Mu smiled. No, it's much better now. After eating, on the way back to the teaching building, Lin Mo asked me in a low voice, Brother Mu, can I ask you something? I cut straight to the point. You want to ask what the relationship is between me and Lin Qingye, right? Lin Mu was stunned. How did you know? I looked exasperated. We've known each other for less than a day. I really can't imagine what other question you'd have for me. Lin Mo looked at me a bit timidly, as if afraid he'd upset me. I thought to myself, yeah, that's exactly it. I have this habit. My attitude toward people I like versus those I don't is like two completely different extremes. For people I feel especially comfortable being around, I always treat them incredibly well. Even if they have flaws that others can't stand, in my eyes they all get filtered into virtues. Take Lin Mo, for example. I found him particularly likable from the very first glance. Plus, the fact that he's so well loved at school made me feel right away that his character was essentially beyond reproach. However, I'm still clear-headed. Even though Lin Mo gives me a good vibe, I'm not stupid enough to spill my guts to someone I've known for less than 12 hours, telling them everything. So I decided to only tell Lin Mo part of it. I told him that our families have been close for generations, starting from our grandparents' time. So Lin Qingye and I have known each other since we were kids, what they call childhood sweethearts. Lin Mo nodded in realization. So that's it. So are you really living with the Lin family's eldest miss, just like everyone's saying? I marveled internally. I have to say, the speed of gossip at this school is sometimes faster than the internet. Although the fact that I'm living with that obnoxious jerk is true, I still didn't want to admit it myself. Just as I was struggling with how to avoid answering Lin Mu, he hurriedly waved his hands and apologized. Oh, sorry, Brother Mu. I overstepped and asked too much. You don't have to answer me. I was a little dazed, thinking that this Lin Mu was really good at reading people. I've heard that people who are good at reading others are often extremely sensitive and refined internally. It seems I'll have to run my words through a mental filter when talking to him in the future, to avoid accidentally hurting his feelings. Lin Mu walked me to the base of the teaching building, then rushed off for a student council meeting. As I was about to enter the classroom, I suddenly remembered I'd forgotten to see the principal. So I turned around and headed toward the administration building. The principal had just returned to his office and was standing by the water dispenser pouring himself a drink. On his desk sat a high-end lunchbox that his secretary had just bought from Cafeteria 3. Just as the principal was about to take a sip of water and start his lunch, I knocked and walked in. Principal, you're back? The principal's body stiffened. The moment he saw me, he felt a wave of suffocation. He was no longer thirsty or hungry. In his heart, he made another solemn vow. If he ever became a teacher in his next life, let him be struck dead by lightning. With a broken heart, the principal offered a compromise that worked for everyone. Ms. Kai still had to leave, but he would arrange for her to become a teacher at high school number 2. She could report there as early as this afternoon. Even though I didn't attend high school domestically for the last 2 years, I knew high school number 2 was an excellent school, the kind where it's hard to get in even with connections. The principal arranging for Ms. Kai to go there was quite good, especially since my best friend Gu Bei-chen was also at high school number 2. After leaving the principal's office, I went back to the classroom. As soon as I walked through the door, I saw Bui Tiu. She was standing at the front, wiping the chalkboard. Our eyes met by chance. I had assumed Bui Tiu wouldn't like me because of her feelings for Ning Sang, but surprisingly,
Bui Tiu gave me a timid but well-meaning smile. I was a bit dazed, blinking in surprise, before heading back to my seat. Although I hadn't had much contact with this girl, who liked Ning Sang, the vibe I got from her didn't seem bad. In fact, it was quite pleasant. I thought to myself, so here's the problem. Why does she like Ning Sang? And it didn't seem to be just about his looks. It felt like she genuinely liked him from the bottom of her heart. Just as my head was full of question marks, Mei Xinyan's voice suddenly whispered in my ear, word to its softest level, thinking about why Bui Tiu likes Ning Sang. I jumped in shock, nearly leaping out of my seat. When did you get into your seat? Mei Qinyuan let out a soft chuckle. Her expression filled with tenderness as she looked at me. That comment of yours is actually quite hurtful. Is my presence really that faint?
No, I hurriedly explained. It's just that I was lost in my own head, so I didn't notice you. My apologies. Mei Qinyuan gave a slight smile. It's fine. I suddenly feel like Mei Qinyuan and Lin Mei-O's personalities seem quite compatible. Turning to the main topic, I asked her, how did you know what I was thinking just now? Mei Qinyuan continued to smile gently. It's simple, because from the moment you entered the classroom, all your attention was focused on her. Furthermore, after sitting down, you had such a deep, pensive look on your face, so I guessed it instantly. I clapped in admiration. Your observational skills are incredible. Are you interested in becoming a criminal investigator later? I used to think about it, but my family wouldn't allow it. Mei Qinyuan said with a hint of regret, they're making me major in finance in college, and then I have to start working at the company right after graduation. I showed some sympathy. That's truly a pity then. I continued, then do you know why Pei Xiao likes Ning Sang? Mei Qinyuan nodded. Of course I do. I hurriedly urged her, quick, tell me about it. The corners of Mei Qinyuan's mouth curled up. If I tell you, what's in it for me? A reward? I thought for a moment.
I'll treat you to anything you want at the school's convenience store.
Mei Qinyuan made a troubled face. Is there any other choice? I thought to myself, is that not enough? Does she not like snacks, or does she just not want to spend a man's money? Then how about I do your homework for you? Upon hearing that, Mei Qinyuan burst out laughing. All right, I was just teasing you. Don't take it to heart. As she spoke, Mei Qinyuan glanced secretly at Pei Xiao, who had returned to her seat. Pei Xiao has liked Ning Sang since middle school. Reason? It's probably because Ning Sang once protected her. I almost thought something was wrong with my ears. Are you kidding me? Ning Sang actually knows how to protect someone. Yeah, don't judge Ning Sang by how he is now.
He was actually a very good person in the beginning, Mei Qinyuan said.
What's more, Ning Sang didn't bully anyone at first. His personality was completely different from what it is today. You probably can't even imagine what kind of person Ning Sang was back then. Recalling for a moment, Mei Qinyuan continued. Back then, Ning Sang was even a real victim of school bullying himself. I listened with absolute seriousness, but my heart was already in turmoil. Mei Qinyuan went on. Word is the reason he was bullied was precisely because of Pei Xiao. I was stunned. Did Pei Xiao and he attend the same school? Yes, I went to the same school as them too, Mei Qinyuan shared. Lin Qingye as well. Not only that,
we were all in the same class.
You've seen Pei Xiao. She's a bit chubby and has quite an average appearance. In our middle school class, she was frequently teased and ridiculed by others, even forced to run errands and pay protection money to others. At that time, the first person who couldn't stand it and stood up for Pei Xiao was Ning Sang. I thought to myself, while I still hated Ning Sang, at this moment, I couldn't help but feel a sliver of respect for him. Mei Qinyuan recounted, perhaps because Ning Sang's foster parents were sanitation workers, those students shifted all the bullying meant for Pei Xiao to Ning Sang instead. From then on, Pei Xiao was never bullied again, but the one who bore the brunt of it all was Ning Sang.
The reason Ning Sang treats Pei Xiao this way now
is because although he stood up for her back then, Pei Xiao later chose to be a mere bystander, just so she wouldn't be bullied herself. However, even as a bystander, she is still very grateful to Ning Sang. but Ning Sang hates her to the core. I thought to myself, the main reason is likely because Pei Zhao didn't stand up for Ning Sang the way he once did for her. Suddenly, it all made sense. I never expected Ning Sang to have such a history. Thinking about it, I could somewhat understand why Ning Sang treats Pei Zhao that way. If this happened to anyone else, they wouldn't be able to maintain a friendly face either. Wait a second. I think I missed a crucial point. Foster parents? Sanitation workers? This Ning Sang seems to have quite a lot of hidden backstory. Yes, Mei Qinyuan nodded. Ning Sang is the second young master of the Ning group, but shortly after he was born, a nanny's carelessness led to him being lost. It wasn't until the summer break of 8th grade that he was reclaimed by the Ning family. I nodded. So did Ning Sang's personality only start changing after he returned to the Ning family? No, Mei Qinyuan shook her head. It was during those 2 years of being bullied that he gradually changed, because he had to fight back against those people to protect himself. He turned himself into a hedgehog covered in sharp quills. As for his personality becoming what it is today, that happened around the end of the 2nd semester in 9th grade. Back then, some kids who frequently bullied Ning Sang indirectly caused the death of his foster mother. I listened in a daze, thinking to myself, so Ning Sang has been through so many tragic turns of fate. Mei Qinyuan nodded. You must have noticed that Ning Sang treats Zhou Tianlin very well, right? Do you know why? I analyzed. Is it because back then only Zhou Tianlin stood up to protect Ning Sang? Exactly. Mei Qinyuan confirmed. Zhou Tianlin was quite a legendary figure in middle school, so when he stepped in to help Ning Sang, people had to show him at least some respect. It finally clicked for me. So that's how it was. No wonder Ning Sang is so patient with Zhou Tianlin. For some reason, at this moment, I suddenly felt a twinge of sympathy for him. Mei Qinyuan looked at me strangely. Don't you hate him? Hating him and feeling sorry for him are two different things. I replied nonchalantly. Even after hearing all this, I still hate him just the same. What I pity is simply what he had to endure. Mei Qinyuan stared at me without blinking, the corners of her mouth curling into a beautiful arc as she remained silent. I asked, puzzled, why are you looking at me like that? It's nothing. Mei Qinyuan smiled. All right, now it's my turn to ask you a question. My heart suddenly tightened. Don't tell me even Mei Qinyuan is going to ask about the relationship between Lin Qingye and me. I'm not planning to ask about you and Lin Qingye. Mei Qinyuan's voice was incredibly gentle. I was slightly taken aback, almost blurting out, how did you know what I was thinking again? Mei Qinyuan laughed softly. Just intuition. I couldn't help but admire her. It matches flattering you, but your IQ is truly at a textbook level. Mei Qinyuan curled her lips. Thanks for the compliment. I asked her further. Since you're not asking about Lin Qingye and me, then what do you want to ask me? What's the deal between you and Ning Sang? Did you two have some friction in the past? That's right. And so, I told Mei Qinyuan everything that happened that night. However, I didn't tell her the reason I went to find Lin Qingye that led to the conflict with him. Mei Qinyuan listened intently, and then it dawned on her. So that's how it was. Anyway, enough gossiping. I pulled my phone out of my uniform pocket. Since class hasn't started yet, I've got to play a few rounds of games. Mei Qinyuan also took out her phone. Let's team up and play together. Outside the classroom, Su Qianxian at some unknown point had leaned against the railing, watching Mei Qinyuan and me with an incredibly complex gaze. Dragging an innocent Mu Ji into their grudge against Lin Qingye, was it really the right thing to do? The moment Ning Sang stepped into the classroom, he saw Su Qianxian and me playing games together. Immediately, the composure Ning Sang had worked so hard to regain was thrown into total disarray in an instant. In his heart, he felt both envy and fury toward me. Taking a deep breath, Ning Sang walked straight to his desk, grabbed his bag, and quickly strode out of the classroom. Zhou Tianlin hurriedly chased after him. Brother Sang, where are you going? Home. Ning Sang didn't even look back as he took long strides forward. As he neared the school gate, he took out his phone, originally intending to set the GPS for his home, but his eyes suddenly flickered and he changed the destination to the cemetery. Getting into the car, Ning Sang buckled his seatbelt in the back while saying to the driver, Uncle, please stop for a moment when we pass by a flower shop. In the cemetery, Ning Sang held a bouquet of sunflowers and forget-me-nots. As he walked to his foster parents' tombstone, forget-me-nots were his foster mother's favorite flower, while sunflowers were his foster father's preference. Therefore, every time Ning Sang visited, he absolutely never forgot to bring those two types of flowers. He placed the flowers neatly before the tombstone, bowed 3 times in respect, and then crouched down in front of the grave. He pulled a pack of wet wipes from his pocket and carefully wiped away every speck of dust from the stone. Looking at the black and white portrait of his foster parents, Ning Sang's eyes suddenly turned red. Hot tears spilled out uncontrollably, rolling down his cheeks. Before long, Ning Sang, like a child abandoned by the entire world, finally broke down into loud sobs. "Mom, Dad, I've started the new school year. I should be in class right now, but an annoying guy showed up at school today, and he's made my mood absolutely miserable. So I just wanted to come here to see you both. Even though my biological parents, sister, and grandparents all treat me incredibly well, when I'm troubled, I still only want to come here and talk to you. Don't you worry. They'll study properly in 12th grade. You both once said that Capital University isn't just the best school in the country, but it was also the dream of your youth. Rest assured, I will definitely get in on my own merit. Let me tell you something. I truly despise that moron who just transferred here. If it weren't for the person backing him up, I would have found someone to deal with him and his family long ago. Pity I don't have that power. Mom, Dad, does my current self look exactly like those people who used to bully me? You told me so many times that you hated those kinds of students the most. Back then, I hated them just as much. But why have I turned myself into the very image that we all despise the most? When school let out in the afternoon, the moment I stepped out of the classroom, I saw Lin Qing standing waiting in the hallway outside class. I approached and gave her a nudge with my elbow. "Waiting for your daddy, aren't you?" Lin Qing gave me a cold sideways glance. Then without a single word, she just kept walking forward. Good grief, I was fuming inside. Ever since I got back to the country, all I've done is endure her cold shoulder, leaving a grudge unpaid. Until the new year has never been my style. Looks like I'll have to plot very carefully on how to punish this obnoxious girl. As soon as we reached the apartment, Lin Qingya immediately changed out of her uniform and headed straight for the kitchen to prep dinner. Me, I have an unshakable habit, which is to shower the second I get home, whether I've broken a sweat or not. Right then, I had just finished drying my hair, and as I was about to put the hairdryer back, I found myself staring intently at the nozzle. A deviously mischievous idea popped into my head. I looked at my reflection in the mirror, the corner of my mouth curling into a smug grin. I cracked open the bathroom door and poked my head out stealthily to scout. After confirming that Lin Qingya was definitely still in the kitchen, I dashed out toward the balcony as quick as lightning. Then, I carefully grabbed the bag of laundry detergent and scooped several large spoons directly into the hairdryer. I gloated inwardly. "Oh, Lin Qingya, who told you to keep bullying me all the time? Let's see how I handle you this time." Once it completed all the steps, before slipping away with the detergent, I didn't forget to conveniently snatch every single roll of toilet paper from the bathroom as well. I was genuinely looking forward to the sight of that girl covered in laundry detergent suds all over her hair, and the scene of her being so driven to madness that she'd have to beg me to bring her some paper. Just thinking about it was thrilling. After putting the detergent back, I hummed a tune while strolling confidently into the kitchen. Whoa, that smells incredible. I had to admit, this Lin Qingya girl's cooking is truly top tier. I grabbed a can of Coke from the fridge, and while chugging it down in big gulps, I strolled casually toward Lin Qingya. I casually lifted the lid of the clay pot where the soup was simmering, and my eyebrows suddenly knit together. Why is it pork rib soup again? Didn't we just have this yesterday? Lin Qingya was preoccupied with seasoning the pot, completely ignoring me. And talking to you, can you hear me? I was fuming with rage, honestly wanting to dump the whole can of Coke over her head. The ribs in the pot were finished stewing. Lin Qingya turned off the stove, and her cold voice rang out. "Mugu. And guessing you completely forgot that it was your turn to cook dinner tonight, didn't you?" Hearing those words, I froze right where I was, staring blankly at Lin Qingya. Uh-oh, I truly did forget all about it. Lin Qingya didn't even bother with me anymore, scooping the ribs onto a plate herself before starting to wash the pot. I immediately felt a wave of guilt and rushed over to flatter her. "Let me help you bring the food out." Very quickly, I eagerly returned to Lin Qingya's side. "Are all the dishes done? If not, then I'll take care of whatever's left." In my heart, I screamed excuses. I didn't mean to forget. It's just that I was so focused on how to prank you on the way back that I got completely absorbed. "No need, it's all finished." Lin Qingya put the clean pot back in its place. "Then you go rest, I'll carry the soup." As I spoke, I turned off the stove and reached out to lift the scalding hot clay pot. However, at the exact moment my hands were about to touch the pot, Lin Qingye suddenly made a move and firmly grabbed my wrist. I was completely stunned.
Then I hurriedly waved my other hand. No need for formalities. I can handle these little chores.
Lin Qingye frowned. Muga, I think your brain is truly beyond saving now, isn't it? She still didn't let go. Is the only point of your existence just to be a waste of space? I immediately blew a fuse. Hey, you brat. I was being nice and trying to help, and you turn around and scold me. Lin Qingye gave a cold laugh. Because in all my years, I've never seen anyone dare to use their bare hands to pick up a clay pot that's just been taken off the stove. I looked at Lin Qingye with a face full of question marks, my mind momentarily failing to process her words. What exactly did she mean by that?
Lin Qingye didn't even bother explaining further, opening the kitchen cabinet, putting on heat-resistant gloves and lifting the clay pot. In an instant, I was deeply moved, almost to the point of tears. I never expected that despite her sharp tongue, this girl's heart would be so kind. But if I were being honest with myself, it seemed Lin Qingye had always been the type with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Thinking of this, I spoke up quickly. Oh, right. There are oranges you like in the fridge. Let me go squeeze a glass of orange juice for you. Lin Qingye's gaze wavered slightly, her heart suddenly tightening. How did you know I liked oranges? She set the clay pot on the table, took off her gloves, and replied coldly, no need. I pretended not to hear her, rushing off anyway to squeeze a glass and bring it over.
Here. Fresh, pure orange juice for Miss Lin. Lin Qingye just gave a cold humph, then turned to open the rice cooker and serve the rice. I sat obediently at the dining table, and as Lin Qingye handed me a bowl of rice, I immediately received it with enthusiasm. My words were honeyed. Thank you, Miss Lin. Miss Lin, you've worked hard. Lin Qingye knew full well that my words weren't sincere, yet only 2 words escaped her mouth. Fake. I didn't feel angry at all, because right now I was dying of embarrassment, with no mental space left for being upset. I hurriedly took a bite of a rib, and was instantly blown away by the flavor. So rich and savory. Delicious. I couldn't help but praise her. Lin Qingye, the ribs you made are truly magnificent. Have you tried them yet? Not yet, Lin Qingye replied, while scooping herself a bowl of soup. I quickly picked out the biggest rib on the plate and put it in her bowl, then go ahead and try it. Just as I was about to dive into a feast, something suddenly flashed through my mind. Lin Qingye originally suffered from extreme mysophobia. Whether it was a stranger or someone she despised touching her things, the consequences would be severe. She'd either throw the item away immediately or never touch it again for the rest of her life, let alone eat food that someone else had already touched with their chopsticks. That was practically like stepping on a landmine for her. I vaguely remembered that she wouldn't even eat food served by her own mother. So wouldn't the rib I just gave her spell doom? That thing. Just as I was about to apologize to Lin Qingye, an unbelievable sight unfolded before my eyes. Lin Qingye, she actually picked up her chopsticks and ate that rib. I was struck dumb right there. Can someone please explain to me what this bizarre, horror-like scene before me is? What on earth is going on? My heart screamed. Lin Qingye actually ate it. She really did eat it. Seemingly sensing my intense stare, Lin Qingye looked up at me. Why are you staring at me like that? You. I was so shocked I started stuttering.
It took a long time to manage. Your germophobia.
Fine if I hadn't mentioned it. Lin Qingye herself wouldn't have realized that she'd just eaten the rib I served her. Looking at the bit of rib left on her chopsticks, Lin Qingye suddenly jerked in surprise, her heart also filled with questions. What just happened? Somehow, in her subconscious, as if possessed, she had eaten the rib that touched my chopsticks. Furthermore, her body had absolutely no negative reaction, not feeling the slightest bit of discomfort. Her mysophobia was innate, just being an object others had touched. Even if her mind said it was fine, her body would still instinctively resist. Of all things, the 2 most serious triggers were others touching her personal items
and serving food to her. With family, over the years she had managed to reluctantly adapt, but with Muji, what was going on?
Just who on earth are you? She glanced at me, currently standing as still as a statue, and while saying one thing, she placed the remaining piece of rib into the scrap plate beside her. Then she coldly spoke. Hey, that was just a momentary oversight. Hearing her say that, I nodded in agreement, thinking it made sense. Mysophobia couldn't just be cured so easily. After the meal was over, I took the initiative to head to the kitchen to clear the dishes. Wait until I had put everything back in its place. Stepped out of the kitchen with the trash bag in hand. I suddenly realized the sofa was empty,
with no sign of Lin Qingye anywhere. I pricked up my ears and listened closely, the sound of rushing water coming from the bathroom. As for the kind of person I am, though I don't have any major flaws, my minor bad habits are too many to count, like being incredibly forgetful or sometimes speaking without thinking. Right now, I had completely forgotten that Id just showered and all the good deeds Id done in the bathroom earlier. I grabbed a tub of ice cream, a bottle of Coke, and a large bag of cucumber-flavored chips, then sprawled out comfortably on the sofa. My legs propped up on the soft rug. I was thoroughly enjoying this fantastic nightlife. The moment I sat down, I casually flipped the TV channel. A hilarious variety show was playing on the screen. Being someone with a sense of humor, I ended up laughing non-stop from beginning to end. Just as my mood was so uplifted I felt like soaring, the bathroom door was suddenly flung open with a powerful bang. I was so startled I sprang off the sofa like a coiled spring. Terrified, I stood on the sofa and spun around. I was just about to give Lin Qingye a piece of my mind, to ask if she had gone completely insane. But as soon as I turned my head, I saw Lin Qingye with her head covered in laundry detergent bubbles. I was clearly scared out of my wits at that moment, but I still couldn't help but burst out laughing. I originally thought that, since she cooked for me today, all our past grievances would be wiped clean. I even planned to sneakily clean the hairdryer and clear out the soap from the dryer and secretly put the tissues back where they belonged. But I was so focused on eating that I completely forgot, which led to this disastrous scene right before my eyes. I stuttered out, I didn't do it on purpose. But those next few words, when I checked my conscience, I truly couldn't force them out. Lin Qingye stood at the bathroom door, staring at me for a few seconds, and then suddenly she began striding toward me. I was so terrified my legs turned to jelly, and I collapsed right onto the sofa. What are you planning to do? But as soon as the words left my mouth, seeing her current pathetic appearance, I once again couldn't stop myself from laughing. Lin Qingye exuded a chilling, murderous aura, and the air around us seemed to freeze in an instant. My survival instincts kicked in hard, and I immediately wiped the smile off my face, kneeling obediently on the sofa. Lin Qingye just kept staring at me without saying a single word, but her gaze grew colder by the second. I swallowed hard, feeling tense, my heart racing as if it were about to jump out of my chest. My heart was fluttering with anxiety. How should I put it? Lin Qingye is actually quite terrifying when she's genuinely angry. She didn't scold or hit me, but just staring like that sent shivers down my spine. Before I pulled the prank, I knew she'd be mad, but I didn't expect her to be this furious. Terrified, I quickly apologized. I know I was wrong. Who would have thought that in the next second, Lin Qingye would suddenly raise the hairdryer in her hand, sharply cutting off my unfinished apology. Shut up! The entire living room immediately fell into a terrifying silence. I looked up at Lin Qingye, too scared to utter another word. Time passed, second by second, and just as I was finally getting used to this strange atmosphere and was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Lin Qingye suddenly leaned in close, with one knee on the sofa and the other foot on the floor. Her tall, slender shadow immediately loomed over me, blocking out almost all the light. I was scared out of my mind, trying to shrink into the corner of the sofa. Hey, what do you think you're doing? I warned her tremulously. If you dare do anything reckless, I'll call Aunt Lin, and we'll see how she deals with you then. Lin Qingye smirked emotionlessly. Before my mother gets a chance to deal with me, I'll have already finished dealing with you. My heart skipped a beat. Those words were absolutely true. If she actually made a move, by the time Aunt Lin arrived, there wouldn't be a single bone left of me. I realized instantly that I had to apologize and beg for forgiveness quickly before things got any worse. Thinking of this, I hurriedly humbled myself and apologized again. Lin Qingye, I really know I was wrong. Lin Qingye gave a cold laugh. Do you think an apology is useful now? I originally intended to just stay silent and get it over with, but on second thought, in this situation, silence was a death wish. So after a moment of hesitation, I still mustered up the courage to reply. Well, an apology is still better than nothing, right? One must learn to be content to be happy. The moment those words left my mouth, Lin Qingye's face turned as black as soot, and a fire of pure rage erupted in her eyes. I felt like the space around us suddenly transformed into a hell filled with 100 demons. Lin Qingye was the king of hell coming for my life. My strong survival instinct made me back down instantly. Oh God, this girl is so terrifying right now. I glanced at the hairdryer in her hand, and weakly suggested, how about I let you spray me back? Lin Qingye didn't say a word.
still staring at me coldly. I swallowed with difficulty and held up 2 fingers. Twice. Lin Xingye still didn't care. I steeled my resolve and went all out. 3 times. 3 times is the maximum, no more than that. Lin Xingye looked at me for a long time, then suddenly spoke. Mugo, do you know? Sometimes you are truly ridiculous. I muttered to myself, just talk normally. Is there a need for personal attacks? What do you want then? Lin Xingye stood up straight. I thought she was finally going to state her conditions. But in the end, she still didn't say a single word. Today I truly realized that, for someone with such an aura, the scariest moment isn't when they are in a towering rage arguing with you, but when they keep a cold face and remain silent, using only their eyes to scare the living daylights out of me. I felt it was necessary to explain a little about this hairdryer business. At first, I did indeed intend to prank you, just to get back at you for all the frustration I've endured from your side all this time. Lin Xingye frowned, gesturing for me to continue. No ma. Afterwards, since you cook for me, I decided not to hold it against you anymore. You. I originally intended to fix the hairdryer after eating. But, saying this, I suddenly lost all my momentum. Did I really just happen to forget it all completely? Lin Xingye's expression remained as calm as a lake, without the slightest change. Seeing that she clearly didn't believe me, I suddenly felt more wrong than Do-e. I had to prove myself. I thought to myself that a person's honor is extremely important. If misunderstood, one must explain clearly. I started to panic. Don't disbelieve me. I swear to God, if I'm lying, let lightning strike me down. Lin Xingye's face finally relaxed a bit, as if she had believed my words. So what? So just say it straight. What exactly do you want? Lin Xingye thought for a moment. You'll be in charge of dinner for the next month. I immediately blew my top. You're clearly fishing in troubled waters. Lin Xingye gave a cold smile. What? Don't want to? I replied through gritted teeth. Nonsense. Who would want such an unequal treaty? But then my attitude shifted. Since I'm the one at fault today, I'll reluctantly agree to your terms, okay? Fine. Lin Xingye's somber voice rang out again. Second, I irritably cut her off. Lin Xingye, don't push it too far. There should be limits for a person. Lin Xingye raised an eyebrow. So you still don't want to? I was truly stunned. Listen to yourself. Are those even human words? Fine, it's okay if you don't want to. A dangerous curve formed on Lin Xingye's lips, and her voice carried an unconcealed threat and warning. Then we'll just take our time playing later, to see who will torment whom. I clenched my fists in anger. If I hadn't been in the wrong first today, I would have kicked her in the face long ago. But then I changed my mind. If I really wanted to match wits with Lin Xingye, I wasn't necessarily her match. I remembered when we were little, Lin Xingye always had clever ways to tease me. If she didn't make me die of anger, she'd scare me until I cried. And every time I tried to get revenge, she saw right through it. Now, this girl's brain is definitely sharper than before. If I kept facing her head-on, 8 times out of 10, it'd still be the one suffering. In complete helplessness, I had no choice but to compromise. Just say it. What's your second condition? Lin Xingye said calmly, be my errand boy at school for 1 month. I bolted up from the sofa, glaring at Lin Xingye in a rage. I questioned her resentfully. The number of people who want to be your errand boy at school could form a line from here all the way to France. Why does it have to be me? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Lin Xingye actually nodded. Congratulations, you guessed right. My heart screamed. Where is my 40-meter greatsword? I want to slice this girl up like French fries. I refused decisively. A month? Absolutely not. Don't even dream about it. Lin Xingye didn't even bother looking at me anymore and turned to leave. I was stunned. Wait, why are you leaving? Hey. I quickly jumped off the sofa and took a long stride to block her path. Why are you just walking away? What's the meaning of this? Lin Xingye suddenly stepped forward, pressing close to me, and between us, the distance was now less than 1 centimeter. I was startled, hurriedly taking a step back and glared at her warily. Her voice was so cold. Isn't my meaning clear enough? Lin Xingye smiled and said, Muga, I'll be counting on your help in the coming days. My heart tightened. Good grief. That smile sent shivers down my spine no matter how I looked at it. My intuition was screaming at me that if I didn't agree, the final outcome would surely be even more pathetic. Between a massive storm and a calm sea, even a fool knows which one to choose, right? I took a gamble. Fine, I can only resign myself to surrender. But surrendering is one thing. I couldn't lose my dignity, so I still tried to argue. I'm agreeing not because I'm afraid of you, but because I know I was wrong. Got it? Lin Qingye looked at me, her lips curling slightly. As expected, you haven't changed at all. You always stutter whenever you lie. Lin Qingye just gave a soft hum, then turned and went into the bathroom. Scene transitions to the Ning family home. Ning Sang had just finished bathing.
His phone rang, and he picked it up to look. It was the person he had sent to do a job. Ming Sang answered the call, his voice cold. Did you find out? On the other end, an urgent voice replied, Young master, I found it. The next day, under the lecture hall building, Lin Qingye suddenly stopped. At that time, I was looking down playing on my phone, walking right behind her, so I crashed right into her, nearly falling flat on my face. I immediately flared up, Hey you, what are you doing? Don't you even know how to walk? Lin Qingye turned around to look at me, and suddenly said, I didn't eat enough for breakfast. Go to the cafeteria and buy me a sandwich and a carton of fresh milk. I crossed my arms with a smirk. You deliberately didn't eat enough. Just to make me your errand boy, didn't you? Lin Qingye took out her phone to check the time. It's 7:19 now. You have 11 minutes left. If you don't hurry up, even if you run, you won't make it in time for morning self-study. Having said that, she turned and walked straight away. I was so angry I was about to explode on the spot. This girl is definitely tormenting me on purpose. The convenience store was clearly right next to the parking lot. Why didn't she say something when we were leaving? If it's not intentional, then what is it? Stifling my anger, I stormed into the convenience store and asked the staff, Excuse me, do you have any sandwiches or milk that are about to expire? The shop assistant was completely stunned. If there hadn't been only 2 people in the shop, he would have thought he had misheard. About to expire. The clerk felt the need to confirm once more. That's right. I replied with a look of pure resentment. The clerk immediately became serious. Student, I'm truly sorry, but we are a regular chain store, and we cannot sell expired food. What if there's a problem after eating it? I was so angry I was about to lose my mind. Screaming, it's better if there's a problem after eating. It would be best if Lin Qingye ate it and lost her mind. Of course, in the end, I could only buy a fresh sandwich and fresh milk. To compensate I also made use of every second to buy a bunch of snacks for myself and stuff them into my backpack. Carrying the plastic bag, I forcefully pulled open the window right next to Jiang Ruoxue. Jiang Ruoxue heard the noise and looked over, seeing it was me. She immediately smiled and greeted me. Good morning, handsome little guy. Is there something I can help with? Usually the class was very quiet at this time, so Jiang Ruoxue's voice naturally attracted everyone's attention. I raised my hand and said emotionlessly, Give this to the person sitting behind you. Jiang Ruoxue took it, opened it and looked. A sandwich and milk? Little guy, are you here to deliver breakfast to Lin Qingye? Resentfully, I left her with these words. Pushed by life. I was forced into it. It's not voluntary at all. Having said that, I stomped away in frustration. However, the boys in the class were already crazy with jealousy. Did you guys hear that? The school beauty asked Mu Ge to buy things, and he even said it was because he was pushed by life and forced into it. He truly doesn't know how lucky he is. If I could be the school beauty's errand boy, I'm sure even the passing breeze would feel sweet. It's just like the saying, what you don't cherish is exactly what others long for. Half understanding, Jiang Ruoxue turned around and handed the plastic bag to Lin Qingye. So you forced Mu Ge to go buy this for you? I thought he had brought it as a gift on his own. Lin Qingye said nothing, took the bag and pulled out the sandwich, tore open the packaging and began to eat. Jiang Ruoxue shrugged and turned back around. The moment she turned away, a smile appeared on Lin Qingye's lips. One even she herself didn't realize was there. My Class 2 and Class 1 were complete opposites. Right now the noise was so loud it felt like it would burst my eardrums. But the moment I stepped into the room, the entire class suddenly fell silent. Every eye was fixed on me. I wondered to myself, why are they looking at me? It's almost time for the morning reading. So get your textbooks instead. Really, entered the class, and strode quickly toward my seat. Ming Sang was sitting in his place. Seeing me pass by, his already unpleasant expression grew even darker. Chu Qianlin took out her language arts book and whispered, Have you found out about Muji's background yet? I found it. Ming Sang lowered his voice. There are too many people in class. Let's talk after school. Before I could even settle into my seat, Mei Xinyan greeted me. Good morning. Classmate Muji.
Looking at Mei Xinyan's gentle face, a good portion of the anger Lin Qingya had provoked in me earlier suddenly dissipated. In my heart, I marveled. Look at Xinyan's personality. It's like night and day compared to that other girl. Why is there such a huge difference between people? Wait, why am I thinking about that girl again? Mei Xinyan watched me, taking snacks out of my backpack one by one and stuffing them into my desk.
She asked curiously, "You bought so many snacks. Want some?" I casually handed her a bag of potato chips. Mei Xinyan smiled at me as she reached out to take them. "Thank you." I was about to say it was nothing when I was interrupted by the loud sound of a chair being kicked over. I rolled my eyes in annoyance. Without even thinking, I knew. It was definitely Ning Sang again. I glanced over, and indeed saw Ning Sang storming out in a huff. I sighed softly and said to Mei Xinyan, "I have to admit, Ming Sang really does like you a lot, to be able to get jealous over something like this." Mei Xinyan just kept a calm expression and said nothing. I spoke up again to advise her. "In all honesty, Ming Sang actually seems quite pleasant when he's with you. Have you never thought about trying to date him?"
Mei Xinyan looked serious. "I don't start a relationship easily. But once I do start one, I will definitely go with them until the very end." I couldn't help but press her. "Then have you ever thought? I mean, if the other person wanted to leave you, what then? For the person I have chosen, if I find out they have any intention of running away, I will personally cut off all their paths of retreat." I blinked, thinking to myself, isn't this exactly what possessive love is? I thought about it, but someone as gentle as Xinyan must be joking. She doesn't look at all like the type who would do such a thing. Since it was Friday, there were only 2 classes in the afternoon.
I packed up my books and ran to wait outside the door of Class 1 for Lin Qingya. Class 1 was currently being kept late by their teacher. I figured they must be finishing soon, when just then, Lin Moya's voice called out from a distance. "Mugi." I looked toward the voice and saw Lin Mo hurrying toward me, with a beaming face. "Are you waiting for Qingya?" I sighed, looking into Class 1 with despair. This Class 1. I had no idea how much longer their teacher planned to keep them. Lin Mo had a sympathetic expression. The math teacher for Class 1 is the same math teacher as ours. He's famous for running over at least by 20 minutes, and sometimes he even extends it by a whole hour. I felt like the world was turning dark, almost fainting on the spot.
"How about I wait with you? Anyway, it's still early, and I'm in no hurry to get home." Lin Emu smiled and suggested, "I can also tell you some school gossip while we're at it." At the same time, Ming Sang was being dragged along by Chu Tianlin as they exited through the back door of the classroom. Suddenly, Chu Tianlin noticed that Ning Sang was staring in a certain direction to his left. Following Ning Sang's gaze, Chu Tianlin caught sight of Lin Mu and me, laughing and talking happily in front of Class 1's door. Chu Tianlin frowned. "Brother Sang, why are you looking at them?" Ning Sang gave a cold laugh. Believe it or not, Lin Mu definitely has his own motives for approaching Mugi.
Mugi is bound to be miserably harmed by him later on.
And not just once. Chu Tianlin was full of shock. "How do you know?" Ning Sang withdrew his gaze, leading Chu Tianlin as they continued walking. "Pa. Mugi's simple mind is probably just like yours. None of you can see that hateful fake facade on Lin Mo. But it's normal that he doesn't realize it. It would be strange if he did. Not many high school students can see through a veteran White Lotus like Lin Mo. Mugi is, after all, the young master of the Mu family. He's been too protected since he was little. Whether studying at home or abroad, he's always surrounded by good people. So how could he possibly see the true nature deep within someone's bones
and what kind of heart they really have?
People, you know. Only after meeting many bad characters can they distinguish between a human and a dog. 20 minutes passed, and Lin Mu had finished telling me all the scandals he knew in one go. My mind was already exhausted, so I couldn't help but complain. "You finished the whole story, so why hasn't that girl's teacher dismissed the class yet?" Lin Mu was suddenly stunned, looking at me in shock. Mugi, you actually dare to call Miss Lin that?" I nodded calmly. "I've called her that since we were kids." Lin Mu became even more astonished that Miss Lin doesn't get angry at all. I shrugged. "She used to, but not anymore. I guess she's just used to it."
Lin Mo laughed. "Miss Lin is really good to you."
I suddenly fell silent, thinking to myself, in what way is she good? Lin Mu suddenly spoke up. "Muji, there's something you probably don't know yet.
Back in 11th grade, there was a new 10th grade student who, having been the big boss in middle school, challenged Miss Lin's authority time and again, not long after starting at the school. At first, the young miss didn't hold it against him, but as a result, he became increasingly arrogant, even daring to hit her during a ball game, and then even called her a dog. I listened, my jaw dropping in surprise. He was that gutsy. Did you not know what Lin Qingya's family background was like? Lin Mu nodded. It was precisely because he didn't know that he dared to be so overbearing. I immediately felt intrigued and asked impatiently, so what happened next? Was he dealt with miserably by that girl? Lin Mu sighed, yes. The ending was quite tragic. Not only was he taught a lesson by Lady Qingya's crazy fans that he'll never forget, but his family's company also went bankrupt within a single week. I nodded, thinking to myself that the price was indeed a bit heavy, but that is truly Uncle Lin's way of doing things. Uncle Lin may look very kind and gentle on the outside, but once he truly decides to act, he absolutely leaves no room for anyone to retreat. Zhang Ruoxiu suddenly acted as she always did, and the math teacher's roar echoed through the classroom. Lin Mo and I looked over curiously. The teacher was seen slamming a set square hard against the teacher's desk. Why are you playing on your phone again? It seems you already know how to solve the problem I just explained. Then stand up here and explain it to me. Zhang Ruoxiu stood up nonchalantly and directly replied that she didn't know. The math teacher was so angry, he let out a cold laugh. Why is it that every time I call on you, you never seem to know? Zhang Ruoxiu chuckled and replied, if I already knew, then why would I even need you to teach me? Zhang Ruoxiu, the math teacher screamed, right now, immediately, get the hell out of my class. Yes, by your command, sir. Zhang Ruoxiu didn't bother saying another word. She slung her backpack over her shoulder and slipped straight out the back door. The teacher was so furious he chased her all the way to the front door, shouting at her back, Zhang Ruoxiu, I told you to stand outside as punishment, not to go home. Roll your way back here right now. But Zhang Ruoxiu completely ignored him, without even turning her head once. The math teacher, face turning gray with rage, returned to the class. I then curiously asked Lin Mo, didn't they say that teachers for class 1 and 2 never dare to speak harshly to the students? Lin Mo explained, that's not wrong to say, but Zhang Ruoxiu is an exception. Zhang Ruoxiu's family may have money, but they lack real power and influence. She is the easiest target to bully in class. So many teachers love to use her as a scapegoat, or vent all their frustrations from elsewhere onto her. I immediately felt this sense of injustice for Zhang Ruoxiu. How can a teacher act like that? That is truly excessive. Lin Mu just gave a faint smile. What can we do? Who can blame them when most people enjoy bullying the weak? The math teacher finally finished explaining the problems on the board and then angrily announced the end of the class. Qingya quickly stepped out of the classroom, stood in front of me and said, let's go. I let out a sigh of relief, thinking to myself that class was finally over. Lin Mu wore a bright smile and greeted Qingya radiantly. Greetings, Lady Qingya. Qingya only glanced at Lin Mo and gave a cold, indifferent response. I turned and asked Lin Mo, how do you usually get home? Does a family driver pick you up, or do you go by yourself? Lin Mu scratched his head. I take the subway back. Taking the bus was such a hassle with the traffic, so I switched to the subway. I nodded. Oh, is that so? Then where you live? In the Chengxi Nian Dai district. The corner of Lin Mo's mouth curled into a smile that I didn't even notice. I was slightly dazed, then turned to Qingya. It turns out he's going the same way as us. How about we give Lin Mu a ride for part of the way? Lin Mu hurriedly waved his hands. No need, really. Taking the subway is fine. I don't want to trouble you both. Besides, except for Mu Ji, Lady Qingya has never let anyone else step into her car. Right after he finished speaking, Lin Mu stole a glance at Qingya. Deep within his eyes lay a hint of both expectation and tension. Qingya didn't say a word, but that silence clearly reflected her attitude. I only just realized, if Lin Mu hadn't mentioned it, I would have completely forgotten. Sitting in the car, I fastened my seatbelt and curiously asked Qingya, can I ask you a question? Qingya glanced at me, speaking as she drove out of the parking spot. Tell me, why is it that you don't like having boys sit in your car? Before answering your question, I want to ask you one too. Qingya leaned against the driver's seat and asked, why don't you like eating winter melon and bitter melon? I frowned. I just don't like them, that's all. There aren't that many reasons why. As soon as I finished, I fell silent, thinking to myself that this girl had just dug a hole for me to jump into. Qingya gave a cold laugh, and I'm giving that exact same answer back to you. I couldn't help but admit
that Chingya was becoming increasingly difficult to deal with, not at all like when we were kids. Back then, no matter what, I could always get the better of her. Now things have changed. The wheels of fate have turned, and I'm the one who's always at a disadvantage. Inside, I felt utterly unresigned. I must find a way to turn the tables as quickly as possible. Returning home, I resignedly entered the kitchen and began washing vegetables to prepare for dinner. Chingya wandered over holding a can of Coke, leisurely leaning against the kitchen cabinet, watching me while she drank. I frowned at her. What are you doing here? Planning to lend a hand, or are you just here to surrender? Chingya shook her head. If you're not helping, and not surrendering, then what are you doing here? Supervising? Afraid I might poison you or something? Chingya's gaze instantly turned dangerous. Muga. When you have nothing better to do, don't ask such nonsensical things. It only makes you look incredibly foolish. I immediately bristled, grabbing the sorry fish in my hand and pointing it straight at Chingya. You, Lin girl. I'm warning you, I put up with you for far too long. Don't take my tolerance as capital for your thick-skinned arrogance. Just try calling me stupid one more time. Do you believe I'll open the gas valve and take us both down right now? Chingya just nonchalantly nodded. You really are an idiot. If it weren't for the fact that there are no classes tomorrow and I'm in a good mood, I definitely would have thrown that sorry fish right at her face. Just as I was about to unleash a torrent of insults, Chingya suddenly gestured as if inviting me. You can go ahead and open the gas valve now. 3 dark lines immediately appeared over my head. Don't think for a second that I won't do it. Chingya calmly took a sip of Coke, and then I immediately let out a light cough, my momentum deflating instantly. Well, I was just saying. Why do you have to take it so seriously? I had originally intended to scare Chingya a bit. Who knew that in the end it'd be the one getting scared? Chingya just stood there looking at me in silence without saying a word. I awkwardly waved my hands, still stubborn. Living in this world, one shouldn't take everything so seriously. Having said that, I bowed my head and continued washing the sorry fish. Chingya was silent for a while, then suddenly asked, Why are you sitting with Mei Xingyan? The teacher arranged it. Why are you asking? Chingya's hands suddenly tightened, and her brows furrowed deeply. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy, and her pensive look made it impossible to fathom what she was thinking. A long while later, Chingya finally spoke to me in an extremely serious tone. Try your best not to have too much contact with her. I was stunned, looking up at Chingya. Why? Chinya's eyes wavered slightly, her expression turning a bit uneasy. Don't ask so much. Just do as I say. I hate it when someone speaks halfway, falling silent just at the most crucial part. But looking at that girl's expression now, it didn't seem like she was being mysterious on purpose, but rather like she truly didn't want to bring it up. I had to nod, all right, thinking that's all I could do, as she wouldn't say anything even if I asked further. Chingya instructed in a low voice, If you notice anything unusual, you must tell me immediately. I was startled by Chingya's words, feeling a slight shiver down my spine, my back beginning to feel cold. I couldn't help but complain. Can you stop talking in such a scary way? It makes me want to change my seat partner right now. Even though I've endured Chingya's anger many times since we were children and have been bullied by her often, I know very well in my heart that Chingya would never do anything that truly harms me. Since Chingya gave such a warning, she must certainly have her reasons. After the meal, I rested for a bit, and after bathing, I somehow fell fast asleep on the sofa. By the time I woke up, it was already 9 p.m. Just as I was about to head back to my room to sleep, Chingya's voice suddenly came from behind. Wait a moment. I turned around while yawning, my eyes heavy with sleep. What is it? Chingya, sitting on the sofa, spoke up. My mother just finished calling me. There's a very important gala tomorrow, and she wants us both to go together. Your parents and eldest sister will also be there. Got it. I nodded and was about to enter the room when I remembered something and turned back. I asked a bit shyly, but what about clothes? I don't have anything suitable for a gala. Wait a second, Chingya said, then got up and went into the bedroom, and when she came out, she was holding a black card. This is an unlimited card for my family's shopping mall. You can buy anything there without paying. When you wake up tomorrow morning, just go pick whatever you like. No need to save money for me. Thank you, Auntie. You're truly the best. I joyfully accepted the card. Upon hearing this, Chingya's expression immediately stiffened. She thought to herself, what's so good about my mom? Don't you know I'm the one who is actually giving this to you? How do you know my mother gave this to you? Even Chingya herself didn't realize how unpleasant her expression was at that moment. I replied without even thinking, turning my head. Well, it was definitely Auntie who gave it to me. You think you were the one who gave it to me. Those words of mine left Chingia speechless, really driving her crazy with anger. Taking a deep breath, Chingia tried to control her emotions, trying to appear calm as she said, "Yes, my mother gave it to you." I put on a triumphant face. See? Am I not incredibly smart? Chingia didn't bother with me anymore. She walked past me straight toward the bedroom. "Hey, I'm talking to you." I immediately bristled. "Chingia, I don't mean to criticize, but when are you going to change your haughty habit of ignoring people? Seriously, when? You're really making me mad." Chingia completely ignored me. She climbed straight into bed to prepare for sleep. I gnashed my teeth and cursed inwardly. Fine, just fine. You damn girl, just you wait and see. The next morning, Chingia woke up very early. After preparing a lavish breakfast spread, she then entered my bedroom.
She went over to the side of the bed and gave me a direct kick. "Muga, wake up!" I was sleeping soundly, and her kick woke me up completely, my anger flaring up instantly. "What is it? There's no school today." Xingjiao's voice remained calm and steady. "Get up and eat breakfast." I tried to suppress my anger, speaking as politely as I possibly could. I never eat breakfast on my days off. I just want to sleep in a bit more. In the future, don't prepare anything for me on holidays. I'm going back to sleep. I'm dead tired. I yawned and added, "Thanks anyway, though." After saying that, I curled back under the covers to continue sleeping. Xingjia looked at my back, a hint of helplessness passing over her face, and then she turned and left the bedroom. Time passed by quietly. I don't know how long it had been. Suddenly my phone rang loudly. I hate it most when I'm sleeping soundly, and a phone call disturbs me. It feels like I'm about to explode. I fumbled for the phone, picking it up without even checking who was calling, my voice filled with irritation. "Hello, brother. It's already 10 o'clock and you're still sleeping." A voice full of excitement came from the other end of the line. That sound. I suddenly snapped my eyes open and looked at the phone screen. Baichin. My sleepiness vanished instantly without a trace, and I joyfully leaped off the bed. "You brat, you finally got to use a phone, didn't you?" Gu Baichin's voice was tinged with laughter. "That's right." I hurriedly followed up. "So that means you're out of school now, aren't you? My big brother is still the smartest." Gu Baichin chuckled on the other end. "Today is a special case. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'd only get to see you again during the Lunar New Year." Hearing this, I slightly frowned. "What special case?" Gu Baichin explained. "Isn't there a big commercial gala in the city tonight? My parents insisted on taking me along to broaden my horizons. You know, I hate attending those kinds of parties, but when I thought about how I might run into you there, I agreed to go immediately. So, are you definitely going too?" "I am, but I still have to go buy some clothes this afternoon." "What perfect timing. I need to buy some things too." Gu Baichin continued, "So get up quickly. Let's set out right away." "Copy that." I jumped out of bed. "I'll hang up now. See you later." I slipped on my slippers and rushed into the living room, just in time to see Qingya sitting on the sofa painting. I shouted toward her, "Qingya, you'll have to go by yourself tonight. I'll be going with Baichin later." Just as the words left my mouth, the brush in Qingya's hand immediately slashed a line right through the paper. She looked up, looking at me with a bit of wonder. "Gu Baichin?" "That's right," I explained. "He'll be attending the gala tonight too. Isn't his school a full boarding school?" "How could he come out?" I shot Qingya "you're so silly" look and said, "Because his parents asked for leave on his behalf, of course." A trace of sadness passed through Qingya's eyes, and she finally just gave a quiet, indifferent, "Oh." I quickly brushed my teeth, washed up, and changed my clothes, then waved to her, "Keep working on your painting. Goodbye." The moment the door closed, I couldn't wait another second and rushed toward the elevator. The instant I stepped out the door, Qingya immediately threw her drawing board onto the sofa, losing all motivation to paint. Qingya does everything based on her mood. If her spirit isn't right, she basically can't accomplish anything. At the mall, the moment we met, Gu Beichen and I gave each other a tight hug. "You brat." Gu Beichen nodded with a bright smile. "Oppa, I missed you too. It's been so long since we ranked up together." I patted his shoulder. Let's go. Let's eat first. I'm starving." In the hot pot restaurant, Gu Beichen ordered a whole table full of all the dishes I love. "Here, Oppa, eat up. It's my treat today." Gu Beichen quickly filled the entire table with food. "Whoa, hold on." I stopped him. That's enough. Finish this first, then order more if we need." While waiting for the food to be served, Gu Beichen asked with a face full of curiosity, "How is your life living with Qingya going, Oppa?" "Don't even mention it.
I replied, taking a sip of barley tea.
Every day that girl provokes me until I'm about to explode. Luckily, I'm not in the same class as her. Otherwise, I wouldn't have any peace of mind left for school. If I had known it would be like this back when we were kids, I shouldn't have played that more than friends, less than lovers game with her. It was such a melodramatic mess. Now look at me. It's like I brought this on myself. Gu Beichin said fairly. Even if she annoys you, it's just teasing, but things that truly hurt you. I'm sure Qingye has never done them, right? She's not arrogant like those typical rich young ladies, and you two understand each other so well. I think you two are actually a perfect match. I was almost brainwashed by him. You truly are the heir to an insurance group, I joked mockingly. I don't even want to inherit that group. In the future, I must enter the entertainment industry. I want to act in movies. I want to become a big star. Do you think your parents will ever agree to that? I asked somewhat worriedly. Gu Beichen immediately brightened up. Before it wouldn't work, but now it's fine. My mom is pregnant with her second child, and it's actually twins. The family business can just be handed over to them later, so I'm completely free now. After devouring all the food on the table, Gu Beichen and I left the hot pot restaurant in satisfaction. But I completely failed to notice that Ning Sang was also present in the restaurant. He was sitting right by the window, and that cold, sinister gaze was fixed intently on our backs. Brother Sang, what are you looking at? The guy sitting opposite Ning Sang couldn't help but ask. Can you see that kid over there? Ning Sang raised his hand and pointed in my direction. Bai Yundao looked in the direction of his finger and nodded. I see him. What's wrong, brother? Ning Sang gave a cold laugh. You just got back from your trip, so you probably don't know yet, but he's the new student who just transferred to our school. No, I didn't know. Bai Yundao shook his head in confusion. Is there something wrong with that transfer student? You seem to be paying quite a lot of attention to him. He dared to cross me already. Ning Sang's expression immediately turned ice cold. Hearing this, Bai Yundao was secretly overjoyed. Is that so? Looking at Ning Sang's demeanor, he must have been provoked quite badly by that transfer kid. Serves him right. He had been annoyed with Ning Sang for a long time, and only wished for this guy to have bad luck every single day. If it weren't for Ning Sang being in the way, the title of school boss would have belonged to him long ago. Unfortunately, his family's power compared to the Ning family was far inferior, and they had to rely on the Ning family in every business aspect. That's why his parents nagged him every day, telling him he must never offend Ning Sang. Whatever Ning Sang told him to do, he had to do it. He couldn't fight back or even talk back when being scolded. He had been suppressing this resentment for 3 whole years. Looking back to the past before encountering this Ning Sang, he was always the one bullying others, and everyone had to live by his moods. But ever since Ning Sang appeared, everything has been completely overturned. Now he was the one who had to watch Ning Sang's moods. He was so frustrated that he only wished for Ning Sang to just drop dead. Does he really dare to be that arrogant? He just transferred on his first day, and already dares to poke the tiger's whiskers. Bai Yundao pretended to be extremely indignant. Brother Sang, don't be angry. Just wait until I return to school on Monday, and you'll see how I'll lead my guys to handle him for you. I opened my eyes wide, and appearing before me was none other than Mei Xinyan. Gu Baichen observed me with suspicion and asked, What's up? Do you two know each other? I stared at Mei Xinyan as she approached me, thinking to myself that she was indeed my new desk partner. Gu Baichen once again couldn't help but exclaim, This girl is way too beautiful for her own good. I nodded in complete agreement. Her beauty is indeed beyond reproach. Mei Xinyan walked toward me holding a glass of champagne, corners of her mouth slightly upturned. Mugi, good evening. Mei Xinyan smiled and nodded in greeting, raising the glass in her hand toward me. I quickly raised my glass to lightly clink hers, responding politely, Good evening. Mei Xinyan took an elegant sip of her drink, her gaze shifting toward Gu Baichen. Is this person a friend of yours? Since she had taken the initiative to speak, I generously introduced him. This is my closest friend, Gu Beichen. Mei Xinyan pondered for a moment. Gu Beichen. Could it be the young master of the Gu group? I smiled and nodded in confirmation. Exactly. That's the one. Mei Xinyan politely extended her slender hand. Hello, I am Mei Xinyan. Gu Beichen quickly responded with a smile. Hello. The reputation of the Mei family's eldest daughter is like thunder to my ears. I heard that this young lady never appeared in public before. I didn't expect you to make an exception and appear here today. Could it be that the long-standing rumors were all false? Just then, a handsome waiter stopped in front of everyone. Pardon me for interrupting you for a moment. The waiter politely glanced around and then toward Gu Beichen, pointing to the right, sir, hello. The lady wearing the red evening gown over there
would like to invite you over for a moment. Gu Beechin looked closely and realized it was his mother, so he helplessly patted my shoulder. Mu Ji, you two carry on talking. I'll head over first. Watching Gu Beechin's back as he hurriedly left, only Mei Xinyan and I were left. I looked at Mei Xinyan with some surprise and said, "So you also came to attend the gala tonight?" Mei Xinyan gave a soft hum in response. "Actually, it's not just me. Quite a few classmates from school are also here tonight. It's just that since you only recently transferred, I'm afraid most of the faces here are still unfamiliar to you." I let out a long sigh of exclamation, but most of the familiar faces I need to see are pretty much all here. Xinjia, Ning Sang, and even that guy Bi Yun Dao. As soon as Bi Yun Dao was mentioned, a peculiar glimmer flickered in Mei Xinyan's eyes. "Just now in the lounge area on the second floor, I saw the way you fired back at him." Mei Xinyan's voice was very gentle, and there was even a hint of admiration in her eyes. "You're truly impressive." Hearing such praise, I couldn't help but feel a bit lightheaded. "Is that so?" Mei Xinyan suddenly became a bit more serious, but being like that has a drawback. My heart skipped a beat, and I hurriedly asked, "What's wrong with it?" Mei Xinyan giggled. "It makes you look too strong. No girl will ever dare to be your girlfriend." I casually waved my hand, showing I didn't care, since I don't really need a girlfriend anyway, and I have zero interest in dating. Mei Xinyan nodded in total agreement. "What a coincidence. I think so too." I raised an eyebrow, barking, "Then you're being quite rational." Mei Xinyan was stunned for a moment, then tilted her head and looked at me with interest. "Why do you say that?" I couldn't help but tease. "If you actually found a boyfriend, wouldn't that Ning Sang guy torment him to death?" I continued, adding, "Besides Ning Sang, I'm afraid all the boys at school who have crushes on you would probably form an alliance to target him." Mei Xinyan casually waved it off. "Don't worry. Something like that could never happen." I stood there stunned, my brain failing to process it for a moment. Mei Xinyan's expression became very serious. If she really did have a boyfriend like you said, she would never allow anyone to hurt him. Even if he suffered because of a temporary oversight, she would personally step in and make them pay back double for him. I couldn't help but gasp, surprised that despite her fragile appearance, she was so strong inside. Mei Xinyan frowned slightly, and with a half-smile she looked at me and asked, "What's wrong? Doesn't it suit me?" I shook my head honestly. "Judging by your appearance, you clearly look like a gentle young lady." Mei Xinyan's eyes immediately turned cold. Even the gentlest person, when pushed to the limit, will eventually turn dark. I unconsciously searched my mind, trying to imagine her turn dark, but no matter how I thought about it, I couldn't associate this face with cruelty. Right behind the two of them, no one noticed Ning Sang standing there with a gloomy face, his heart filled with bitterness and jealousy. Ming Sang questioned frantically in his mind, "Mei Xinyan, why? You've clearly never approached any boy on your own initiative, so why is it that this kid who just transferred here in less than a week is already getting special treatment from you? She's willing to approach him again and again. Is this bastard really that good? Is he worth her initiating a friendship, or even worth Lin Qingye risking everything to protect him?" Ming Sang's jealous gaze was fixed intensely on me, his fists slowly tightening in the shadows. He secretly swore in his heart, "Just you wait, kid. For daring to mess with a woman I've set my sights on, I'll definitely teach you a lesson." "Ming Sang, what are you doing here alone, peeking around?" At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind Ning Sang. Ming Sang turned around in surprise, looking at the speaker with shock. "Big brother, what are you doing here?" Ever since Ning Sang was brought back to the Ning family to join the lineage, he's always been the apple of the family's eye, loyal to the core. But if you ask who Ning Sang is most attached to, it's his biological brother who's 7 years older than him. When something bothers him, he won't say a word to even his parents, but he's only willing to pour his heart out to Ning Da. Ming Da strode up to his brother, following his gaze toward the group, teasing, "So you were looking at Mei Xinyan." Ming Sang gave a disgruntled huff. Ming Sang pointed in my direction, complaining bitterly, introducing me to his brother as the young master of the Mu family, the new transfer student in his class. He continued through gritted teeth, saying he didn't know what kind of spell Mei Xinyan was under to be paying so much attention to me. Ming Da frowned immediately, suspiciously guessing that before I transferred here, I might have known Mei Xinyan already. Not at all. Ming Sang stamped his foot in anger. It was precisely because he knew she and I were strangers that he felt so especially frustrated. He angrily cursed that kid, wondering how on earth, after just meeting Mei Xinyan, he could steal her heart away in just a few days. Ming Da stroked his chin in deep thought, Ming Sang had previously said that Mei Xinyan was definitely not someone who fell in love easily, since love at first sight basically didn't exist for her. If so, and she's still approaching you like this, then there's surely only one reason left. Ming Sang, like a drowning man clutching a straw, urgently pressed, "What is it? What's the reason?"
The corners of Ning Da's mouth curled into a cold smile, pointedly remarking, "It's surely because you have something she wants, but can't get from anyone else." Ning Sang was stunned, confirming with his brother with a look of disbelief. "Is that really true?" "Silly brother, even if I lied to the whole world, I would never lie to you." Ning Da patted his chest, giving his word. He told Ning Sang to rest easy, firmly asserting that Mei Xinyan's deliberate approach was more than likely driven by some hidden agenda. Ning Da kindly reminded his brother, "Some things look bright on the outside, but hide a bottomless abyss waiting to swallow you whole." Ning Sang nodded repeatedly, listening very seriously, knowing better than anyone that his brother would never use this to trick or hurt him. Ning Da assumed the air of an experienced man, bluntly saying that he'd lived a few more years and had seen much more of the world's complexities than Ning Sang ever had. Ning Da narrowed his eyes, staring at Mei Xinyan's back with a cold laugh, "So I can pretty much say for certain, Ning Sang has set his sights on this Mei Xinyan. But beneath that gentle and obedient face, who knows how cruel and cold a heart she might be hiding." Hearing this, Ning Sang's heart skipped a beat, and he mumbled to himself in disbelief. "So Mei Xinyan really isn't as pure and kind as she seems." Well, that's not necessarily true. Ning Da analyzed it practically. Whether people in this world are good or bad always depends on who they're dealing with. At least she's shown some loyalty to Ning Sang. Otherwise, back in middle school, she wouldn't have stood up to protect him time and again. Moreover, in Ning Da's eyes, the fact that his brother is so devoted to Mei Xinyan could even be considered a good thing. Ning Sang lowered his eyes, his face full of disappointment, complaining bitterly that while he loves her to death, he doesn't see anything good about it. Ning Da frowned in confusion, asking doubtfully, "Why is that? It's not like you've won her over yet anyway." A deep sorrow appeared on his weathered face. He had actually struggled in secret countless times, wanting to completely let go. But even though he keeps running into a wall and won't turn back, he knows clearly in his heart that this thing called love has never been something where just being persistent will lead to a happy ending. Love isn't like an 800-meter dash in PE class, where if you just grit your teeth and charge ahead, there's definitely a finish line waiting for you. Love is simply a damn chemistry problem. If the elements don't combine correctly, then even if you burn everything, you won't get the spark you want. In real life, miracles in love don't happen that often. All those tricks are just things written in cheesy novels. Giving your heart to someone who doesn't love you is like standing like a fool at an airport, waiting for a ship. But there's no other way. As soon as this heart sees Mei Xinyan, he completely loses control over his brain. Besides, apart from someone like Mei Xinyan, he probably won't be able to feel this way about any other girl in this lifetime. Because in the darkest days when his life was being trampled into the mud, in those bleakest days, she was the only one who didn't hesitate to stand in front of him, protecting him. He won't forget it even if he dies. In that freezing winter, with the bone-chilling cold at over 10 degrees below zero, he pushed the door open and slowly walked into the familiar classroom. After an entire bucket of freezing dirty water was poured directly onto him, only Mei Xinyan, amidst the deafening mockery of the whole class, stepped forward without hesitation, draped her warm coat over him, and thoughtfully took him to change into dry clothes. He also can't forget when he was beaten until his whole body was covered in injuries. It was Mei Xinyan and Chu Tianlin who grit their teeth, doing everything they could to get him to the emergency room, not only emptying their pockets to help him pay the exorbitant hospital bills, but also specifically running out to buy him a bowl of hot rice. He'll remember this for the rest of his life, that the reason those thugs didn't come to harass his foster parents was entirely because Mei Xinyan, like a war goddess, stood up to protect them, stopping those bastards in their tracks. Mei Xinyan has quietly done so much, so very much for him. Perhaps these small things aren't even worth mentioning to others, but it was precisely those unmentionable acts of kindness, during those dark days without a ray of sun, that only Mei Xinyan and Chu Tianlan were willing to bestow upon him. As for the other cold-blooded animals, they were either the perpetrators bullying him or the bystanders watching the show with cold eyes. So don't ask what kind of spell he's under.
that makes him insist on liking Mei Xinyan, because she and Chu Tianlan are the only rays of light that pulled him out of hell. Ning Da patted his brother's shoulder, teasing him. But taking 10,000 steps back, Mei Xinyan has really become the motivation for Ning Sang to work hard and become superior. Hasn't she? Ning Da continued to joke. He studied like a madman for her, diving into research across all kinds of fields, forcing himself to turn all that knowledge into real skill. All these frantic efforts, aren't they just to prove to Mei Xinyan that whatever brilliance others have, Ning Sang has it too? Ning Sang let out a deep, helpless sigh, and with a bitter laugh asked, "What's the use of being superior? After all, this heart only wants Mei Xinyan." Ming Da glanced into the distance, where someone was waiting for him, and with a knowing curl of his lip retorted, "Being superior has a massive impact." He patted Ning Sang's shoulder to wrap up. "All right, kid, I can't stay here chatting with you any longer. Over at the company, there's a pile of work waiting for me." Ning Da glanced at Mei Xinyan, specifically instructing his brother, "Wait a bit. Once that eyesore kid leaves, quickly go over and talk to Mei Xinyan." Ming Sang nodded obediently, his face serious as he promised, "I got it, big brother." Ming Da turned and strode toward his assistant, currently saying 2 words, "Let's go." The assistant lowered his voice, reporting with a hurried look, "Ming Da, President Ming just called me personally, saying he heard that the little young master has been causing trouble at school again, bullying others. The old master specifically told me to tell you that in this family, your word carries the most weight with him. So you must discipline Ming Sang properly, and tell him to stop looking for trouble with his classmates. If Ning Sang continues to act out like this, sooner or later he'll cause major trouble for the Ning family's reputation. That's a big problem, considering the Ning family is famous for their good reputation in the business world. Now the only stain people gossip about behind their backs is all the trouble caused by Ning Sang's bullying at school, causing all these issues. Actually, the Ning parents have privately grit their teeth and planned countless times that they absolutely must take Ning Sang aside and teach him a real lesson. But every time, as soon as Ning Sang sits before them with that aggrieved face, the scolding words they intended to say immediately turn into heartache and they swallow them back down. They originally meant to unleash a full blast of anger, but it all ends up as gentle, soft words. Those few soft pieces of advice don't contain even a shadow of a reprimand. After Ning Da heard this, he casually gave a cold huff, protectively defending his brother. As long as it doesn't shake the core interests of our Ning family, then those trivial matters aren't worth worrying about. His gaze immediately became sharp, coldly adding, "Besides, my brother would never just bully someone for no reason. None of the guys Ning Sang took care of were innocent little white lotuses." At the same time, on the other side of the banquet hall, Lin Xingye was obediently following her parents, glass in hand, moving around to socialize and give toasts. Suddenly, Aunt Lin let out a cry of surprise, her gaze immediately locking onto me as I hid in the corner. She hurriedly nudged her daughter with her elbow, pointing in my direction and asking curiously, "Lin Xingye, look, who is that girl next to Mu Gi? My eyesight is bad, I can't see clearly. Take a look and see if you recognize her." Lin Xingye had been looking absent-mindedly, glancing toward me, but when she clearly saw Mei Xinyan beside me, her once calm eyes immediately turned cold enough to freeze over. She cursed herself in her heart through gritted teeth. She had clearly warned me before to stay away from Mei Xinyan and to absolutely avoid any contact. "Mom, you stay busy. I have something to do. I'll be right back." Lin Qingya quickly left those words, and on her high heels, she charged toward me with full momentum. At that moment, I was completely unaware, leisurely chatting with Mei Xinyan, just making some small talk. Mei Xinyan suddenly leaned in close to me, her tone carrying a hint of probing. "Judging by your indifferent look, it seems like you don't really want to get engaged to Lin Qingya, right?" Her beautiful eyes stared at me meaningfully, their depth making it impossible for me to guess exactly what kind of schemes she was currently plotting in her heart. The moment I heard those words, Lin Xingya's warning that she had emphasized over and over suddenly rang in my head, telling me I must keep my distance from Mei Xinyan and absolutely avoid any deep involvement. Because I remembered that strange advice, my calm heart suddenly skipped a beat, and a faint wave of unease immediately washed over me. I worriedly muttered to myself, why do I feel like this Mei Xinyan girl is setting a trap step by step just to get me to talk? Or is it really just because I'm on edge and overthinking things? Just as I was racking my brain, trying to think of how to answer Mei Xinyan, enormous force suddenly surged, jerking me backward. I was startled and yelled out, "Who is it?"
Still shaken, I whipped my head around to see the person who had suddenly appeared beside me. After a closer look, I realized the person who had caused this sudden commotion was actually Lin Qingye. My eyes widened, and I roared in anger. "Lin Qingye, you crazy girl. What are you doing suddenly pulling people around for no reason?" Lin Qingye didn't pay the slightest attention to my words. Those sharp eyes of hers were fixed like nails on Mei Xinyan's face. I followed Lin Qingye's cold gaze out of curiosity, also turning my head to look at Mei Xinyan across from us. I only saw Mei Xinyan meet Lin Qingye's eyes without flinching, the corner of her mouth curling into a faint smile, looking incredibly gentle and beautiful. Lin Qingye remained silent throughout, her face dark and heavy, gripping my wrist tightly, then turned her head and forcibly dragged me away. I was dragged along, stumbling, my head full of confusion, craning my neck and yelling, "Hey, hey, hey. Where on earth are you taking me?" Lin Qingye acted like she didn't hear, instead walking even faster in her high heels. Mei Xinyan stood where she was, quietly, watching the two of them as they were pulled away from each other. A look flashed deep in her eyes that was impossible for anyone to decipher. The moment she withdrew her gaze, preparing to turn and leave, she caught a glimpse out of the corner of her eye of Ming Sang walking quickly over from the right. Ming Sang had a bright, flattering smile on his face as he leaned in close to Mei Xinyan without a care, calling out loudly, "Mei Xinyan." Mei Xinyan immediately shifted back to her characteristic faint smile and greeted him gently. "Ning Sang, you're here too." When Ning Sang heard, the corners of his mouth immediately stretched to his ears, and with an expectant look, he extended an invitation. "Can we have a dance together later?" Mei Xinyan tilted her head slightly, seeming to think for a couple of seconds, before nodding softly like water. Of course. My wrist was squeezed painfully as I screamed all the way, "Lin Qingye, where are you planning to take me? Let go already. Are you deaf?" Though I shouted and made a scene the whole way, frantically resisting, the cold-faced goddess in front of me refused to utter even half a word. Just like that, I was dragged along, walking through the noisy banquet hall, then out of the west building, until we reached a deserted garden where no one else was around, and then she suddenly braked. I finally seized the opportunity and forcefully shook off her grip. On one hand, gasping in pain as I rubbed my reddened wrist, and on the other, roaring, "Are you insane? What on earth do you want?" Lin Qingye suddenly took a step forward. Those eyes, as cold as an ice cellar, were fixed intently on me, as she grit her teeth and asked back what I wanted. Lin Qingye yelled out in anger, reminding me how she'd warned me thousands of times yesterday, telling me to stay away from that woman Mei Xinyan, and to never get too close. Lin Qingye was trembling all over with rage, questioning if I treated her warnings like total garbage in one ear and out the other, asking if I really thought that she, Lin Qingye, would ever go out of her way to harm me. I was stunned into place by this sudden barrage of shouting. In the storehouse of my memories, whenever I share the same frame with this young lady, it's guaranteed to be total chaos, and never without a major argument. But since we've known each other for so many years after all, I swear this is absolutely the first rare time I've been scolded so relentlessly by Lin Qingye, with an expression that looks like she wants to eat me alive. I unconsciously clenched both fists. My heart felt like it was being squeezed, uncontrollably throbbing with a dull pain, as I aggrievedly questioned her. "If something's wrong, can we talk about it properly? Do you have to put on this fierce face?" Lin Qingye gave a cold, extremely contemptuous laugh, and with a face full of mockery, sarcastically asked back, "Talk properly with you? Would anything even get through to a stubborn mule like you?" This time, my rage was completely ignited, as I craned my neck and roared, "Lin Qingye, who's the one not listening here? I'm honestly about to be suffocated with anger by this unreasonable woman." With reddened eyes, I jumped up and fired back, "Oh, please, stop acting so high and mighty all the time, pretending you know me so well. It's honestly repulsive." My aggrieved voice had jumped 8 octaves. "If you really understood my mood right now, then you wouldn't be jumping to conclusions, without even telling right from wrong." I was screaming frantically in my mind. I'm not some brainless idiot, and after being given such a serious warning, could I really not have even a bit of guard up? I loudly claimed I was being wronged, but it was Mei Xinyan who actively came over to strike up a conversation, and it's not like I could just turn around and run away, like some total psychopath. I justified myself fair and square,
saying at the time I just had to put up with it and deal with it, choosing what I could say to respond to a few things. And for what I couldn't reveal, my lips were absolutely sealed. Hearing my machine gun-like accusations, Lin Xingye was immediately stunned, her mouth hanging open, unable to squeeze out a single word of rebuttal even after it had spoken for ages. I huffily turned my back on her, so angry that I was panting, while forcefully thumping my cramped chest. I could rake through my entire brain and still not remember when I was last this fired up with anger. After all, that must have been ages ago. What's even sadder is that I'm about to explode with rage this time, and yet even what on earth am actually sulking about? I couldn't understand it anymore. Lin Xingye looked at the person in front of her with a complex expression, who was so enraged by her that his entire face was turning beet red from frustration. She frowned and shot back. It was just a shout, wasn't it? Is there any need to be this angry? In truth, deep down, this young lady wanted to scream and cry out an apology. But that damn pride of hers, coupled with her stubbornness to never admit defeat, forced her to swallow the words, "I am sorry," right back down into her stomach. After a few seconds of eerie silence, Lin Xingye stared at the back of my neck and dryly blurted out, "Fine then, I'm going to find my parents now." As soon as she finished speaking, that woman didn't give me a single chance to open my mouth and talk back. She just turned and walked away decisively in her high heels. The fire in my heart was already raging, and her arrogance was like a fuse that blew up the powder keg. I was so mad I was gnashing my teeth, wanting nothing more than to rush over and scratch Lin Xingye's cold, haughty face, giving her a thorough beating to vent my rage. I stood alone in the cold wind, staring at her retreating back. The resentment and anger filling my heart were truly enough to drive anyone insane. But looking at Lin Xingye's back so resolute that she didn't even bother to look back. The image of her just a moment ago flashed through my mind, the way she had been screaming frantically in my face. My heart suddenly felt more and more uncomfortable, and my mind was racing with self-doubt. What on earth is going on? Could it be that I've actually been turned stupid by Lin Xingye's foul temper and scolding? I sullenly withdrew my gaze, the fire in my chest burning brighter and brighter. Suddenly, I saw the innocent old banyan tree nearby, so while hurling curses and insults, I rushed over and started punching and kicking the trunk like a madman. I screamed at the top of my lungs, cursing Lin Xingye. "You crazy woman, just go die. All you do every day is piss people off. If you actually annoy someone to death, they'll become a ghost and haunt you every day until you're scared out of your wits." I vented my fury like that for a full 2 minutes, and I finally managed to vent all the nameless rage that had been bottled up inside, clearing it all out. I let out a long sigh of relief, thinking how satisfying it was. And even though I was exhausted and drenched in sweat, this agitated mood of mine had finally completely calmed down. Just then, a bottle of ice-cold mineral water suddenly appeared without warning, entering my field of vision. Immediately after, a very gentle voice whispered in my ear, yet it carried a hint of sadness. "Would you like some water?" I nodded subconsciously, nodding like a woodpecker before taking the bottle and thanking her profusely. "Heh, thank you so much." I couldn't wait any longer and twisted off the cap, tilting my head back and chugging it down. I drank like a madman, and while drinking, I wondered to myself, who could be so thoughtful to even know exactly, when I had finished venting my anger, to come over and give me water? I suddenly snapped out of it and cried out, "Wait a minute. I was clearly here alone acting like a lunatic. Where did a fairy come from to give me water?" Startled, I moved like a rusty machine, struggling to turn my stiff neck around. I was shocked to realize, right beside me, a strange girl had been standing silently for some time, her whole being radiating a cold sense of loneliness. I was instantly scared out of my wits and stumbled back several steps, feeling as if my very soul was about to be sent flying to the clouds. A clear look of guilt flashed through the girl's eyes, and she lowered her head slightly, asking apologetically, "I'm so sorry. Did my sudden appearance scare you?" Still shaken, I frantically patted my pounding chest and blurted out grumpily, "Of course you did. In the middle of the night, try putting yourself in my shoes. How do you walk without your feet touching the ground? You didn't make a single sound." The girl quietly buried her head even lower, appearing awkward and uneasy as she whispered, "Sorry." Seeing her looking so pitiable, I could only wave my hands helplessly, assuring her it was fine. Then I turned away and downed several gulps of cold water to try and calm myself down. The girl nodded obediently without saying a word, acting like an invisible person, just standing quietly to the side, serving as a silent backdrop.
I slowly lowered the water bottle, looking at her with suspicion and scrutiny. Hey, how do you walk so silently? A whole person just appeared out of nowhere next to me, and I didn't feel a thing. The girl scratched her head, looking extremely embarrassed, explained softly, maybe it's because you were torturing that tree with such passion and abandon that you didn't hear someone approaching. I nodded, as if suddenly enlightened, so that's why. The next second, it was like an electric current ran through my mind, and I suddenly realized a very awkward truth. I immediately widened my eyes and cried out, wait, don't tell me you've been hiding in this dark, secluded corner of the garden from the very beginning. The girl nodded honestly. I felt like a bolt of lightning had struck me, and asked with a completely devastated look, so just now, my shouting like a shrew, and that intense argument with Lin Qingye. You witnessed every single detail. The girl showed no mercy, and nodded in confirmation once again. I screamed in despair internally, oh my God, my dignity is officially gone this time. I wish I could dig a hole with my toes, and crawl inside to hide from the world. Seeing the atmosphere around us about to freeze in this suffocating awkwardness, I quickly thought of something and forced a topic change, deliberately avoiding that traumatic subject. Feeling a bit unnatural, I shook the half-empty water bottle in my hand, stuttering to break the silence. About just now. Thank you so much for this life-saving water. The girl shook her head slightly and indifferently uttered 2 words. It's nothing. My mind started racing again, wondering why this girl in front of me seemed so strange. And also, her entire presence was like a mobile black hole, constantly emitting a suffocating kind of gloom and negative energy. I asked myself, and to be honest, I've always been an emotional radar that's extremely sensitive and easily swayed by others, especially when encountering such a bottomed-out, depressive mood like this. I'm almost completely defenseless. I thought back. Some people have hearts like stone. Even if someone insults them to their face, they remain as calm as a rippleless lake, never letting outside nonsense affect their mood in the slightest. But unfortunately, I have a fragile glass heart, and I could never live that peacefully. Just one touch of a negative field, and the happiness I worked so hard to build would vanish into thin air in an instant, without leaving a single trace. By that same logic, if I had to stay with someone who was naturally filled with this kind of pessimistic negativity, then whatever optimism I had left would surely be turned into sorrow in the blink of an eye. That's why normally when I meet someone who sulks at the drop of a hat, or is constantly filled with negative thoughts, always moping around in misery, I've always chosen to keep my distance, never voluntarily engaging with them. It's not that I bear them any ill will, it's simply because my weakness for being swayed by others' emotions is just too fatal. At the end of the day, to be frank, it's all because of my own unstable temperament. Just as my mind was wandering and thinking about a million things, the girl who had been as quiet as a mouse finally broke the silence on her own. Are you Gu Baichen's friend? I immediately froze in place, eyes wide with surprise, and asked back, how could this ghost-like girl possibly know Baichen too? The girl nodded vigorously and seriously, explaining in a calm tone, Gu Baichen and I don't just go to the same school. We're even classmates who see each other all the time. And I'm his deskmate as well. I was instantly enlightened and realized everything, excitedly slapping my thigh and exclaiming, so you're the one they call the legendary Qin Shui Fu. Qin Shui Fu was clearly dazed by my overreaction, asking back tentatively with surprise, could it be that Gu Baichen actually specifically mentioned me to you? I nodded repeatedly without any hesitation, firmly confirming he just did. Qin Shui Fu's face, which had been as calm as a lake, was suddenly filled with unconcealed anticipation. She eagerly pressed, so what did he actually say about me? I frowned, trying my best to remember seriously, then solemnly informed her. He said that in class, you're as quiet as a mouse, and you never open your mouth to talk to anyone. Qin Shui Fu waited expectantly for a long time, but seeing me suddenly fall silent and not continue, she let out a soft sigh of utter disappointment and asked desperately, is that all? Nothing else? Suppressing a laugh internally, I spread my hands wide and said flatly, that's it. I gloated in my heart, as if a genius like me couldn't be so stupid as to spill all of Gu Baichen's juicy secrets and blabber everything away. Kept muttering to myself, wasn't that just rubbing salt into someone's wound? The way things go these days, honestly. Qin Shui Fu tilted her head slightly.
staring at me with a look of half belief and half doubt. Being stared at like that gave me goosebumps, so I immediately snapped back. What? What is it? What's that suspicious look supposed to mean? Do I really look that untrustworthy? Even though I knew perfectly well in my heart that I was lying through my teeth, still, you could say, this was a well-intended lie for her sake, which I'd carefully woven, right? I suddenly puffed out my chest and stood tall, powerfully emphasizing out loud that I swore I wasn't deceiving her at all. I kept brainwashing myself internally,
thinking that if you want to successfully deceive others, the first step is surely to boldly deceive yourself first. Shin Shufu nodded very obediently, expressing very seriously that she believed me. Hearing her speak so trustingly, my heart was suddenly flooded with that damn intense feeling of guilt. Just what was wrong with me? After that, Shin Shufu once again became like a tightly sealed jar, not uttering a single word more. At this point, the atmosphere was so awkward that I didn't have the nerve to just turn around and walk away immediately, because in my heart, I had already guessed 8 or 9 out of 10. Why Shin Shufu was hiding here all alone? This girl probably came out here mostly because she absolutely hates that noisy, rowdy atmosphere and wanted to find some peace and quiet, right? I tentatively spoke up to ask her, from the time the party started until now, don't tell me you've just been standing here, all by yourself the entire time. Shin Shufu nodded silently, her indifferent expression showing that she truly didn't like crowded and chaotic places. I slapped my thigh. As expected, I guess right. But they've obviously laid out so many delicious snacks in there. If you keep hiding out here, won't you miss out on all of them? Shin Shufu lowered her head further, explaining in a weak voice, I usually don't like eating snacks at all. I was instantly speechless and felt stifled. This conversation is so dry it's freezing the air. How on earth am I supposed to keep this going? I might need to ask the internet for advice, ASAP. I'm really in a rush here. Meanwhile, inside the noisy, bustling banquet hall, Gu Beichin was frantically searching everywhere for me. But even though he was drenched in sweat and had circled the hall, in one giant loop, there was still no sign of me. Gu Beichin frowned deeply, his mind filled with suspicion, thinking, where did that guy run off to? And what kind of shady business is he up to? He didn't even pick up his phone after all this time. Just as Gu Beichin was going crazy with worry from not being able to find anyone, he happened to see Lin Qingye approaching slowly and leisurely from ahead. Like catching a life buoy, Gu Beichin hurriedly stepped forward, asking Lin Qingye urgently if she had seen where I'd run off to. He had been looking for me for so long and couldn't find me anywhere. Lin Qingye's gaze wavered slightly, and a flicker of worry passed through her eyes, one that was extremely hard for others to notice, as she spoke softly to confirm. Could it be that he still hasn't come inside yet? Lin Qingye felt a secret pang of regret and guilt. Could it be that her harsh attitude just now had been so terrible that it had made that guy cry right on the spot? Lin Qingye immediately shook her head vigorously, denying it instantly. That's absolutely impossible. With a person who lives so carefree every day like you, and often acts so brainlessly, how could you fall to tears so easily? Lin Qingye continued to think to herself, whatever, even if we assume the worst, even if you were truly provoked to the point of crying, you would definitely return to normal quickly. Adjust your emotions on your own. Being the thick-skinned and carefree type you are, you'd never take anything to heart or stay truly sad about anything, right? Standing there alone with a dozen idle thoughts drifting through her mind for a while, Lin Qingye finally lifted her chin slightly, slowly revealing the information. He's probably still standing alone like a fool, out in the garden catching the breeze. Gu Beichin felt a weight lift and thanked her repeatedly, then turned around, hurrying to go outside and find me. Gu Beichin's heart skipped a beat. Wait a minute. How did Lin Qingye know that I was still out there, wandering around? Could it be that the two of them had been together in secret just now? Just as Gu Beichin was filled with doubt and was about to turn back to demand an explanation from Lin Qingye, he looked up only to find that Lin Qingye had already walked far away in her heels. Gu Beichin could only turn his head back helplessly, muttering to himself, forget it. I'll just ask him directly later, and everything will be clear then. As soon as he stepped out of the noisy banquet hall, while Gu Beichin was hurrying to the garden to find me, out of the corner of his eye with a passing glance, suddenly, through the giant floor-to-ceiling glass window on the right side, he saw the scene outside crystal clear. Under that old banyan tree, there I was, standing with Shin Shufu. Gu Beichen froze in place, his face filled with astonishment. Why were these two people, who had nothing to do with each other, suddenly hanging out together? At this moment, in the garden, I was sinking deep into a vague, awkward atmosphere, my mind a complete blank. I suddenly didn't know what topic to start a conversation with Qin Shui Fu, so I was scratching my head, racking my brain, to figure out what would be a good thing to say. Right at that moment, from not far away, Gu Beichen's familiar loud voice suddenly called out. He was calling my name. Hearing the call, my heart cheered. Beichen! And I turned my head sharply, just in time to see Gu Beichen hurriedly striding quickly toward the two of us. Gu Beichen took long steps and quickly arrived right in front of us. With a very curious look, his eyes darted back and forth between the two of us, and he asked eagerly with a nosy expression, "Why did you two suddenly join forces like this?" I let out a helpless sigh, exclaiming, "Well, that's a long story." I was just about to start rambling on with an explanation, but at that critical moment, the night sky, which had been pitch black, suddenly began to sprinkle light rain without any warning. I hurriedly pointed to the sky and shouted, "It's raining. Let's quickly go inside and take cover." Gu Beichen responded loudly and cheerfully, without a moment's hesitation. Gu Beichen and I immediately started running and jumping toward the brightly lit villa up ahead. But as I was running for my life, my heart suddenly skipped a beat, feeling like something was very, very wrong. I quickly slammed on the brakes and stopped completely, and with a face full of doubt, I turned my head to search for Qin Zuefu. I was horrified to discover that she was still like a sculpted statue, just standing frozen in place, not moving at all. At that moment, she was using an extremely dark and weirdly deep gaze, staring at the direction where Gu Beichen and I had just left, without blinking even once. Gu Beichen turned back with a questioning look, asking, "What's wrong?" He saw that I had suddenly stopped in my tracks, no longer running, so he also quickly slammed on the brakes and stopped, following my gaze and looking over suspiciously. When he noticed the look on my face seemed to be extremely tense as I paid attention to something quite unbelievable, Gu Beichen also hurriedly followed my stare and looked all the way in that direction. Then I suddenly snapped out of it, realizing that Qin Shufu hadn't even kept up with our pace at all. I quickly came to a halt and called out loudly to her, "Qin Shufu, what are you still standing there for? It's starting to rain." Qin Shufu's voice sounded weak and soft, as she softly replied that the rain wasn't very heavy, and that she still wanted to stay there for a little while longer. Gu Beichen reached out his hand to catch the raindrops, and also expressed agreement, saying, "All right then. This rain is indeed so light you can barely feel it." I still wasn't at ease and cautioned her, "Well, if the rain gets any heavier later, you must remember to take shelter inside immediately." Qin Shufu only obediently lowered her head and whispered a response. After that, she didn't open her mouth to say another word. Gu Beichen turned his head to look at me and said, "In that case, the two of us should go on ahead." I nodded and stepped into the villa with him. But I couldn't help feeling uneasy. Before fully entering the door, I couldn't help but look back and steal a glance at Qin Zuefu. At this point, Qin Zuefu was no longer looking after us. She just lowered her eyelashes, standing there silently in a daze, looking lonely and sorrowful to the extreme. I told Gu Beichen with some concern that I felt with the way Qin Zuefu looked, it seemed like anytime soon, she'd never be willing to come inside on her own. An idea suddenly flashed in my mind, and I suggested, "How about we just take an umbrella out to her?" Gu Beichen nodded immediately upon hearing this, agreeing readily, "Sure." I gave him a gentle push, telling him to go into the banquet hall and wait first, saying that after I gave the umbrella to Qin Shufu, I would immediately return to rejoin him. Gu Beichen responded obediently, then promptly turned around and walked into the bustling banquet hall. I rushed to the reception desk to borrow an umbrella, quickly ran outside, and held the umbrella firmly right over Qin Shufu's head. Qin Shufu was still deeply lost in her daze at this time, so she didn't realize at all that I had quietly returned to her side. I blinked my large, round eyes curiously, wondering to myself what on earth this girl was thinking about, to be so deeply lost in thought like that. I was afraid of disturbing her train of thought, so I intentionally lowered my voice, softly calling out Qin Suifu's name, not daring to speak too loudly at all. Qin Suifu clearly froze for a moment, her long eyelashes fluttering a few times, as she turned her head and suddenly noticed my presence. Even though I had been sufficiently cautious and reserved, it still seemed to catch her off guard, giving Qin Suifu a bit of a fright, and her expression immediately became a little awkward and panicked. With a look full of doubt, she asked, "Mugo, why did you suddenly come back?"
I casually handed over the umbrella in my hand, thrusting it straight into Kin Suifu's hand as I muttered,
To give you an umbrella, of course. Even though the rain isn't that heavy. Staying out in it for too long will definitely make you catch a cold. Qin Shuifu froze once again, and by the time she fully regained her senses, her usual cold eyes had been tinged with a layer of warmth. She was like a startled little fawn, looking at me with a face full of both surprise and joy, slowly asking for confirmation. Did you really run all the way back just to give me an umbrella? I nodded vigorously, but in my mind, the image of an old classmate from years ago suddenly appeared, someone whose mental state hadn't been very good. I remember one day, just as school was letting out, it suddenly started pouring rain. That classmate happened to not have an umbrella, so I took the initiative to offer to take him all the way to the subway entrance. That friend looked truly happy at that moment. Even while walking through the rain, they wore a smile the entire way, that gentle, contented smile. It was because of that classmate that I fully realized that people from unhappy families are actually the ones in this world who are most easily satisfied. Others might need a whole bag of candy to feel happy, but for them, just receiving one piece is enough. Qin Shuifu took the umbrella with complicated eyes, softly whispering a thank you. I waved it off as if it were nothing, generously saying, "Don't mention it," then told her I was leaving, advising her that if the rain suddenly got heavier, to quickly head inside. Qin Shuifu nodded unusually obediently, saying that she understood. After getting a definite answer from Qin Shuifu, I felt relieved and turned around, jogging away from the scene. Qin Shuifu saw that the rain was indeed starting to come down harder. Worried that I would get soaked, she was about to chase after me to share the umbrella. The moment she took a step, she suddenly saw a glinting silver object. It was the pinky ring that had silently slipped off my hand, falling onto the drenched cement. Without thinking, Qin Shuifu immediately rushed over to pick it up, about to shout after me that I'd dropped something. But as she looked up, I had already run far off and entered the villa. Qin Shuifu slowly opened her palm, her eyes pensive as she stared at the ring lying quietly in her hand. After a long silence, Qin Shuifu suddenly clenched her fist, very carefully tucking the ring away into her jacket pocket. After hiding it well, and when I returned to the banquet hall to rest, I took all the frustration it just endured and vented it all to Gu Beichen, laying it all out. Beichen, this is honestly enough to make me die of anger. The more I spoke, the more agitated I became, seeing how that guy hadn't even bothered to find out the whole story or verify the truth, not even knowing what I had actually said to Mei Xinyan. Yet based on a few fragments he'd seen with his own eyes, he rushed over to yell in my face. Seriously, what did you owe him in a past life? Gu Beichen listened and nodded repeatedly in agreement. He also felt the other party's actions were indeed a bit much. Feeling like it found a kindred spirit, I chimed in. Right? Exactly. It was beyond excessive, super-duper out of line. A look of deep thought crossed Gu Beichen's face, then he spoke in a low voice. However, he suddenly changed the subject, saying that the heart of the matter didn't seem to be there. Dumbfounded, I asked him what he meant by that. He sharply pointed out that the important point was, why did Lin Qingye specifically tell me to stay away from Mei Xinyan? Like a light bulb going off, I nodded repeatedly. Yes. I thought it was weird at the time too, so I asked her about it. I recalled and shared, but she didn't tell me anything. Plus, her expression at the time was absolutely terrible. Gu Beichen mused analytically. Based on what you're saying, between this Lin Qingye and Mei Xinyan, there's most likely some kind of bad blood. I expressed my agreement, saying that I actually thought the same thing. He advised me, if that's the case, then you should listen to Lin Qingye and try to avoid any more contact with that Mei Xinyan. Then he added, Lin Qingye definitely has her reasons for doing that, and besides, she'd never do anything to hurt you. While the two of us were deep in conversation, a waiter suddenly approached me, respectfully saying, Young master, madam would like you to join her for a moment. What? I was momentarily stunned. The waiter nodded in confirmation, then pointed towards my mother in the distance, who was looking my way. I looked in the direction he pointed, and my eyes met my mother's. My mother was looking at me with a beaming smile, even waving her hand to call me over. I quickly leaned into Gu Beichen's ear and whispered, I don't know why, but every time I see that smile on my mom's face, I get this terrible sinking feeling in my gut. Gu Beichen showed deep sympathy, adding that whenever his mom smiled like that, it never meant anything good. I sighed and said, All right, I'll head over there. I'll come back and find you later. Gu Beichen nodded, telling me to be extremely careful. I stood up, bracing myself, and reluctantly made my way toward Mother. Gu Beichen was still pondering what to do next when someone suddenly sat down right beside him. He instinctively turned his head to look, never expecting to see a person he least wanted to see right now. Gu Beichen immediately stood up to leave, but that person was quick to grab him by the wrist. Gu Beichen spun around abruptly, his usual composure vanishing instantly, his face showing only impatient disgust as he coldly snapped, "Let go." Jiang Ruoxu's lips curled into a faint cold smile. "The close brother you're always mentioning. It's Mu Ji, isn't it?" Gu Beichen was taken aback. "How do you know him?" Jiang Ruoxue clicked her tongue twice, speaking in a mocking tone. "Did you forget that? I also graduated from Van Than Academy." Gu Beichen's face immediately hardened as he replied coldly, "My apologies. I don't have the slightest interest in anything involving you." Jiang Ruoxue knit her brows tightly, seeing his icy indifference. It seemed he really wasn't lying. She continued, "If you know Mu Gi, then surely you must also know someone named Lin Qingye. Lin Qingye and I are close sisters. We were incredibly close at school. So do you really think I wouldn't know Mu Gi?" Gu Beichen only gave an indifferent grunt, not saying another word. Faced with Gu Beichen's extremely cold attitude, Jiang Ruoxue was so angry she nearly choked. Jiang Ruoxue suddenly stood up, pulling Gu Beichen toward her forcefully. The fire of rage in her eyes was unmistakable. She gritted her teeth and interrogated Gu Beichen. "Even if we've broken up, and even if I was wrong to you before, is it really necessary to treat me with such coldness?" Jiang Ruoxue felt deeply aggrieved inside. In the beginning, it was just that after loving Gu Beichen for so long, she'd gotten bored, so she just wanted a bit of excitement, a little bit of flirting with other guys. Besides, at the time, nothing had actually happened between Jiang Ruoxue and that other guy. At most, they'd just gone to the movies a few times. The only thing that was slightly out of line was that on Valentine's Day that year, Jiang Ruoxue had gone out with him. But just because Gu Beichen found out about it, no matter how much Jiang Ruoxue tried to explain herself afterward, Gu Beichen insisted on breaking up. Fine, a breakup is one thing, but Gu Beichen doesn't even refuse any woman who actively pursues him now. How could Jiang Ruoxue stand for this? Even though the person Jiang Ruoxue secretly sent to keep tabs on Gu Beichen reported back, telling her that while Gu Beichen didn't refuse anyone on the surface, in reality he never had any kind of intimate contact with those women. It all seemed like he was just putting on a show for Jiang Ruoxue. But even so, it still didn't sit right with Jiang Ruoxue. Even though Jiang Ruoxue and Gu Beichen were no longer lovers, she still couldn't stomach it. Gu Beichen only gave a light, scoffing laugh, mocking her. "Me being cold to you is already giving you more face than you deserve." The fire of rage in Jiang Ruoxue's heart blazed even fiercer. The chaotic mix of emotions made Jiang Ruoxue so frustrated that even breathing began to feel difficult. Jiang Ruoxue appeared easygoing on the outside, but by nature she was someone who never let a grudge go unavenged. Whoever dared to cross her, she would make them suffer 10 times over. Seeing Gu Beichen maintaining that indifferent attitude, Jiang Ruoxue violently threw his hand off and cursed at him with a biting tone. "Gu Beichen, stop acting the part of the cold and noble hero. You think I don't know what's really going on? Even if we've broken up, and no matter how many girlfriends you cycle through, deep down you could never forget me." Unexpectedly, before Jiang Ruoxue could even finish, a glass of orange juice was splashed directly in her face, and the culprit was none other than Gu Beichen. Gu Beichen curled his lip in a sarcastic smile as he looked at her. "I must have been blind to love you back then." Gu Beichen truly chose the wrong person. Leaving behind that heartless remark, Gu Beichen decisively turned his back and walked away, leaving Jiang Ruoxue with only his cold and resolute silhouette. Jiang Ruoxue stood there dazed, her face a mess of orange juice. She was so incensed by Gu Beichen she couldn't even find words. She suddenly found herself drifting back to when they were together, remembering how tender and attentive he had been, how Gu Beichen's little surprises had always enchanted her soul. Truthfully, out of all the people Jiang Ruoxue had ever dated, Gu Beichen was the only one who had ever truly surprised her. And Gu Beichen was the only person she'd ever been willing to humble herself for. Whenever they argued while they were together, perhaps it was because Gu Beichen wasn't just her first love, but she was his first love as well. But ever since Gu Beichen discovered her flirting with other guys behind his back, His attitude had done a complete 180. Jiang Ruoshui admitted that flirting with others, while still dating Gu Beichin, had indeed been her fault. But does a little flirting really count as cheating? Nothing ever crossed the line. Did you have to be so hard about it? It's obvious you still care about me. Yet you pretend you don't care at all, trying to act even worse than me. What's the point of that? I really don't get it. What is going on inside men's heads? Why must they always play these games? Is it really that hard to admit you still love me? And then you have the nerve to splash juice on me. If your name wasn't Gu Beichin, do you think you could have walked away so easily today? Jiang Ruoshui clenched her fist, took a resentful deep breath, and stormed off. Meanwhile, Gu Beichin hurried into the restroom and locked the door, standing silently before the mirror for a long time. Suddenly, he lifted his head, and his eyes met his own reflection. Only then did he realize with a shock, those eyes of his were so bloodshot he could barely look at them. Hot tears began to fall uncontrollably, as a piercing pain radiated from his chest to his very soul. Before long, his entire face was drenched in tears of vulnerability. On the other side, as Jiang Ruoshui was nearing the banquet hall exit, she happened to run into Lin Qingya. Lin Qingya caught her, exclaiming in shock, "Oh my God, what happened to your face?" Jiang Ruoshui took a deep breath, the fire in her eyes still unquenched. "Some damn jerk who doesn't know his place did this." Lin Qingya frowned. "So, did you do anything back to him?" Jiang Ruoshui blinked, a bit caught off guard. "What would I do to him?" She continued stubbornly. "I'm letting him off not because he matters, but because I'm just too lazy to stoop to his level. Right, it's just not worth my time. There's absolutely no other reason." Lin Qingya's lips quirked into a tiny smile, her eyes twinkling as if she saw through everything. "But I didn't notice a thing. Happily chatting away with Mei Xinyan. I thought you'd still be sleeping in. I didn't expect you to be online so early." Mei Xinyan's sweet voice echoed through my headset, and I had to admit, Mei Xinyan's voice was definitely the prettiest out of everyone I knew. Hearing such a soothing tone, I couldn't help but wonder, she must be a great singer, right? The moment I thought about singing, I felt a pang of guilt, like I was doing something shady, as I stole a glance toward Lin Qingya, who was sitting not far away. Because even now, out of everyone I knew, the title for Best Singer undoubtedly belonged to Lin Qingya. Although I usually dislike Lin Qingya quite a bit, I still had to begrudgingly admit that she was an incredibly talented all-around genius. Wasn't I the same? Besides, tomorrow is already Monday, so I have to make the most of these final moments to rank up. I answered in a hushed tone, afraid of disturbing Lin Qingya, who was sitting right next to me watching soccer. Mei Xinyan gave a soft chuckle. It felt as warm as a spring breeze. "Want me to help you pick a hero?" I sighed helplessly. "No need. My main was snatched by the enemy team, and our first pick already locked in mage, so I'm stuck playing support." Mei Xinyan hesitated for a moment. "But the other team banned the ones you're best at, Zhuangzhou and Kai Wenji. They're gone, so who are you going to play now?" I scratched my head in a bind. Let me think. What's my secret weapon for this match? It was because I was so focused on the game and my lively conversation with Mei Xinyan that I didn't notice at all that, at this very moment, Lin Qingya's cold gaze was fixed on me, not wavering for a single millimeter. Just as I decided on my hero, I suddenly felt someone silently sitting down right next to me. I gave a massive shudder, and looking up, I met Lin Qingya's eyes, nearly launching myself off the rug in shock. Oh my God. I couldn't help but yell, "Lin Qingya, why the hell did you suddenly lean in so close? Are you trying to give me a heart attack?" She snatched one of my earbuds out, her gaze as sharp as a razor. "Who are you playing with?" Alarm bells immediately started ringing in my head. Had Lin Qingya already realized that I was teaming up with Mei Xinyan? I was in a total panic, my mind suddenly going blank. Usually, I'm the type who's not afraid of anything. But whenever I'm in a tight spot like this, my brain just grinds to a halt. Just one look at the guilty expression on my face, and Lin Qingya could be absolutely certain who I was actually talking to right now. Without even waiting for me to come up with an excuse, Lin Qingya was too quick as she snatched the phone right out of my hand. I yelled out in a flurry, "Lin Qingya, what do you think you're doing?" Lin Qingya completely ignored my protest. After glancing at the name Mei Xinyan in big letters on the screen, she turned back to give me a look so cold, I immediately went quiet as a mouse. Partly because of my guilty conscience, and partly because Lin Qingya's expression right now looked terrifyingly dark. I was completely overwhelmed by her aura. Under my anxious and apprehensive gaze, Lin Qingya did something unexpected,
and handed the phone back to me, that her lips curled up into a chilling, heartless smile, just staring at me without saying a single word. A shiver ran down my spine, and I shrank back in fear. Oh my God. Lin Qingya is like a female Rakshasa right now. Lin Qingya gave a cold laugh. Muga, go ahead and keep playing. With that, she stood up and walked straight into the bedroom, the door slamming shut with a massive bang. I finally snapped out of it, hurriedly put my headset back on,
and urgently explained to Mei Xinyan on the other end
of the line. Xinyan, I'm so sorry. Something urgent came up, so I have to log off now. It's okay. Mei Xinyan's voice was incredibly gentle, her words even carrying a hint of comfort. I bit the bullet and dragged myself to the bedroom door, planning to go in and apologize to Lin Qingya, only to find she'd already locked it from the inside. With a face full of doubt, I tried the handle again with force, but it wouldn't budge at all, truly locked tight from within. I gave a helpless sigh. Even though I was in the wrong for making her mad, locking me out like this felt a bit much. Lin Qingya. I shouted her name, banging on the door with all my strength.
How could you have the heart to lock the door? Please, just open up and let me in. Lin Qingya. Hey. Can you hear me? But the room inside was eerily quiet. Not a single sound came in response. I just kept pacing outside the door like a cat on a hot tin roof. I'm doomed, totally doomed. Lin Qingya must be absolutely livid this time. Otherwise, she'd never fly into such a rage. I stopped, feeling like I was about to crumble, and finally began to frantically blame myself and seriously reflect on my behavior. Thinking back, it makes sense. Lin Qingya had repeatedly warned me over and over that I absolutely had to stay away from Mei Xinyan. Yesterday at the party, it was because I really had no way to avoid it, since Mei Xinyan had walked right up to me. Besides, in a crowded place like that, it would have been incredibly rude if I just turned and walked away. But today, I clearly could have made an excuse to turn Mei Xinyan down, yet not only did I not refuse, I was even enthusiastically gaming and chatting with her. If I were Lin Qingya, witnessing a scene like that, I'd definitely be fuming with rage too. But seriously, Lin Qingya, how could you be so incredibly smart to easily catch me in the act, teaming up to rank up with Mei Xinyan? Lin Qingya, please stop being angry. I could only continue knocking on the door, begging for forgiveness in a truly pathetic way. I had to humble myself, leaning against the door to coax her. Qingya, can you please just open the door first? Why would you suddenly lock yourself in there for no reason? At this moment, I could finally truly appreciate how my eldest sister felt dealing with my tantrums when I was little. It's a state of utter helplessness, because as a kid, whenever I was mad at her, I'd have the audacity to lock myself in my room, ignoring her no matter how much she'd plead or apologize. From outside the door, I'd just stubbornly keep ignoring her, and wouldn't dream of taking a single step outside, making her run to find Uncle Lee every single time to get the spare key so she could come in and comfort me. Remembering the spare key, my eyes suddenly lit up. That's it. I can totally find the key and open the door myself. But where on earth could the key to this room be? I muttered to myself. Maybe it's best to just call Lu Yi and ask. I dashed toward the sofa like a bolt of lightning and snatched the phone lying on the floor, immediately calling Lu Yi. Inside the bedroom, Lin Qingya heard the sound of my footsteps running away, and her cold face instantly darkened like coal. I thought an impatient jerk like you would have just left for good. Mugi, you dark-hearted, ungrateful brat, if I, Lin Qingya, ever look after you again, it'll be a dog. Lin Qingya was so furious that she threw herself onto the beanbag chair nearby. Her chest heaved, suffocated by the anger I caused. Perhaps because she had stayed up all night without a wink of sleep, Lin Qingya's head began to spin, both drowsy and utterly exhausted, intending to lie down and catch up on sleep. But just as she closed her eyes, as if remembering something, she snapped them open again. With a cold expression, she calculated for a moment, then took her phone out of her pocket and decisively sent a message to Mei Xinyan. Mei Xinyan, if there is a grudge between the two of us, then come at me. Stay away from Mugo from now on. Meanwhile, in front of a large floor-to-ceiling window, Mei Xinyan was leisurely crossing her legs, sitting on the sofa with a coffee cup in hand, calmly enjoying the morning sun. Outside the door, there was a sudden respectful and gentle knock. Young lady. The maid stood formally outside, beside an exquisite food trolley, laid out with various kinds of mouth-watering breakfast delicacies. Since Mei Xinyan deeply enjoyed morning tea, the breakfast the manor prepared for her was mostly authentic morning tea,
The maid pushed the trolley in carefully, placing the lavish breakfast items one by one on the desk next to Mei Xinyan. The thoughtful maid poured a cup of hot milk tea and brought it to Mei Xinyan. Miss, drinking too much coffee isn't good for your health. How about having some milk tea instead? Gentle smile played on Mei Xinyan's lips. It's fine. The maid hesitated for half a second, then continued to urge. Today's milk tea was specially made by the kitchen. It's the flavor Master Nan Feng loved most during his lifetime. Miss, please have a sip. At the mention of that name, Mei Xinyan's eyes flickered. An indescribable sorrow welled up in her heart, along with a sharp pang of pain. Nan Feng. Her mind was in turmoil, but her gaze couldn't help but drift toward the computer, where an exquisite photo frame sat beside it. Hearing this, Lin Qingye frowned deeply, again appearing as if she really didn't want to talk about it. Didn't I tell you not to ask so much? I secretly curled my lip in contempt. Fine, don't let me ask. No need to put on such an unpleasant face. But looking at Lin Qingye's expression, I could basically confirm that between the two of them, there must be some deep-seated grudge. The rain outside had become unusually fierce, even from the lobby outside the banquet hall. The sound of the torrential downpour was crystal clear. Qin Shufu had somehow sneaked into the banquet hall at some point. She was currently blending into the crowd, her eyes fixed intently on me. The dance finally ended. Lin Qingye and I were pulled away by both sets of parents and forced to sit obediently in the lounge area. I felt my throat going dry and was just about to get up for a glass of juice when my mother grabbed me tightly. Muge, where do you think you're going in the middle of the night? I waved my hand helplessly. I'm not going far. I'm just so thirsty I can't take it. I just want to get a glass of orange juice. Aunt Lin smiled and gestured for me to stop, signaling for me to sit back down. For small errands like this, just let Qingye do it. Aunt Lin turned to glare at Lin Qingye. Qingye, why are you just standing there? Go get a glass of orange juice for Mugu. Just as Lin Qingye reluctantly started to stand up, my mother suddenly raised an eyebrow. Wait, don't go yet. My mother turned her head and looked at me expectantly. Mugu, in the 2 years you were abroad, did you finally learn how to drink? I shook my head like a rattle. I haven't touched it at all. Aunt Lin's eyes widened in surprise. Oh my, Mugu, you're almost an adult, and you still don't know how to drink. I nodded honestly and repeatedly. Before, I was curious and took a tiny sip, and the taste was absolutely dreadful, so I never dared to touch it again. Uncle Lin frowned and stood up for me. Isn't Mugi still in 12th grade? He's still miles away from adulthood. It's perfectly normal that he doesn't drink. But my mother refused to back down and slapped her thigh. Mugi is about to turn 18, so his alcohol tolerance needs to be trained soon. After all, once he's over 18, when attending high-end banquets, he won't be able to avoid social drinking. How can he manage without practicing his tolerance first? I immediately screamed internally that I didn't want to grow up anymore. This damn alcohol tastes like death. My father, who had been silent, also showed agreement and nodded slightly. I think your mother has a very good point. I looked at my own parents in a daze. So what you're saying is, you're not letting me have that sweet orange juice, and you're insisting I drink alcohol instead. My mother snapped her fingers. Exactly. But since you're the type who collapses after one glass, I'll be merciful tonight and let you practice with fruit wine first. Faced with the double pressure from my parents, I had no way out, so I had to reluctantly agree. And I have to admit, our family's bartender is quite skilled. That fruit wine tasted just like fresh orange juice, sweet and sour and very palatable. Without any guard, I downed 3 glasses in a row. Everyone saw I was only drinking very low alcohol fruit wine, so they just giggled and watched, with no intention of stopping me at all. But what floored everyone was that, right after I drained the 3rd glass, the next second I was sprawled out on the leather sofa, fast asleep. Mu Lin happened to return just then after finishing her business, and immediately saw me lying on the sofa, sleeping soundly. Her eyes were full of doting affection. Muji, why are you so sleepy already? My mother spread her hands helplessly. To be precise, your precious little brother is dead drunk. Mu Lin froze on the spot, an unbelievable look on her face. He drank alcohol. My mother shrugged nonchalantly. Of course, he'll have to deal with the drinking scene sooner or later. Training his tolerance a little beforehand only has benefits and no harm. At this point, my mother glanced at me sleeping soundly with a look of distaste. But looking at how useless your brother is, I'm afraid he's untrainable. Getting dead drunk off a little light wine, so what can we expect when it comes to real wine? Mu Lin frowned slightly in pity. From the bottom of her heart, she didn't want me involved with alcohol at all. Even when I truly grow up, she wouldn't have the heart. After all, drinking was never a good thing.
Drinking too much would only harm my frail body. Mu Lin turned to look at Lin Qingya. Qingya, why don't you take Mu Ge home first? Sleeping like this makes it easy for him to catch a cold and get sick. Lin Qingya readily nodded in agreement. Since she was also hoping to slip away from here quickly, she had always detested these fake, high society parties. At that moment, my mother and Aunt Lin secretly exchanged a look of intense excitement and triumph. Lin Qingya stepped over to me, supporting me drunk as I was with one arm as she helped me up from the sofa. Then we'll be heading home first. From behind, my mother didn't stop giving caring reminders. Qingya, I saw you were coaxed into drinking a lot tonight too. Once you get home and settle him, go wash up and get some sleep, okay? Lin Qingya nodded politely in response. Then I'll take Mu Ge and head off first. Mu Lin, feeling uneasy, stood up abruptly. It's not safe outside. Let me personally walk you two out. Waiting until the three of them had completely disappeared, my mother let out a troubled sigh. Mu Lin really inherited my alcohol tolerance, but how come Mu Ge can't drink a single drop? Hearing that, Aunt Lin immediately burst into laughter. Listen to you acting as if Mu Lin wasn't the child you carried and gave birth to yourself. At this, a strange spark flashed in my mother's eyes, and her face flickered with a hint of panic. But that panic only lasted for a mere second. My mother quickly regained her calm, smiling expression without a single flaw. Mu Lin, that Dan girl. I stopped considering her my own daughter long ago. Ever since she entered showbiz, the times she comes home can be counted on one hand. Her head is always full of filming and shooting. Sometimes she goes completely silent for an entire month. Aunt Lin quickly and gently advised from the side. Isn't she doing it out of necessity? She's just too lucky. Becoming a superstar right after her debut. I see her brand endorsement deals for major names never stop coming in this scandal-ridden entertainment industry. Being busier truly means a brighter future. That's how she maintains her popularity. My mother nodded in deep agreement. What you're saying is absolutely right. An hour quickly passed. At the base of the quiet luxury apartment building, the driver smoothly pulled the luxury car over to the curb. Lin Qingya struggled to help me out of the car, gave the driver a few instructions, then turned to take me upstairs. As soon as we entered the house and Lin Qingya finished changing into slippers, she continued to support my limp body as we walked into the living room. Lin Qingya was just about to turn toward the bathroom to wash up when she noticed me dimly opening my eyes. She stopped immediately, her lips curling slightly. Oh, you woke up that fast. You got dead drunk off a little cat piss. I thought you were going to sleep straight through until morning. I was so sleepy I couldn't open my eyes and I frowned in pain. Oh God, my head is spinning. It's so uncomfortable. Lin Qingya stood there with her arms crossed, watching, not bothering to care about me. I whimpered with a self-pitying tone, like a stranded salted fish, tossing and turning miserably on the sofa. It's absolutely horrible. Lin Qingya looked at my pathetic state, and a strange stirring suddenly rose in her heart. She then asked crossly, where exactly does it hurt? My mind was completely muddled right now, not realizing at all that my long, drawn-out tone was no different from throwing a childish tantrum. I feel like I'm going to throw up. Lin Qingya took a deep breath, trying to stay calm, inwardly surprised at why her heart was suddenly beating so fast. I was like a turtle flipped on its back, struggling just to scramble into a sitting position on the sofa. This isn't good. This isn't good. My stomach is all in knots. I have to go to the bathroom and throw up. Lin Qingya stood there dazed, watching my clumsy movements, somehow finding me a bit foolishly cute. What was going on? She helplessly pointed at my feet. Take off your leather shoes quickly, otherwise your feet will slip and you'll fall flat on your face. I was already dizzy and feeling like death, and hearing I had to take off my shoes myself, I felt my whole body go weak and held out a limp foot. I don't have an ounce of strength left. Please just help me take them off. Lin Qingya's eyes widened in shock, and she let out a cold snort. You want this young lady to take off your shoes? You've got some nerve, actually daring to order me around. Like a pile of loose mud, I slumped back onto the leather sofa, frantically waving my hands. No, I'm bothering you. Please, have mercy and help me take them off. I'm really about to die from this discomfort. Lin Qingya's brow was tightly knit, looking at me suspiciously. Mu Ge, are you even conscious right now? I nodded repeatedly and seriously. Of course I am. I'm so sober right now it's scary. Lin Qingya leaned down, resolutely continuing her questioning. Then tell me, who is the person standing in front of you? I answered very decisively, while shaking my head like a rattle. I have absolutely no idea. Lin Qingya stepped straight up to me, slowly squatting down, and staring into my eyes. Open your eyes wide and look carefully. Who exactly is this young lady? I looked at Lin Qingye with eyes dreamy from drink, at that exquisite face, gazing at it foolishly for a long time, and only then slowly uttered 3 words. Don't know her. Lin Qingye's face darkened instantly, and she had just clenched her fist ready to explode, when she heard my next strange remarks. I suddenly broke into a silly, infatuated smile, grinning from ear to ear. But this little appearance of yours actually looks pretty good. Lin Qingye's heartbeat suddenly raced uncontrollably, and her gaze flickered away. Really? But before, some blind person called me ugly. I immediately slapped my thigh excitedly. That bastard must be blind to say such nonsense. You're not ugly at all. Clearly, you are as ethereally beautiful as a fairy sister. A complex emotion flickered in Lin Qingye's eyes, and she leaned in closer out of curiosity. Then analyze this for me. Why did that person call me ugly back then? I curled my lip in distaste. Good grief, why are you so stupid? Is that even a question? That guy must be the type who says one thing, but means another. Even Lin Qingye herself didn't realize that after hearing those words, her lips had unconsciously formed a radiant and happy smile. Breaking her rule, Lin Qingye reached out to help me take off the leather shoes. Then, she stood up gracefully. Stay here and be good. Don't mess around. I'm going to the hall to get your slippers. Like a kindergarten child. I nodded obediently. Understood. The moment Lin Qingye turned her back, she couldn't help but think to herself. Uga, this guy after getting drunk, doesn't seem quite as annoying as usual. She came back with the slippers and gently dropped them by my feet. Put them on. I mumbled an indistinct thanks, slipped into the slippers, and staggered straight forward. Lin Qingye caught sight of my collision course, panicked instantly, and rushed over to grab my arm. You're going the wrong way, that's the bedroom. The bathroom is in the opposite direction. As she spoke, she forced my spinning self to turn back around. Being spun like that made the world flip even more, and tears of self-pity were about to burst out. Oh God, this is bad. Let go of me, stop shaking me. My head is spinning even more, I'm going to puke. Lin Qingye immediately stood still in fear, not daring to move even a muscle, looking at me cautiously. Is it really that bad? However, before she could finish her sentence, a sour surge suddenly rolled up from my stomach. Without warning, I vomited violently right on the spot. The scene was a total disaster, not only messing up a large area of the expensive floor, but quite a lot of the filth splashed directly onto Lin Qingye's high-end designer dress. Lin Qingye looked at herself covered in mess, shocked into silence on the spot. Even she found it hard to believe that her abnormally obsessive clean freak nature miraculously didn't flare up at this moment. I vomited everything in my stomach out, giving it everything I had, and immediately felt my whole body lighten up, no longer feeling as terrible as before. Under Lin Qingye's complex gaze, I shuffled back to the sofa like a ghost and collapsed onto it, still feeling a bit tired, so I closed my eyes. Lin Qingye keenly noticed that the expensive suit I was wearing was also soiled, and helplessly walked over to give my head a light tap. Roll into the bathroom. Take off these stinky, dirty clothes right now. My consciousness was starting to fade, with one foot already in dreamland, not even wanting to move a single finger. I really don't have the strength to crawl up anymore. Lin Qingye pinched her nose in disgust, her brows knit so tightly she could have squashed a fly. Even if you have to crawl into the bathroom and wash up. You're filthy. I closed my eyes, pouting in dissatisfaction, and put on a fierce face to resist. Why are you so fierce, huh? I don't give you permission to yell at me with that voice. As if she were possessed, Lin Qingye's anger vanished instantly, and even her tone became unusually gentle. But your whole body smells right now. If you don't wash up, can you even sleep well? Relying on the alcohol, I shamelessly acted out. If you hate it so much that you're forcing me to bathe, then why don't you just go all the way and be a good person? And just help me bathe while you're at it. Hearing these extremely shocking words of mine, Lin Qingye froze on the spot instantly, silent for a long time. She completely gave up on communicating with me any further. After all, looking at my state, I was definitely so drunk I didn't know up from down. After struggling for nearly 10 minutes, the young lady Lin Qingye finally, with great effort, cleaned up the filthy battlefield on that floor. She let out a long, weary sigh, then went to the kitchen, lit the fire under a clay pot, and made a hot pot of hangover soup for me. By the time she finished her busy work and returned to the living room, I was already lying on the sofa snoring softly,
sleeping quite soundly. Lin Xingye walked over to me with a worried face and immediately fell into a state of deep indecision. What on earth should I do with this person, who's as covered in mud as a little monkey? Even if your whole body is so dirty I can't bear to look, fine. But on top of that, you reek of alcohol in such a horribly overpowering way. Her severe clean freak nature absolutely would never allow me to set foot in the bedroom. In her helplessness, Lin Xingye had to call Lu Yi, tending to call someone to help me wash up a bit. On the other end, Lu Yi immediately agreed. "Don't worry, miss. I'll arrange for someone to come help right away." As it turned out, less than 3 minutes after the call ended, Lin Xingye's phone rang again. It turned out to be her mother calling to check on the situation. "Listen, Xingye, how can this unlucky child be so inconsiderate? It's almost 11 p.m. now. Why are you still bothering Lu Yi? You have to find a way to handle this yourself." Lin Xingye's eyes widened instantly, looking completely astonished. "Then would the master please tell me how to handle this? He's a man, you know, and I'm a virtuous girl not married to anyone yet. I don't care about that. Just figure it out yourself." Aunt Lin's tone allowed for no further negotiation. All right, I have to go to sleep for my skincare. That stinky brat is entirely your responsibility tonight." Without letting Lin Xingye get in a single word of protest, Aunt Lin decisively hung up on the other end. Lin Xingye only felt a profound exhaustion and despair, and closed her eyes in misery. "Mom, you're definitely doing this on purpose, aren't you?" She turned to glance at me, dead drunk and oblivious, and for a moment stood frozen, completely confused. Looking at my state of mental fog right now, if she really let me go into the bathroom alone, then in a short while, it'd probably fall and break a bone. And if she just threw me straight into the bathtub and let me sit there and wash myself, then I'm afraid a fool like me might even find a way to drown myself. Weary in both body and soul, she sighed, and finally grimacing in distaste, supported my limp body, staggering step by step into the bathroom. And as she struggled with each step, she muttered resentfully under her breath, "You really are something. You're definitely getting the better end of the deal today." Come to think of it, Lin Xingye was brought to the Mew house when I was only 3 years old. And on the very first night she arrived, my mother stuffed her right into my room. The two of them had always been together since childhood, and precisely because they had spent so many years, lived under the same roof for years, and coincidentally, they were both raised by the same nanny since they were little. Until they reached the middle class of kindergarten, they basically stayed naked all the time, and were stuffed into a bathtub to bathe together. So that primitive, naked look of mine, that raw, unedited form, Lin Xingye had seen it all clearly, from childhood until adulthood. Because she had witnessed it as a child, Lin Xingye had this mysterious confidence that giving me a bath herself would be as simple and easy as drinking water. But who would have thought that halfway through, Lin Xingye's face would turn beet red to her ears. Her whole body was so tense that she was about to run out of oxygen on the spot. She was literally breathless. After 20 long and arduous minutes had finally passed, Lin Xingye finally finished scrubbing my entire body, washing me clean from head to toe. She took a deep breath of fresh air, hurriedly stood up, and ran into the bedroom to find my personal bathrobe. After clumsily wrapping me tightly in it, she had to put in all her strength to help me out into the living room, then threw me onto the sofa like a sandbag. Seeing that I could still sleep like a log, even after being half-washed, Lin Xingye's chest heaved violently. She panted heavily. Earlier, before running out of the bathroom in a panic, Lin Xingye's gaze had accidentally caught her own reflection in the mirror. Not only was her beautiful little face as red as a ripe tomato, but even her long white neck was stained with a hot, dark pink hue. She frantically scolded herself in her heart. This is so strange. Why am I getting this damn nervous over that unremarkable body of his? Letting out a sharp breath, Lin Xingye turned and hid in the kitchen, took a bottle of chilled mineral water from the fridge, suddenly twisted the cap open, and tilted her head back to drain it to the last drop. Then she turned to look at the bubbling clay pot and casually turned off the stove. After she finished her own quick shower and got herself cleaned up, she then very carefully scooped out half a bowl of hot hangover soup, brought it out of the kitchen, and sat down next to me on the edge of the sofa, gently nudging me. "Mugi, wake up now, don't sleep anymore." I pouted very reluctantly. My eyebrows furrowed tight. I was just so sleepy. "Let me sleep a little longer, please." Lin Xingye's brows narrowed again. "Be good, quickly drink this hangover soup, then crawl back to your room to sleep. If you sleep on this crappy sofa all night, you'll definitely catch a cold by tomorrow. It was like I had completely shut down. For a long while there was no response. Even my breathing became steady and calm. It seemed I had fallen back into a deep sleep. Lin Xingye had completely lost her patience by now, her voice full of impatience and annoyance. Hey Mugi, get up and finish this hangover soup before you go back to sleep. Stop dawdling, hurry up. In my completely drained state, I struggled to open my heavy eyelids, protesting with a miserable expression. You woman, you're being way too noisy. Pouting my dry lips in grievance, I forced myself to sit up straight on the sofa, my dazed eyes glancing at the steaming porcelain bowl on the coffee table. My eyes suddenly lit up, staring at Lin Xingye with a curious look. Could this be the legendary divine water, the cure for everything? Hangover soup. Can you stop asking such pointless, nonsense questions? Lin Xingye gave a long roll of her eyes. Her reply was sharp and concise. I looked like a mistreated little bride, suffering great injustice, pouting. My teary eyes staring blankly at Lin Xingye, rims of my eyes red, as if I were about to burst into tears, with a fragile appearance. Lin Xingye was momentarily stunned by my pitiful gaze, feeling a sudden skip in her heart. What is this damn feeling of guilt that just hit me out of nowhere? What the hell is going on? I pouted, mumbling my accusation against her. I was just asking a casual question. Why do you always snap at me so impatiently? She truly had no way to deal with me, only able to let out a helpless sigh. Fine, you're right. This is the ancestor of all hangover soups from legend. Now just drink it, please. Your headache will disappear once you're done. Even Lin Xingye was surprised to realize that, faced with my soft, easily bullied appearance, she couldn't help but want to please me and give in to me. Hearing that, I was overjoyed, grinning like a child. Really? Wouldn't it be better if you were a bit gentler? You have to be gentle like this to make guys like you. Right after saying that, I didn't care for formalities and slid off the sofa, sitting right on the soft, furry rug. Just as I excitedly reached out, planning to pick up the spoon for the soup, Lin Xingye's bone-chilling voice suddenly rang out from behind. I'm sorry to break it to you, but this young lady doesn't care at all about whether guys like me or not. My hand holding the bowl froze in mid-air for a moment. Then I difficultly turned halfway, staring at Lin Xingye's expressionless face for quite a long time. Lin Xingye got goosebumps from my stare, frowning uncomfortably. What is up with that weird gaze? What are you staring at me for? I suddenly withdrew my rare, goofy smile and gave a firm, serious nod. I think you look exactly like someone I know. It's eerily similar. Lin Xingye crossed her arms over her chest, giving a cold, disdainful laugh. I'm guessing. It must be someone you absolutely loathe, right? How should I put this? I thought to myself. As I calculated in my head, I listlessly used the spoon to stir the hot bowl of soup in my hand. Pouted, looking very reluctant. When I was little, I really couldn't stand her. It was exactly like the resistance I felt about going to school. Inside Lin Xingye's beautiful eyes was a barely perceptible glimmer of expectation. And what about now? I nodded vigorously without a second thought. I still hate her just as much. As soon as she heard that, Lin Xingye's expression suddenly changed. She couldn't contain herself anymore. I scratched my head, then quickly added another line. But the way I hate her now isn't the same as how I hated her back then. Lin Xingye's gaze flickered slightly. She asked with a bit of urgency. Exactly how is it different? I waved my hand, signaling her to wait a moment, then scooped a spoonful of hot soup. Lou on it gently and took a sip. My eyes suddenly lit up as I praised. I have to admit, this soup you made is rich and absolutely delicious. Lin Xingye didn't care at all about my flattering compliments. She was still fixated, staring at me. Hurry and tell me, what exactly is the difference? With a look full of doubt, I looked up and down at the woman in front of me. I couldn't help but feel puzzled, wondering why she suddenly seemed so crazily curious about this. I smacked my lips once, then continued to explain patiently. For my hatred for her was like an intense competitive spirit, but that feeling has been gone for a long time. At this moment, I was still in a drunken state, my head spinning. All my mental defenses had vanished, not a bit of vigilance left in me. Counting on my fingers with a pained look, I accused her. My hatred for her now is purely because of her personality. She's always finding ways to annoy me, and she always says such unpleasant things. And here's what's even more outrageous. If I just happen to ask a slightly redundant question, she'll attack me mercilessly, crushing me so hard I can't even find the words to talk back. It's really demoralizing. Lin Xingye sat by my side, listening intently to every word. She had known me for over 10 years, but this was definitely the first time in her life she could sit down and talk with me so peacefully and sincerely. Even though at this moment, as I was drunk, I basically didn't even realize
who the woman sitting in front of me actually was. I gave a boozy burp, smiled goofily, and shrugged. But then again, even though we've been like oil and water since we were little, it's true that she has never actually done anything to hurt me. Hearing these honest confessions from my drunken self, the corners of Lin Qingye's lips couldn't help but curl up slightly. It seems this brat still has a bit of a conscience. It's good that he knows that. I smacked my lips again, reaching a final conclusion. Overall, she's actually pretty decent. It's just that compared to those gentle, attentive childhood friends other guys have, she's definitely worlds apart. Lin Qingye immediately gave a cold, defiant huff and shot back right away. Well, if you compare yourself to those reliable, childhood friends other girls have, then you're also lagging behind by 100,000 miles. Lin Qingye calculated in her mind, this opportunity to find out the truth tonight was truly rare. She had to seize the moment to squeeze more information out of me. So, did you particularly hate the person you just mentioned right from the start? I tilted my head and thought very seriously, for a while, then mumbled, right from the start. Then I lowered my head with a satisfied look and took a large gulp of the hot soup. I smacked my lips and gradually sank into my memories. Actually, at the very beginning, I didn't hate her at all. I even thought she looked pretty cute. She was generally very pleasing to the eye. Hearing that, Lin Qingye nervously leaned in closer, unable to stop herself from pressing for more. Then why did you suddenly start hating her later? Did she do something wrong to make you angry? My eyes darkened as I gave a slight shake of my head, giving a wry laugh. It wasn't her. She didn't do anything wrong. It was simply because I felt unsettled in my own heart. Lin Qingye just sat there quietly, listening to me pour my heart out, a rare occasion where she didn't interrupt me at all. My gaze gradually became distant and hazy. I have two older sisters. The oldest is 11 years older than me, and the second is 6 years older. I've been a total sister con since I was little. I really love both of them. A nostalgic, goofy smile appeared on my face, maybe because the age gap with my second sister was smaller than with my oldest sister. I especially adored her the most since I was small, always following her like a little tail, wanting to be with her all day long. Right now, my hands tightly gripped the still warm porcelain bowl as if I were caught in some incredibly sad memory that I couldn't escape from. I sniffled, my voice starting to choke up. But when we were kids, my second sister didn't like me at all. You could even say she truly hated me to the bone. I looked as aggrieved as an abandoned child. She rarely gave me a kind look, forbade me from following her. Never took me out to play. And sometimes she'd even find ways to bully me behind people's backs. But I loved her with all my heart. So every time I stood there watching her play happily with other children, playing so joyfully, it felt like a needle piercing my heart. With red eyes, I continued my grievances. Later on, that person, who was my childhood friend, suddenly appeared in my house, and my second sister liked her to no end. In the blink of an eye, the two of them became inseparable. The more I talked, the more bitter I felt. My sister not only gave her gentle smiles, but generously gave her all kinds of toys, even the good snacks she had hidden away. That's my sister, my own flesh and blood, yet she didn't treat her own brother nearly that well. Actually, I'm not really the type to cry easily. Ever since 5th grade, when I started to mature, I very rarely let myself cry. But right now, with the alcohol hitting my head, all of a sudden, I've completely lost control of my emotions, not even caring about my image in front of Lin Qingye. I just let out a loud wail and started sobbing uncontrollably. Lin Qingye was startled by my reaction, clumsily pulling out a tissue for me, while it finally clicked in her head. So that's what it was. It turned out the real fuse for the years of conflict between us all these years turned out to be my second sister, Mu Yang. Lin Qingye looked at me crying so heartbreakingly with a complex gaze, and let out a silent sigh. She had always thought the problem was with her, that I didn't like her, but after all this time, it turned out the cause was actually Mu Yang's blatant favoritism. Crying and sniffling, I choked out a few words. Then, like a pitiful child, I obediently took the tissue, messily wiping the tears and snot from my face. After a good cry, I felt my throat so dry it was like it was on fire, so I picked up the bowl again and gulped, drinking more hangover soup to soothe my throat. With my throat cleared, I looked up, giving her an incredibly bright, goofy smile. Beautiful sister, the soup you made is really delicious. Look, I'm very strong now and not crying anymore. Lin Xingye looked at my silly state and couldn't help but let a small smile slip, thinking to herself, you really are so carefree to the point of being mindless and so easily satisfied. Lin Xingye looked at me gently and coaxed, Muji, be good, tell me then, what kind of soup do you usually like best? Why don't you name a few for me? Hearing that, my spirits immediately soared, and I rattled off a whole list of soup names, fast as lightning like I was reading a menu, pouring out dozens of names in a single breath. Lin Xingye got a headache just listening, hurriedly gesturing for me to stop, interrupting my endless chatter. Stop right there, you little ancestor. Just tell me straight up. What's the one kind of soup you hate the most? I tilted my head with a serious look, racking my brain for a long time, then firmly uttered 2 words, vegetable soup. Lin Xingye burst out laughing immediately, failing completely to stay composed, unable to hold back a loud laugh, then teased with a meaningful look. What's the matter, young master? Is vegetable soup too bland? That it's not worthy of your noble palate. I hurriedly shook my head like a rattle, continuously denying it. No, that's not it. I really don't mean to look down on it at all. It's just that the taste feels weird to me, so I just don't like drinking it. After my earnest explanation, I tilted my head back and gulped down the very last drop of soup from the bottom, leaving nothing behind. Lin Xingye naturally took the empty bowl from my hand, then softly asked, Do you want another bowl of soup? I patted my slightly protruding belly, immediately shook my head, gave a long, satisfied burp, and said, I'm stuffed, I can't drink another drop. Lin Xingye stood up with the empty bowl, casually asking another question. Then before you go to sleep, do you want a glass of warm milk to help you sleep? Lin Xingye looked at me gently as she asked. I foolishly raised my small fist, waving it a few times. Sure thing. But I want iced milk. But by the time Lin Xingye brought out the warmed milk from the kitchen, I had long since sprawled out on the rug, sleeping soundly. Lin Xingye came over to check, softly calling my name a few times, but still couldn't wake me up. She sighed inwardly, thinking, whatever, just let him have a good sleep. She exerted herself to lift my limp body, half dragging and half carrying me into the bedroom, very carefully tucking me into the warm bed. After properly tucking me in, Lin Xingye sat quietly by my bedside, not looking away for a second, staring at my sleeping face. To be honest, she actually quite liked my drunken appearance, such an incredibly well-behaved look, neither fierce nor making a mess. In her memory, it was truly rare for me to have such quiet moments. In all our past memories together, it was basically nothing but endless bickering and arguments, just constant fighting. Although she knew I was usually lively and cute when I messed around, it was this drunken, vulnerable person before her that she really couldn't help but adore from the bottom of her heart. Perhaps this was when all the sharp thorns I usually put up around myself had been completely stripped away in an instant, revealing my softest and most authentic self. Lin Xingye couldn't help but wonder to herself if she just started from now, treating me a bit better, no longer intentionally annoying me, and giving in to me more in every way, would I gradually over time develop feelings for her. Right as she was lost in thought while looking at me, with her mind wandering, I suddenly tossed in my drunken sleep, my hand abruptly pulling out from under the warm blanket. Before Lin Xingye could react, my restless hand suddenly grabbed and tightly held her slender wrist. Lin Xingye was slightly startled by my sudden action. Before she could even figure out what was happening, I used an incredibly domineering force to pull her, immediately dragging Lin Xingye down to lie right beside me. Lin Xingye's eyes widened in terror. Before she could escape from the feeling of sudden panic and fluster, regain her complete composure, I clung to her like an octopus, holding her tightly and not letting go, not even bothering with boundaries. Sticking a long leg out of the blanket and boldly resting it right on Lin Xingye's soft body. It seemed this safe embrace made me feel incredibly comfortable and at ease. My handsome lips even unconsciously curled into a smile, a goofy look of contentment. Lin Xingye, with a look of utter shock, stared blankly at me as I slept so soundly and deeply. Her whole body froze on the spot, almost suffocating from my bold and daring action. At this very moment, as she was locked in my embrace, the distance between us was truly too close. If she just made the slightest movement, those soft lips would definitely not avoid touching my cheek directly. Facing such a suggestive and out-of-control scene, for Lin Xingye at this time, if she could still maintain her usual, calm, self-possessed, and haughty demeanor,
that it would be truly bizarre and not normal at all. In her forced, stiff position lying on her side next to me, Lin Qingya could feel extremely clearly the rapid thumping of her racing heart in her chest, creating intense pounding sounds. She was so nervous she had to keep taking deep breaths, trying to regulate her racing breath. Just as Lin Qingya finally gathered enough courage, intending to slowly push the burden clinging to her away, then in my dazed sleep, I seemed to feel her struggling in my arms, and with a look of extreme unhappiness, I frowned deeply, then mumbled,
Be good now. Stop squirming around. After mumbling those slurred words, I immediately and directly increased my strength in my arms in a domineering way, holding Lin Qingya even tighter as my body burning hot, with the fumes of alcohol, also refused to stay still, just shifting a little closer to her. Because of that sudden movement of mine, it caused our lips, whether accidentally or intentionally, to meet with such startling precision. They were pressed together, leaving no gap at all. Lin Qingya's beautiful eyes suddenly widened like brass bells. Her face clearly showed a look of utter disbelief, staring intently at me, who was right in front of her. Time seemed to stand still, stretching out as if more than half a century had passed. Lin Qingya, standing there frozen like a statue, finally snapped out of it as if she'd been electrocuted. Her face turned bright red as she used all her might to push me, who was clinging to her like an octopus, away. In a complete panic, she scrambled and fell back, quickly fleeing from the large bed, which was still heavy with that ambiguous atmosphere. She stood by the bedside, panting heavily, struggling to catch her breath. At this very moment, her mind had gone completely blank. That out-of-control heart even now was still, thumping wildly against her chest. Lin Qingya felt a bit flustered, her eyes welling up, thinking rapidly in total confusion, like a fawn caught in a sudden storm. She stared in shock at me, sleeping for a long while, before rushing out of the bedroom as if fleeing for her life. Clutching her thundering heart, she ran straight into the kitchen, grabbed a cold bottle of mineral water from the fridge, twisted off the cap, and gulped it down. But it did little to cool her down. So she grit her teeth and reached for a second bottle. In the end, Lin Qingya downed a total of 2.5 bottles of ice water. Only then did her racing heart reluctantly allow her panic to subside slightly. Dazed, she walked out into the living room. Lin Qingya stood there, clutching the remaining half bottle, her mind still stalled and blank, her expression as wooden as a block. She flopped onto the sofa and sat there staring into space for a while. Lin Qingya instinctively lifted the bottle and continued to drink mechanically. While drinking absent-mindedly, her eyes, as if possessed, were beyond her control, as she stole a glance toward the bedroom where I was lying. Because she had fled in such a hurry earlier, the bedroom door was still wide open. When Lin Qingya had rushed out in a panic, she hadn't even thought to close the door, so with just a glance, she could clearly see the image of me sleeping peacefully on that bed. Suddenly, after 2 choking coughs, the distracted Lin Qingya was caught off guard by the ice water and choked hard. The choking made her nose sting, and her throat burned as if it would kill her. She clutched her chest, struggling and coughing for nearly half a minute. With a flushed face, Lin Qingya finally managed to shake off that suffocating feeling, so her breathing could return to normal. To hide her inner turmoil, she tilted her head back and drained the remaining ice water, drinking every last drop. Lin Qingya rubbed her burning cheeks, deciding to go splash cold water in the bathroom again, so she could completely calm herself down. The sound of rushing water stopped. After walking out of the bathroom, Lin Qingya took a deep breath. She felt that the racing heart from earlier had indeed stabilized quite a bit. However, when she ventured back into the bedroom and saw my sleeping face, it was all over. Her mind, which had just cleared, was once again completely occupied by my image, in a way that was beyond help. In despair, she squeezed her eyes shut. Regretfully, Lin Qingya used both hands to press against her burning, bright red cheeks. In the end, she could only let out a long, helpless sigh. Lin Qingya lifelessly turned off the light, then crept onto the bed, secretly determined to hypnotize herself, trying to find a way to fall asleep no matter what. As long as she could sleep, this chaotic mind could finally find peace. In reality, for someone as disciplined as Lin Qingya, she rarely suffered from insomnia. Of course, she had things on her mind occasionally, and it wasn't like she'd never tossed and turned before. But the only difference this time was Lin Qingya, for the first time in her life, was completely kept awake by my bold action earlier, because she was so panicked. And this insomnia lasted so long that she kept her eyes wide open until early morning. Exactly 7 o'clock. During those more than 7 long hours, that felt like torture, Lin Qingya despairingly realized that, whether her eyes were open or she forced them shut, only one thing kept appearing in her mind over and over again:
only my handsome face, magnified right before her. It was engraved in her heart, impossible to drive away or erase. Finally, she could only carry her dark circles, and an exhausted, haggard face. Lin Xingye, like a ghost, staggered into the bathroom once more. Lin Xingye quietly looked at herself in the mirror, the dark circles prominent, unable to hide the exhaustion on her face. Even her hair was a tangled mess. Before, Lin Xingye never thought there would come a day when, because of a jerk like me, she would torture herself into this pathetic state. After a quick wash-up, Lin Xingye turned to head out and poured herself a glass of warm water. Lin Xingye had an unchangeable habit. Every morning when she woke up, she had to drink a glass of warm water, all year round, every single day. However, before the glass could even touch Lin Xingye's lips, from within the quiet bedroom, there suddenly came a piercing scream from me, sounding like a stuck pig. Lin Xingye. She didn't care and only slightly raised an eyebrow, calmly taking a sip of the warm water. Lin Xingye, get your butt in here, I shouted furiously from inside the room. Holding her glass of water, Lin Xingye walked leisurely toward the bedroom. Actually, just hearing that cranky tone, Lin Xingye could be absolutely sure that a drunkard like me must have temporary amnesia. Entering the room with a relaxed look, Lin Xingye calmly looked at me, fuming with rage. What are you shouting about so early in the morning? What do you want? I angrily jumped off a large bed, not even bothering to put on slippers, and rushed toward Lin Xingye barefoot, then angrily pointed at the bathrobe loosely draped over my body, willing to demand what on earth was going on. Lin Xingye intentionally put on a completely confused and innocent look. What are you so flustered about? What are you rambling about? I immediately got as frantic as an ant on a hot pan, jumping up. Stop playing dumb. Where are my old clothes? Lin Xingye pretended to suddenly remember something, letting out a smirk. Oh, so that's what you're asking. I see. My handsome face immediately darkened, teeth grinding, neck joints cracking as I warmed up, mentally ready for a fight, to give Lin Xingye a lesson she'd never forget. Because just a minute ago, I was still in the middle of a beautiful dream, sleeping soundly until I woke up on my own. But as soon as I opened my eyes and stared at the unfamiliar ceiling, I was completely bewildered. Inside, I was screaming to myself, I must be seeing ghosts. Wasn't I just at a fancy gala last night? When the heck did I fall asleep? And who was the saint who brought me home? My memory of what happened after I got drunk was honestly non-existent. While I was clutching my head and racking my brain, in the midst of my questioning, I suddenly realized with horror that, from head to toe, besides this flimsy bathrobe, there wasn't a single layer of protection underneath. That empty, free-swinging feeling naturally made me feel very uneasy. The first reaction that popped into my head was that this madness must have something to do with Lin Xingye. Lin Xingye, tell me the truth. Did you do this? Was it you who stripped me naked? Lin Xingye very calmly took a sip of water right in front of me, casually admitting, That's right. I did it. You said what? Hearing that, I felt the blood rush to my head, instantly jumping up like a startled frog. I flew into a rage on the spot, charging aggressively toward the sofa, about to use my hands to strangle this female rogue Lin Xingye to vent my anger, when she fearlessly and calmly mocked me. Use that walnut-sized brain of yours and think, to see if that's even possible. I was almost driven to explode on the spot by Lin Xingye's challenging and fragmented way of speaking. I grit my teeth and growled, Can you just say it all at once and get it over with? In an absolute fury with anger burning bright, just as I was about to launch a powerful flying kick at her, a thought flashed through my mind, tragically reminding me that I was currently going commando, making it really inconvenient to perform such a high leg movement. Lin Xingye's tone was unusually cold. Did you drink so much alcohol last night that you flushed your brains away too? Given our fire and water relationship, do you think it'd be kind enough to serve you? I gaped, about to retort, but Lin Xingye ruthlessly mocked me further. Or are you so narcissistic that you think I have some dark intentions toward you? Hearing that, I was instantly speechless, finally finding a bit of sanity within the rage that was about to burst my chest, thinking to myself that it actually made sense. With a relationship like arch-enemies, with Lin Xingye, how could she be so kind as to personally change my clothes? And she couldn't possibly be so desperate as to take advantage of me while I was down. Based on what I knew about her, Lin Xingye was definitely not the petty type who would fish in troubled waters like that. Even if she really wanted to pull something, that person would definitely never be an unlucky guy like me. So in short, It was just my own momentary impulse, blinded by anger before knowing the facts, and I had wrongly accused Lin Qingye terribly. After realizing the reality,
I tried to force a very awkward smile, yet one that was still quite flattering, then obediently sat down beside Lin Qingye, shrinking back like a little quail. I rubbed my hands together and cautiously probed. So, this really had nothing to do with you? Did I just strip and change myself while I was drunk? Lin Qingye's face went cold. She didn't even bother with my question at first, feeling that there must be something wrong with my brain to ask such pointless questions when the answer was obvious. Because according to Lin Qingye's principles regarding obvious issues, where the answer was staring you in the face, she was traditionally too lazy to speak up and would usually choose to ignore them. But whenever she remembered last night, those ambiguous, intimate words she had secretly shared with me, her eyes flickered slightly, and she suddenly changed her mind and asked back, "If not, then what? Don't tell me you're dreaming and think I changed your clothes myself." I secretly observed Lin Qingye. Seeing her face full of impatience and coldness, I immediately felt even more certain in my heart that these clothes could never have been changed for me by the noble Lin Qingye herself. That's true. I nodded thoughtfully in agreement. Even thinking with my toes, it'd know. You'd never be that kind. If I were drunk, you'd definitely rather heartlessly toss me onto this stiff sofa, leaving me to fend for myself, rather than stooping to care for my life. Hearing that, Lin Qingye's beautiful face immediately tightened. The faint warmth left in her eyes earlier had now vanished without a trace. This typical straight man comment of mine also completely extinguished any intention she had of being nice to me that had just sprouted in her heart. In her mind, she cursed me fiercely. "You ungrateful jerk, you thankless brat." Seeing this, a fool like me was completely bewildered, having no idea what was going on. I secretly felt anxious. Did I have another slip of the tongue that offended her? Why is there such a cold aura suddenly emanating from Lin Qingye, like she wants to freeze everything? I reached up to scratch my nose, feeling a bit confused and baffled. I swallowed hard and continued to ask carefully. "Lin Qingye, exactly when did I drink last night that I lost consciousness and collapsed?" Lin Qingye rolled her eyes in annoyance, coldly replying, "Right after a lightweight like you drained your third glass of fruit wine. Your Anya saw you sprawled on the sofa like a dead pig fast asleep and feared you catch a cold and get sick, so she told me to get a taxi and haul a burden like you back here." I nodded repeatedly as if I just realized the truth, following her lead as I continued. "Oh, so that's how it was. Then after getting home, did I stagger into the bathroom to wash up myself before climbing into bed for a good night's sleep?" Lin Qingye's expression didn't change as she casually nodded. She gave a soft huff and asked back, "If not, then how?" Hearing this airtight explanation, only now did I truly let go of the burden in my heart. Flustered, I scratched my head and pressed further. "So when I was drunk and acting out, was I well behaved? Did I vomit everywhere or scream, causing you any big trouble?" Lin Qingye looked at my foolish appearance and shook her head decisively. "You slept like a dead pig." I let out a long sigh of relief, patting my chest. That's good, that's good. I'm someone who's most afraid of troubling others." Lin Qingye looked up at me coldly, raising an eyebrow. "Well, is there anything else you want to ask?" I shook my head like a rattle, answering firmly, "Nothing, nothing at all." Without another word, Lin Qingye immediately stood up and strode straight out without looking back. I stared blankly at her cold back, feeling very guilty and confused. I sighed to myself, "I'm doomed. It seems I've really accidentally made Lin Qingye angry again." Because as far as I could remember, since we were little, every time Lin Qingye was provoked by me, to the point of flying into a rage, she would have this terrifyingly cold look. But I felt so aggrieved in my bewilderment. Clearly I hadn't done anything wrong, so why did she keep showing that grumpy, unpleasant face? It's really strange. However, as I nonchalantly changed into clean clothes and skipped into the bathroom, about to wash my face in the mirror, from the corner of my eye, I suddenly started as I noticed something horrific. In Lin Qingye's separate laundry basket next to me, on the expensive clothes she had just taken off, were highly suspicious vomit stains. A cold sweat immediately broke out on my back, chilling my entire body. My second sister had specifically reminded me before that Lin Qingye's alcohol tolerance was truly impressive. Extremely good, in fact. Not only nicknamed 1,000 cups without getting drunk, But she definitely never vomited easily like that. Even thinking with my toes, it'd know that those filthy vomit stains on the shirt definitely couldn't belong to a perfectionist like Lin Qingya. 9 times out of 10, they were likely the result of my own actions. I swallowed hard, trembling with fear, heart pounding, legs shaking violently as I stepped toward my own laundry basket. With shaking hands, I rummaged for the expensive suit I wore last night. But as soon as I picked up the outfit, I immediately smelled a pungent stench, a disgusting sour smell that was absolutely lethal. I recoiled as if I'd touched hot coals, hurriedly throwing the clothes back into the basket. At this moment, in my heart of hearts, I felt a chill down to my bones. I groaned despairingly to myself. Oh no, oh no. Now there's no need to look for any more evidence. It's 100% certain that I got drunk and vomited. And what's more, I even had the guts to soil Lin Qingya's beloved clothes. How terrible Lin Qingya's obsession with cleanliness was, I understood better than anyone else. If I really made this ancestor of mine fly into a rage, she definitely wouldn't hold back from giving me a brutal beating. Feeling extremely guilty, I performed a series of swift movements. After quickly finishing my wash-up, without even wiping the water droplets off my face, I rushed outside in a hurry. I crept forward step by step, obediently sitting on the edge of the sofa next to Lin Qingya, then put on a very innocent and apologetic face, looking at her earnestly to find a way to start a conversation. Hey, most beautiful Lin Great Beauty. Can I venture to ask you a tiny question? Lin Qingya was currently leisurely, holding a thick novel in her hand, focusing on reading it, not even bothering to look up, as she coldly dropped a few words. Spit it out. My face flushed with embarrassment, scratching my head in confusion as I probed. Well, after being brought home last night, did I happen to vomit? Lin Qingya's page turning stalled for a moment. Her eyes flickered briefly, before she looked at me listlessly. Did that pig head of yours suddenly remember a detail? I shook my head like a rattle and confessed very honestly. No. Absolutely not. I don't remember anything. It's just that earlier in the bathroom laundry basket, I accidentally saw those pathetic clothes of yours. Lin Qingya smirked, intentionally pausing for a moment. So when you saw those clothes, you also remembered your glorious achievement, right? Huh? I nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking at grain, my heart filled with worry. And one more thing. It's about. I kept stuttering like someone with a lisp, hesitating for the longest time. Finally, I took a risk and grit my teeth to say everything I was feeling in my heart as completely as possible. Exactly where the hell did I vomit last night? Was it you who had to hold your nose and clean it up, or did I suddenly find my conscience and clean it myself? Lin Qingya showed no mercy, snapping her book shut and placing it firmly on her slender legs, then stared unblinkingly at me. Her expression was now icy to the extreme, and in that deep gaze there truly was not a single trace of human warmth left. I immediately gave a violent shiver under that gaze. I screamed internally in despair. I'm finished. I'm finished. Now, without her even having to say a word to confirm it, I was extremely flustered, restlessly twisting my fingers like crazy. My face clearly showed an embarrassment I didn't know how to hide. Well, I'm truly sorry. When I was drunk and acting out last night, I must have caused you so much trouble. Lin Qingya maintained her arrogant demeanor like a cold queen, her face completely expressionless, and she didn't seem to have any intention of answering me. I had to strike while the iron was hot and keep begging for forgiveness. And another thing, although this blockhead of mine really doesn't know what I did to make you sulk, but right now, I'm sincerely bowing my head to apologize to you. Eldest Miss Lin, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Looking at my obedient, shrinking appearance, Lin Qingya suddenly realized in her heart and was suddenly aware of something that she had carelessly overlooked for over 10 years. A startling truth. That is, in my very bones, I am the type who responds to honey, not vinegar. If she takes a hardline stance and insists on being confrontational with me, then even if I am clearly in the wrong, I would surely be stubborn enough to use twisted logic and argue back until the end. Conversely, if she switches her strategy, if she just softens her tone a little and uses a gentle touch, then I'm very likely to obediently admit defeat on the spot. Even if I've done nothing wrong, I'd still bow my head and apologize to her. After realizing this, Lin Qing said slightly in contemplation.
a faint, almost imperceptible smile tugging at her lips. This lady understands now. Her words left me even more dazed, truly not knowing what was going on. I hurriedly pressed for an answer. Understands? What on earth does that mean? Does this mean him forgiven or not? Finally, Lin Qingye showed some mercy, nodding slightly once more, and gave a very decisive answer. I excitedly slapped my thigh. That's great then, just great. Instantly, my entire body felt a level of relief it'd never known before. I quickly pulled my phone from my pocket, looking down to check the time. See, it's so early in the morning. It's not even 7:30 yet. I eagerly leaned in, flatteringly asking, Have you made breakfast yet? Are you hungry? Have you eaten anything? Lin Qingye shook her head slightly, answering very briefly and decisively, I haven't made anything yet. I thumped my chest confidently, stoically taking charge. That's perfect. To make up for last night's chaos, I, the great chef, will personally prepare a sumptuous breakfast of love for you today. What kind of flavors are you craving? Lin Qingye looked at my fawning behavior and keenly noticed something interesting. This guy wasn't just easy to please, but he was the legendary type who'd repay. A drop of kindness with an entire spring. A textbook definition of an overly kind soul. Right then, she suppressed the smile in her eyes, her tone incredibly casual. Just make whatever. I jumped up energetically, as if I'd been given a shot of adrenaline. Then I'll check the kitchen and show off my skills. After saying that cheerfully, I turned around resolutely. As I was striding toward the kitchen, a weird thought suddenly popped into my head. I secretly turned back, looking at her as if she were an alien. I stared intently at Lin Qingye's exquisite face, starting to observe her closely. Lin Qingye, unsettled by my gaze, furrowed her brows in annoyance. She snapped at me with a charming irritation. What's with those devious eyes? What are you looking at? I pointed at her face and exclaimed in surprise. What happened to those big, beautiful eyes of yours? What on earth is wrong with them? Just now I noticed very clearly that you have heavy dark circles under them. What's up? Did you go out stealing last night or just couldn't sleep? Within Lin Qingye's stunning eyes, a dangerously cold, killing intent suddenly flickered. She gritted her teeth and let out a cold snort. Wasn't it all because of you? You annoying jinx. I was immediately startled by that towering, killing intent and quickly shrank back. With an innocent face, I cried out in protest. That? How does that have anything to do with me? Lin Qingye glared and accused me angrily. You jerk. After shamelessly returning to the bedroom last night, you absolutely refused to let me sleep. You kept insisting on holding my arm, saying you wanted to hold a concert or something. And then you sang to me. Highly dignified expression. Her look was so convincing. She spoke as if it were the absolute truth. You Mike addict tortured me, with that ghost wailing, God mourning, singing voice until 2 a.m. before you finally stopped. My jaw nearly hit the floor, in sheer shock. Hurriedly playing the flatterer, I rushed back to sit beside Lin Qingye, sitting down properly. I cried out in disbelief. Good heavens, are you for real or just joking? Lin Qingye deliberately made a show of picking up her phone and waving it in front of me, her lips curling upward. I have a recording. Do you want to hear it? Terrified, I waved my hands frantically to stop her. No, 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 that won't be necessary. Since Lin Qingye was about to pull out actual evidence, this was 90% likely to be true. I grimaced, looking incredibly embarrassed, my habit of singing out of tune. Surely you know about it. It sounds like a jackhammer during home renovations. It's a death sentence. Let's not listen to it. I let out a long sigh, thinking to myself that my terrible singing was indeed an undeniable fact. This was a truth that everyone close to me knew all too well. At this moment, a wave of deep sympathy rose within me. Normally, when others hear me sing, they can't even stand it for a full minute. Yet here was Lin Qingye, tortured by my lethal voice until 2 in the morning. It was truly a tragedy beyond human endurance. I swallowed hard and ventured to ask, so what happened after that? Did I not just go to sleep after singing? Did I do something else? Lin Qingye stared at me, maintaining that cold, beautiful expression. Without saying a single word, I immediately felt a chilling shiver run down my spine. Just looking at her, I'm going to eat you alive expression was enough for me to guess. I must have done something even more ridiculous. Like a child caught in a mistake, I shrank back and cautiously whispered, So, did I do anything else atrocious? Lin Qingye chuckled inwardly. It seemed she finally had me where she wanted me. She knew exactly how to toy with me. She gave me an indifferent glance. It was nothing major. Only after you fell fast asleep, you snored as loud as a thunderstorm. The noise was bizarrely loud. Lin Qingye helplessly rubbed her temples.
I even put on noise-canceling headphones to listen to music. And yet, I could still clearly hear your earth-shattering snoring. With a look of deep grievance, she continued her accusation. By past 5 in the morning, my head was pounding because of you, and I couldn't get a wink of sleep. Being too exhausted to take it anymore, I had to curl up on the sofa to catch some sleep. Lin Qingye shot me an annoyed glare. As it turns out, after less than an hour on that broken sofa, I woke up feeling miserable. After that, I just lay awake, unable to fall back asleep. I immediately felt incredibly guilty, my face turning beet red. I looked at her with total sincerity, bowing my head deeply. Lin Qingye, my great beauty. I am truly, truly so sorry. Lin Qingye tilted her chin up slightly, remaining haughtily silent. My brain immediately started racing like an engine, and I quickly thumped my chest, making a firm promise. To show my deep remorse, for the next entire month, they'll wake up early to make you a feast for breakfast, okay? Unexpectedly, Lin Qingye looked down seriously, thinking it over for a moment. Suddenly, she held up 2 slender white fingers. It must be 2 months. Hearing that, I immediately lost my cool. This speed of changing her tune was faster than flipping a page in a book. Hey, don't give an inch and take a mile. That's just too much. I screamed in inward indignation. Making breakfast meant sacrificing a precious half-hour of sleep every single morning. I just wanted to grab her shoulders and shake her. Does this girl even realize that for a miserable student like me, for a whole month, the torture of waking up 30 minutes early is second in pain only to being completely out of pocket money? Lin Qingye, however, had no intention of arguing with me. In an extremely gentle tone, "Fine, then. I'll reluctantly settle for 1 month." I was instantly petrified, frozen on the spot, screaming inwardly. Lin Qingye's fiery temper actually said okay. She really said that. I looked at Lin Qingye like she was a monster. I suddenly stepped aside warily, muttering to myself, why does today's Lin Qingye feel so different from the usual shrew she is? My head was full of question marks. Normally, shouldn't she immediately enter into a fierce war of words with me? Or treat me like thin air, ignoring me with cold violence? Her becoming suddenly gentle and reasonable like this not only made me feel incredibly awkward, but also like a man throwing a tantrum, an illusion of my own unreasonableness. My arrogant momentum from just a moment ago immediately deflated like a popped balloon, leaving nothing behind. I scratched my head, looking perplexed, trying to haggle. 2 months is really way too long. It's like a death sentence. Waking up early for someone who struggles to get out of bed is definitely an excruciating punishment. Can't we cut it down a bit? Let's settle on a month and a half, okay? To my surprise, Lin Qingye, like a little white rabbit, obediently nodded in agreement. Fine, no problem. This time I was completely dumbstruck. Giant waves of shock surging in my heart. How could she be so easygoing and pleasant? Is Lin Qingye still half asleep today? Or am I just daydreaming? I scratched my head in a daze. Well, I'll go into the kitchen and make breakfast then. After wandering into the kitchen, I planned to find a clay pot to simmer some porridge. However, as I brought the clay pot to the sink, tending to scrub it clean, I suddenly realized it was unusually heavy. There was clearly something inside. I was bewildered, and suspicion began to rise. Could it be that after dinner the other night, I was so forgetful that I didn't wash the pot? No way, definitely not. I remember quite clearly that I had scrubbed it until it was squeaky clean. Curiously, I lifted the lid of the clay pot, peered inside, and was astonished to find inside was a pot of mysterious liquid that I didn't recognize at all. Kind of black soup. I hurriedly carried the clay pot out to the living room, shouting to Lin Qingye in confusion, "What kind of strange soup is in this pot? When did you secretly cook this?" At this moment, Lin Qingye was leaning back on the sofa. Without even looking up, she casually said, "I just happened to make it in the middle of the night. It's a hangover soup to save your soul." I immediately blinked my big, innocent eyes in curiosity, as if I had just discovered a new world. You, the one who can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, had the strange habit of cooking hangover soup for yourself after drinking. Lin Qingye shot me a graceful glare, shouting wordlessly, "What are you even thinking? This lady, after drinking, has never touched that hard-to-swallow hangover soup and has never needed it in the first place." I stood there dazed, taking a long time to process the meaning behind Lin Qingye's words.
My heart skipped a beat as I tentatively asked, "So, this hot pot of soup
Was something you specifically made for me?" Lin Qingye snorted coldly, looking at me as if I were a fool. Well, obviously. Did you think I had nothing better to do? So I spent the middle of the night cooking a pot of soup just to set it there as a decorative offering? My heart suddenly felt incredibly warm, and my affection level for her soared. Deeply moved, I looked at her with adoration. Lin Qingye, really, thank you so much. Lin Qingye awkwardly turned her face away, withdrawing her gaze and avoiding my eyes. What's left in the clay pot is just enough for a drunkard, like you to drink to your heart's content. Hurry into the kitchen and light the stove to reheat it. Then drink it while it's still hot. Hearing those words, I immediately became like a joyful little deer, dashing into the kitchen and turning on the stove to warm up the soup. Happiness was blooming in my heart. It turned out this bowl of soup was truly made specifically for this guy. Before long, the fragrant hangover soup was bubbling away. I evenly ladled out a gulp of the rich soup into a bowl, blew on it to cool it down, and then tilted my head back to drain it. I immediately shivered in amazement, my eyes lighting up with excitement. Lin Qingye, this divine cooking skill of yours is truly top tier. This time I was truly and completely impressed, utterly in awe of her. With nimble hands, just half an hour later, everything flowed smoothly like drifting clouds, and I had prepared a very sumptuous breakfast table, full of the dishes Lin Qingye usually loves. Only the fragrant bowl of wontons was an exception. At the dining table, Lin Qingye stared at the thing placed in front of her, a steaming bowl of hot wontons. She frowned slightly. I don't recall there being any wontons in the fridge. Indeed, there weren't. I cheerfully took a bite of the sandwich in my hand, my lips curving into a happy smile. I made these from scratch, from the wrappers to the filling, specifically wrapped them for you. On Lin Qingye's beautiful face, there seemed to be no change in emotion, just a very casual tone. Thanks, you've worked hard. What's the filling? I burst out laughing, intentionally teasing her. Heh, it's the celery filling you hate the most, of course. Seeing Lin Qingye's face about to freeze over and turn cold, I hurriedly waved my hands in fear to backpedal. Just kidding, just a little joke. It's actually filled with shiitake mushrooms and beef, your absolute favorites. Just as I finished speaking, I couldn't help but gingerly lean closer, itching to ask one more question. So, I guess you still like mushroom and beef filling, right? I made some mental calculations. Lin Qingye and I, while sharing very similar everyday tastes, ultimately have some distinct differences. There are even things she's absolutely obsessed with that I wouldn't want to touch at all. Take this bowl of wontons as an example. Normally, whether they're big wontons or small ones, I wouldn't eat them if my life depended on it. But ironically, Lin Qingye is strangely devoted to them. She especially loves them. I've always been a fanatic for flour-based dishes, absolutely loving all kinds of noodles. But Lin Qingye doesn't have even the slightest interest in flour products. She completely dislikes eating them. Even the most fragrant instant noodle she absolutely won't touch. Lin Qingye slowly stood up, steadily picked up the large bowl and walked straight to the kitchen cabinet, skillfully adding all sorts of divine seasonings that she usually eats to her bowl. When she returned to her spot and sat down obediently, under my bright, excited, and highly expectant gaze, she took a small bite of a large, hot wonton. I immediately couldn't contain my excitement, eagerly leaning forward, repeatedly pressing her. Tell me, how is it? Is it delicious or not? I was sweating bullets inwardly, muttering to myself that even though a guy like me was doing this for the first time, wrapping wontons for the first time in my life, but I had personally tasted and approved this specific filling from the start. Now my heart was pounding incessantly, wondering if Lin Qingye would actually like it. The flavor is okay. Lin Qingye maintained her nonchalant expression. She lowered her head, taking a small sip of the sweet wonton broth. At that magical moment as the soup slid down her throat, I keenly noticed her suddenly pause for a second, an extremely rare occurrence. That reaction of hers must mean it's super-duper delicious. Instantly, I was so thrilled that it felt like my tail was wagging to the sky, and with a smug face, I took a sip of soy milk. Muji, don't get too ahead of yourself. This okay compared to very delicious still seems to be separated by 10,800 miles. I acted like I didn't care, pouting and arguing back. How could it be that far? If you just round this up a bit, wouldn't it be an earthly delicacy? Lin Qingye looked at me like I was an idiot. She stared at me for a long time, finally giving up completely, and bowed her head to elegantly continue.
eating her bowl of wontons. I was so annoyed I gritted my teeth, trying to suppress the fire of anger in my heart, grinding my teeth. Oh, for heaven's sake. Someone please come and tell me clearly, what on earth is this girl, who deserves a beating, actually thinking? Lin Xingye slowly swallowed a wonton, her eyebrows arching slightly. This incredibly delicious wonton broth, could it be specifically simmered from premium ribs? You bet. I thumped my chest, boasting proudly. Finally, I truly intended to use that large clay pot to slowly simmer some healthy porridge. My brain just clicked, thinking of your picky eating habits
and how you don't like sipping porridge at all.
So I decisively changed my mind and used the clay pot to simmer a rich rib broth, specifically to cook this giant meal of wontons for you. Thank you. Lin Xingye suddenly looked straight into my eyes. She uttered those two words very seriously. Right after that, with a natural motion, she reached for a snow-white boiled egg and gently tapped it against the edge of the table. I happily picked up a golden, crispy fried dough stick, and just like that, like an idiot, staring at her, I enjoyed my meal with great relish. I scratched my head frantically in my mind, wondering with great confusion. Could it be that I'm just not fully awake yet, giving rise to this magical illusion? Why does today's Lin Xingye truly feel like an obedient little lamb with his particularly approachable demeanor? Full of doubt, I recalled to myself that normally, even if we only exchanged 5 sentences, she would surely make a sarcastic remark, attacking me directly as much as possible, always making me so angry I saw stars, and she wouldn't stop until I was truly unhappy. Yet today, this girl hasn't said a single unpleasant thing. This is truly a case of where there's smoke, there's fire. It's just way too abnormal. Could it be that there's some earth-shattering bomb hidden in all this? A trap, or perhaps right ahead, there's a terrifying giant black hole, wide open, waiting for me to jump in and lose my life. I cried tears of blood, frantically screaming, in protest for myself. This really isn't because I'm too paranoid, or thinking too much. It's because from childhood till now, my life has been a history book written in blood and tears. I've navigated through far too many wicked traps and death formations that Lin Xingye painstakingly prepared, along with countless other serial traps. This is truly a vivid warning. Saying once bitten by a snake, twice shy, means for the next 10 whole years, just seeing a broken rope is enough to make me jump in fear and tremble uncontrollably. After I had finished spinning like a top, painstakingly cleaning up the battlefield in the kitchen, I finally leisurely stepped out into the living room. Looked up at the wall clock and saw it was already exactly 9 a.m. Just thinking about tomorrow, another day that makes people want to die of misery, that terrifying dark Monday. I decided right then and there. Today has to be totally chill, to reward myself for all the hardships I've endured. Like a hardworking little bee, I excitedly ran to grab a pile of heavenly colorful snacks and dumped them all on the coffee table. Then I turned around with practiced ease, grabbing from the freezer a long pack of Greek yogurt and 2 bottles of ice-cold misty soda. I flopped down hard onto the soft shag rug, settling in comfortably and firmly, rubbing my small hands together. This posture was clearly for a major showdown, to play an exciting game to my heart's content. I couldn't help but tear open a bag of crispy original flavor chips with a very cool flick, tossing a large piece into my mouth. While munching away, I stealthily glanced over at Lin Xingye, who was lounging on the comfy sofa watching an intense football match. I asked tentatively, "Hey, great beauty Lin Xingye, do you want some chips to satisfy your craving?" Lin Xingye very decisively shook her beautiful little head. "No thanks." I didn't give up and shook the big bag of snacks in my hand, probing further. "Then what about all these other tasty snacks? Do you really not want to try any of them?" This time Lin Xingye was even more haughty, not even bothering to turn her head, eyes glued to the screen, zero interest in not eating. Fine, have it your way. I won't be polite then, I'm gonna game on my own." I grabbed my cool gaming headset, put it on, and with smooth movements, logged into the intense game interface. Just as I was pumped to wipe out the enemy while about to start a solo-ranked match, the phone screen suddenly flashed. Immediately after, a prominent team invite from Mei Xinyan popped up without any warning. I froze on the spot, completely dazed, wondering in utter confusion. Why isn't she sleeping in on such a fine weekend? This girl Mei Xinyan, how did she suddenly get so hyped up? Waking up this early, the memory of Mei Xinyan's masterful and sublime assassin skills quickly came to mind. Plus, she has a super great personality, knowing how to support teammates perfectly. Of course, I was 100,000% down and really wanted to team up with Mei Xinyan, have fun climbing the ranks. But just as I excitedly reached out my finger, about to tap hard on the accept button, in that dramatic moment, warning bells suddenly went off in my head. Remembering the deadly order that Lin Qingye had sternly handed down to me earlier, absolutely never have any excessively intimate contact with this woman, Mei Xinyan.
Hoping for a bit of luck, I frantically searched for every excuse for myself. But this is just through a screen. Plugging in a mic to play a game, it surely isn't categorized as dangerous. Over intimate contact in Lin Qingye's blacklist, right? Nothing to worry about. Once I cleared up that perfect self-comforting logic, I felt like I'd been given a shot of adrenaline. With no psychological burden, I decisively tapped straight on the accept button. As soon as I successfully entered the busy lobby, the main interface, this girl Mei Xinyan was so intense she didn't wait even a second, instantly hitting start match. My jaw almost hit the floor in shock, silently exclaiming, "Holy crap, that was way too fast." Is she not looking? Has she just been staring at her phone screen, ready to carry me? I quickly, with a stiff motion, stuffed a piece of crispy chip into my mouth to calm down, my mind racing like a movie, calculating at lightning speed which divine hero to pick this match, to show off my skills when Mei Xinyan sent a private message directly to me in the game chat, making my heart skip a beat. "Muji Oppa, can we turn on our mics? Talk while we play." I was so scared I shuddered. My whole body went numb, like a thief caught in the act, very guiltily stealing a glance with my peripheral vision at Lin Qingye sitting on the sofa nearby and swallowed hard. Open the mic. I guess I could make a small exception. I was frantically doing the math in my head. After all, I was wearing my excellent noise-canceling gaming headset. It's super soundproof, so even if I dared to open the mic, Lin Qingye, that girl wouldn't be able to notice at all that I'm having a blast gaming with Mei Xinyan. Suddenly, I slapped my thigh hard, realizing, wait, that's not right. Why should I be like a mouse seeing a cat, scared of this fire-breather Lin Qingye? Since when did the great Muga become so cowering and weak? I gritted my teeth and made a clean, decisive decision to switch on the dangerous microphone function. Not even a few seconds later, Mei Xinyan's voice immediately drifted through the headset like a spring breeze, sweet and gentle to the very bone. But the extremely unlucky part was, I didn't notice even a bit that, at this moment, Lin Qingye's gaze, sitting on the sofa not far away, had turned completely cold, dropping to a terrifying sub-zero temperature. I was still blissfully unaware, chatting happily with Mei Xinyan, thinking she'd be sleeping in, not expecting her to be in games so early. Through the headset came the clear voice of Mei Xinyan, I had to admit. Mei Xinyan's voice is definitely the most beautiful voice I've ever heard. Hearing such a pleasant tone, I thought to myself, if she sang, it would surely be magnificent. Just thinking about singing, I felt like a guilty thief again, stealing a look at Lin Qingye nearby. Because up until now, among everyone I know, the best singer is undoubtedly Lin Qingye. Even though I usually hate Lin Qingye, I'm forced to admit, she really is an elite all-around genius. Am I not the same? Besides, tomorrow is already Monday. I have to seize these last, final moments to game. I lowered my voice to respond softly, fearing I'd disturb Lin Qingye watching football beside me. Mei Xinyan chuckled softly, giving off a warm feeling like a passing spring breeze. "Do you want me to help pick a hero for you?" I sighed helplessly. No need. The enemy already picked my main. Plus our first pick already locked in a mage. I have no choice but to support Mei Xinyan. She hesitated for a moment. But the enemy banned Zhuang. Zhou and Kai Wenji, your go-tos. Which hero are you going to play? I scratched my head, stuck in a dilemma. Let me think. What trump card should I pull out this match? Because I had focused all my attention on the game and my conversation with Mei Xinyan, I didn't realize at all that, at this moment, Lin Qingye's bone-chilling gaze was completely locked onto me. Just as I finally decided on a hero, I suddenly felt someone quietly sit down beside me. I jumped in surprise, and as I looked up, I met Lin Qingye's eyes, almost flying off the rug in fear. Holy cow! I couldn't help screaming, "Lin Qingye, why are you suddenly getting so close? Trying to scare me to death?" She snatched one side of my headset off, her eyes cold as ice blades. "Who are you playing with?
High-level warning bells immediately rang in my head. Had Lin Qingye realized that I was playing with Mei Xinyan? I was in a state of absolute panic, my brain going completely blank for a moment. Usually, I'm clearly the guy who fears nothing, respecting neither heaven nor earth. But whenever I face such a carnage scene, my mind grinds to a complete halt. Just by seeing my guilty reaction, Lin Qingye could confirm for sure who I was talking to on the mic. Before I could even think of an excuse, Lin Qingye, quick as a flash, snatched my phone away.
I yelled in a panic. Lin Qingye, what the hell do you think you're doing? Lin Qingye completely ignored my resistance. After spotting the name Mei Xinyan on the screen, she turned back and glared at me with an icy look. I instantly went silent like a scared quail, partly because I really felt guilty, and also because Lin Qingye's expression was truly terrifyingly gloomy. I was completely overwhelmed by her aura. Under my anxious and worried gaze, Lin Qingye acted out of character and tossed the phone back to me. Then the corner of her mouth curled into a bone-chilling cold smile, just staring at me without saying a single word. I shuddered violently, mustering the courage to back away. Oh my god. Lin Qingye is no different from a female Rakshasa now. Lin Qingye sneered. Muga, you just keep on playing then. With that, she got up and headed straight for the bedroom. Slam! The bedroom door was shut with a heavy bang. Only then did I snap out of it, quickly putting on my headset, frantically explaining to Mei Xinyan on the other end. Xinyan, I'm so sorry. Something urgent came up, so I have to log off now. It's okay. Her voice was still very gentle, carrying a hint of comfort in her words. I braced myself and crept to the bedroom door, about to open it and apologize to Lin Qingye, only to find she had locked it from the inside. Suspicious, I twisted the handle hard again, but it didn't budge at all. It really was locked tight. I sighed in total helplessness, though it's my fault she's mad, but locking me out like this is a bit much. Lin Qingye, I yelled while pounding on the door. Why did you lock the door? Open up for me, now. Lin Qingye, hello, can you hear me? But inside the room, it was terrifyingly quiet. Not a single sound could be heard. I was as frantic as an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth outside the door. It's over, I'm dead. Lin Qingye must be seeing red this time. Otherwise, she'd never be this furious. I froze as my emotions collapsed, finally starting to blame myself frantically, conducting a deep self-reflection. Thinking it over, it makes sense. Lin Qingye had told me 1,000 times before, insisting I stay far away from that Mei Xinyan. At the gala yesterday, it was a situation I really couldn't avoid. After all, Mei Xinyan had suddenly appeared right in front of me. And in broad daylight like that, if I had just turned and walked away, it would have looked extremely ungentlemanly. But today, I clearly could have found an excuse to decline Mei Xinyan, yet not only did I not refuse, I even hopped on the mic to play so enthusiastically. If I were in Lin Qingye's shoes, witnessing this scene, it'd definitely be coughing up blood from rage. But how can this Lin Qingye be so incredibly smart to so easily catch me secretly gaming with Mei Xinyan? Lin Qingye, please stop being so mad. I could only keep pitifully knocking, begging for forgiveness. I had to lower my voice and coax her through the door. Qingye, can you open the door first? Why are you locking yourself in there for no reason? Now I can finally deeply understand my oldest sister's feeling of helplessness back then, whenever I threw a tantrum. Because as a kid, every time I was mad at her, I'd shamelessly lock myself in my room, ignoring her no matter how she advised from outside, or how she apologized to me. I remained stone-faced and refused to acknowledge her, not stepping a single foot out of the room. Every time, she'd eventually have to run to Liba to get the spare key and come in to comfort me. Thinking of the spare key, my eyes suddenly lit up. That's it. I can just find the key and open it myself. But where on earth is the spare key for this room? Thinking to myself, maybe I'll just call Lo Yi to ask. I strode quickly straight toward the sofa, grabbed my phone from the floor, and called. Lo Yi immediately. Inside the bedroom, Lin Qingye heard my footsteps running away, and her cold face instantly turned dark as soot. Thinking that impatient guy had just given up and left, that black-hearted Muga is truly a thankless white-eyed wolf. If I ever care about him, ever again, I'm a dog. Lin Qingye angrily flopped down onto the beanbag chair beside her, her chest heaving from the anger I caused. Maybe because she had stayed up all last night without closing her eyes for a single second. Lin Qingya's head began to feel dizzy. Drowsiness hit as Lin Qingya was exhausted, intending to lie down and catch some sleep. But just as she closed her eyes, she suddenly remembered something and snapped them open. She thought it over with a cold face for a while, then decisively pulled her phone from her pocket and bluntly sent Mei Xinyan a message. Mei Xinyan, the grudge between us should stay between us. Stay away from Mugo from now on. Meanwhile, in another place before the large, floor-to-ceiling windows of her mansion, Mei Xinyan sat elegantly with legs crossed on a plush sofa, holding a coffee cup, relaxing in the morning sunlight. Outside the door, a sudden knock sounded, respectful and gentle. "Miss, are you there?" The maid stood timidly outside the door, beside an exquisite food trolley, laid out with all sorts of dishes and mouth-watering breakfast treats. Because Mei Xinyan usually loves having breakfast, the breakfast the mansion prepared for her consisted of the most authentic pastries. The maid quietly pushed the trolley into the room, then arranged each lavish breakfast item on the desk beside Mei Xinyan. The maid thoughtfully poured a cup of hot milk tea and brought it to her. "Miss, too much coffee isn't good for your health. Please have some milk tea instead." A warm smile appeared on Mei Xinyan's lips. "It's all right." The maid hesitated for a moment, then continued to urge. "The kitchen specially brewed the milk tea today. It's the flavor that Master Namfong loved most when he was alive. Miss, please try to have some." At the mention of that name, Mei Xinyan's gaze suddenly wavered. An indescribable pang of sorrow immediately swept through her heart, along with a pain that pierced her very soul. Namfong. Thoughts swirled in her head, but her eyes couldn't help being drawn to the exquisite photo frame by the computer. Inside that frame was a photo of her, posing intimately with a young man who was very bright and handsome. The boy in that photo looked a few years younger than Mei Xinyan, still wearing a school uniform. So different from Mei Xinyan's usual style. Back then, Mei Xinyan was being carried firmly on the boy's broad back, her smile radiant and brilliantly bright. Her hands were even, playfully forming a large heart shape. Her gesture from those days was so sweet. Staring at that photo that held the entire past, Mei Xinyan's eyes were filled with heartbreak. She took a deep, icy breath, slowly exhaling the sorrow in her heart. She silently lifted her slender arm, finally handing the still bitter cup of coffee in her hand to the maid. The maid took it immediately, overjoyed. As expected, anything she normally absolutely refused to yield or compromise on could be managed at the most critical moments by mentioning Master Namfong's name, and she would almost always soften and obediently follow the instructions. Everyone still remembers when Master Namfong was alive. Every time he caught her sneakily drinking coffee, he'd get huffy and directly carry the cup away. Sometimes when he was irritable, he wouldn't even hold back and would give her a real earful. But every time she was like a sweet, obedient little sister next door, just sitting there quietly with a bright smile watching Master Namfong as he scolded her. But since Master Namfong's unfortunate passing, although she looks outwardly as radiantly smiling as before, the mansion servants all clearly noticed that her smile isn't the same as it used to be. But as for exactly what had changed, everyone just stammered, unable to put it into words. "Then, miss, please enjoy your meal while it's hot. I'll be back in an hour to clear the table." The maid respectfully placed the pot of hot milk tea firmly onto the desk, then took the black coffee cup that Mei Tam Nian had just finished elsewhere. "Yes." Mei Xingyan responded softly. "Thank you, I've really troubled you today. It's just my job, miss." The maid secretly marveled to herself. Her young lady truly has always been gentle and kind, without even a hint of the arrogance of a wealthy heiress. Perhaps this is why the entire Mei household, all the servants, love and respect her so much from the bottom of their hearts. Truly incomprehensible how such bad-tempered parents could have a daughter with such a perfect and kind personality. The maid quickly retreated outside, inside the spacious and bright bedroom. It wasn't long before only Mei Xinyan was left alone in the quiet space. Feeling as though the atmosphere around her had suddenly become a bit cold and desolate, Mei Xinyan reached for the remote to turn up the air conditioner by a few degrees. She picked up her cup, taking a small sip of the hot, sweet milk tea. As soon as she picked up her phone, she surprisingly found that an unread message had appeared on the screen, out of nowhere. She tapped it to take a look, and it turned out to be a very provocative message from Lin Qingya. Her beautiful lips couldn't help but curl up slightly, and she gave a knowing little smile. She hadn't intended to bother replying to Lin Qingya's explosive message.
Lin Qingye, oh Lin Qingye, since you value that Mu Ji guy so much, how about I follow the way you once pressured Nam Fong to push him to a dead end as well? When that time comes, you will surely deeply understand that heart-wrenching pain of losing a loved one, and exactly what kind of taste it is. Thinking of this, Mei Xinyan opened her phone. Her long fingers swiped fast to draft a brand new status update on social media.
Then, without hesitation, she hit send immediately.
At this moment, Ning Sang was intensely focused on practicing piano in the music room. Suddenly, the phone head, casually placed on the music stand, unexpectedly lit up. A prominent social media notification appeared very clearly. At first, he just absent-mindedly glanced over at it. But right as he was about to look away, his eyes suddenly brightened, and he hurriedly snatched up the phone. Mei Xinyan, who was specifically following, had just posted a new status on her profile. Ning Sang's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly and nervously tapped to view it. However, the expectant smile that had just begun to bloom on Ning Sang's lips gradually froze
And then completely vanished because of the content
that Mei Xinyan had just posted. My new deskmate, Mu Ji, that majestic aura of his is seriously impressive. Followed by a sparkling star emoji. Ning Sang gripped his phone so hard his knuckles turned white. In an instant, his gaze became bone-chillingly cold. It was as if that look could pierce right through the screen. His voice betrayed a deep sense of jealousy, and a thick, irreconcilable hatred. Mu Ji, remember this well. Mei Xinyan can only belong to me. I don't care if she's approaching you with some secret agenda of her own, or if you're shamelessly trying to worm your way into her life. I swear I will make you pay a heavy price. In this world, besides me, I absolutely won't permit
any worthless guy to get anywhere
near Mei Xinyan, not even by a single step. 10 minutes had passed and I had been trying to get a hold of Lu Yi. But after several consecutive calls, she still hadn't picked up. This was making me extremely anxious. It's not that I hadn't considered, just desperately banging on the door again. But on second thought, given Lin Qingye's rotten temperament, she definitely wouldn't open it. Just as I was so frustrated, I wanted to jump around and tear my hair out, not knowing what to do. The call from Lu Yi finally came through. I almost wanted to cry with joy. I clumsily answered the phone immediately. My voice choked up as if I were about to sob. Lu Yi, you finally answered my call.
Young Master Mu, and truly sorry.
On the other end, Lu Yi hurriedly explained with deep regret. It turned out she was in the middle of a bustling vegetable market, busy picking out ingredients from mine and Lin Qingye's meals today. The market was so noisy that she completely missed the sound of her phone ringing. I quickly reassured her. It's okay, it's really fine. I just want to find the spare key to the bedroom. I wanted to ask if you happen to know where it's kept. The spare key. Lu Yi didn't ask why out of curiosity, because one of the unwritten rules of the Lin family is to never interfere too deeply in the affairs of the masters, or their decisions. I know where they are. On my first day cleaning, I gathered all the
Spare keys for the rooms and put them all in the bottom drawer of the living room coffee table.
You'll see them as soon as you open it. I'm not exactly sure which one is which, though. You'll have to try them one by one. I've already hooked them all onto a single ring. I was so moved I could have cried, saying, "Thank you so much." After Lu Yi hurriedly hung up, I quickly and nimble-fingeredly found that life-saving key ring. Holding my breath, I walked to the tightly closed bedroom door. I began trying each key in the lock. Meanwhile, Lin Qingye was lounging on a beanbag chair, her mood already at an absolute low. Partly it was just because of me, the professional troublemaker, who had set her off. On the other hand, it was because that damn Mei Xinyan
Hadn't even bothered to reply to her message.
However, Lin Qingye had already anticipated Mei Xinyan's lack of response. The real root of her current irritation still lay with me. But then a small sound suddenly came from the door, immediately capturing all of Lin Qingye's attention. It was the sound of a key in the lock. So that heartless Mu Ge didn't just leave, but actually went to the trouble of finding a key, huh? I guess he still has a bit of a conscience. A crisp click sounded. The moment the lock turned, Lin Qingye instinctively tossed her phone aside. She squeezed her eyes shut as a natural reflex, but as soon as she had done it, Lin Qingye suddenly froze. What on earth am I doing? Why am I pretending to be asleep and closing my eyes? But before Lin Qingye could figure out why she was acting so strangely, I had already pushed the door open and entered. Lin Qingye had no choice but to follow through and continue faking her sleep. But inside, her mind was a mess, wondering what the hell she was actually doing. The moment I stepped in, I intended to speak up and offer Lin Qingye a sincere apology. But looking closer, I discovered she had curled up on the beanbag and fallen fast asleep at some point. I stood there in a daze. What's going on? Lin Qingye is actually sound asleep. Based on what I knew of her personality, once she flew into a rage, she was the type who would be too irritated to do anything, let alone fall into such a peaceful sleep. Certainly not sleeping as soundly as she was now. When did her personality change? Well, since she's sleeping, I'll leave it at that. Didn't she stay up all night because of me? It's best not to disturb her rest anymore. The apology and all that can wait until she wakes up. I could only tell myself that to find some peace of mind. However, as I was about to sneakily tiptoe out, I realized the air conditioner in the bedroom was still humming away. If Lin Qingye slept like that without any cover, she would definitely catch a cold. When that happened and the blame was assigned, I certainly wouldn't escape my shared responsibility. The thing about me is, though I usually speak without any filter and seem quite thick-skinned, I'm actually a person who gets embarrassed easily. I hate troubling others, and I fear even more that someone might get hurt or suffer any loss because of me. So I quickly slipped off my slippers and tiptoed over to Lin Qingye's closet, gently taking out a thin blanket. The reason I took off my shoes was simple. I was afraid. Even a tiny noise would wake Lin Qingye up. Walking barefoot wouldn't make a sound. Quickly, I brought the blanket over to Lin Qingye. With the softest and gentlest movements possible, I draped the blanket over her. After that, I even drew the curtains, turned on the floor lamp with its warm orange glow, and intentionally dimmed it to the lowest setting. Once everything was done, I put my slippers back on and sneaked out of the bedroom like a thief. I closed the door as softly as I could. A tiny click sounded from outside the door, and Lin Qingye's lips couldn't help but curl up slightly, thinking, at least you have a bit of a conscience. She let out a long, tired yawn. Real sleepiness finally washed over her. She decided she might as well just sleep on the beanbag chair. After all, it was very comfortable. Around 11 o'clock, Lu Yi finally arrived. She carried today's groceries in one hand and a large bag of my favorite snacks in the other. In the kitchen, I sipped on yogurt while helping Lu Yi put away the newly bought groceries in the fridge. Lu Yi asked with a smile, Master Mu, I don't see the eldest miss. Did she go out early this morning? I replied, sitting lazily in a chair. She's sleeping in her room. Lu Yi was clearly stunned. She looked at me in astonishment. The eldest miss is still sleeping. Yes, is something wrong? I bit the straw and blinked with an innocent expression. Lu Yi burst out laughing. It's nothing serious. I'm just a little surprised. Because the eldest miss is usually an early riser, she rarely sleeps in this late. I bit my straw in silence, feeling extremely ashamed inside. Seeing my reaction, Lu Yi turned away and suppressed a laugh. She thought to herself that the eldest miss sleeping in was likely related to me in some way. Then, Lu Yi pulled the last black-boned chicken out of the bag. Master Mu, do you plan on eating this black chicken today? If not, I'll put it in the freezer first. I was about to say no, but an image of Lin Qingye suddenly flashed through my mind, how I'd exhausted her into staying up all night looking so worn out. Staying up all night is bad for your health. Maybe I should stew this black chicken for her to nourish her body. I figured it'd start stewing the chicken shortly after Lu Yi left. That way it would be just right for Lin Qingye to enjoy as soon as she woke up. Thinking of this, I said quickly, I'll stew it in a bit. Sister Lu Yi, you can just leave it out. All right. Lu Yi nodded. Well, Master Mu, since the eldest miss is still asleep, I can come back this evening to finish cleaning. I thought making her commute again would be too exhausting, so I suggested, why don't you come tomorrow instead? It's a whole hour by bus from the Lin family manor. If you come back tonight, who knows what time you'll get home. Lu Yi looked a bit hesitant, but the madam might be difficult about it. I immediately thumped my chest in assurance. Don't worry, I'll speak to Aunt Lin myself. Sister Lu Yi, just rest easy and come tomorrow. All right then. Lu Yi finally let out a sigh of relief. Then when I leave, I'll take yours and the eldest Ms. Laundry from yesterday back to the manor to wash. I'll bring them back tomorrow. Otherwise, they'll start to smell if left here. I nodded vigorously. Then I'll trouble you with that, Lu Yi. Lin Qingye slept so deeply she lost track of time, sleeping straight through until 4 p.m. When she opened her door and walked into the living room, she found me sitting cross-legged on the sofa with a completely remorseful face. I looked exactly like a child who had done something wrong, waiting for a scolding. Lin Qingye raised an eyebrow at the sight. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl into an almost imperceptible smile. My hearing had always been sharp. The second I heard movement from the bedroom, I quickly turned my head to look. Lin Xingye immediately wiped the smile from her lips
and returned to her cold, haughty stare. In my rush to get to her, I was so flustered that it even put my slippers on backwards. Even though my feet felt a bit strange, I couldn't be bothered with that right now. How could a pair of slippers be more important than Lin Xingye? Even though Lin Xingye's place in my heart wasn't exactly that high regardless, she was still far more important than some old slippers. I ran over and came to a halt right in front of her. I looked at her with a mix of joy and fear. After all, I was the one who had messed up. About that. Lin Xingye. I shyly looked up at her, remorse written clearly across my face. Lin Xingye only gave me an indifferent glance. She didn't say a single word, just walked straight past me. I stood there, dazed. I instinctively asked, "Where are you going?" I spoke while hurrying to catch up behind her. "The house is only so big. Where else could I go?" There was a clear sense of distance in Lin Xingye's tone. Lin Xingye walked into the bathroom. As if possessed, I was about to follow her inside. But then, Lin Xingye suddenly spun around and stopped right in front of me. I nearly crashed right into her chest. "I'm going to wash my face. Were you planning to follow me in there too?" Lin Xingye questioned, her brow furrowed. "To wash your face?" Only then did I snap out of it. I looked around and realized, oh boy, it actually followed her all the way to the bathroom door. I'm sorry." My face turned beet red in an instant, and I hurriedly scrambled back a few steps. With a loud slam, Lin Xingye shut the door without a shred of mercy. I stood dejectedly outside the door, feeling incredibly dismal. She was clearly still angry. What should I do now? I knew 100 ways to make her angry, but when it came to coaxing her, I didn't have the slightest bit of experience. It never had to soothe anyone before. Well, there was no other way. It'd just have to wait for her to come out and risk everything to cheer her up. Inside the bathroom, Lin Xingye knew full well that I was still standing outside waiting. Looking at her reflection in the mirror, the corner of her mouth quirked up mischievously. To be honest, after having that sleep, most of Lin Xingye's anger had already evaporated. However, not being angry anymore didn't mean she wasn't going to hold a grudge. After finishing up, Lin Xingye opened the door. As expected, she saw me still standing there like an idiot. As soon as she stepped out, I immediately took a step forward to get close to her. I pulled a long face, looking at her with a completely apologetic expression. Just as I was about to say something, Lin Xingye coldly dropped a line. "Please get out of the way." I was momentarily stunned, then immediately nodded my head frantically. "Ah, right, okay," I mumbled while quickly stepping to the side. Lin Xingye walked over to the sofa and sat down. Like a little tail, I sat right down, on the rug next to her. Lin Xingye reached out for the half-finished bottle of mineral water on the coffee table. Being quick-eyed and nimble-handed, I grabbed the bottle first, then respectfully offered it to her with both hands. Lin Xingye looked at me with a mocking expression. It wasn't that she'd never seen me act like a sycophant before, but this level of fawning was definitely a first. She didn't refuse, but she didn't say thank you either. She just casually took the water and drank it. I felt like a submissive wife who'd been wronged, tucking my head in and staring at her expectantly. Lin Xingye. My voice wasn't just tiny. It actually carried a hint of fear and flattery. Lin Xingye gave me an indifferent glance, thinking to herself, am I really that terrifying right now? Setting the water bottle down, Lin Xingye coldly asked, "What?" I summoned my courage and whispered, "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have made you angry." Lin Xingye thought to herself, oh, that's truly a rare sight, actually hearing an apology from this guy. She intentionally ignored me, just casually going back to her water. I felt horribly aggrieved deep down, but I didn't dare show any resentment. Who else could be blamed when this was entirely my fault? Even if I were usually 100% in the wrong, it'd still argue my point, but right now, I really couldn't bring myself to act tough. Lin Xingye remained silent. She just watched me quietly like that, her eyes betraying no hint of emotion. Secretly, I felt relieved. At least Lin Xingye wasn't completely ignoring me. At the very least, she was still willing to look at me. I timidly reached out and took hold of the hem of her dress, giving it a little tug before speaking in a coaxing tone. "Pay some attention to me." Lin Xingye's gaze wavered for a split second, and her heart nearly skipped a beat. Goodness, why is he being so cute? She struggled to appear composed, intentionally using an impatient tone to ask, "What on earth do you want?" "Well, haven't I already apologized? Are you going to forgive me or not? At least give me some kind of reaction." Lin Xingye's voice was still ice cold. "I heard you.
I looked at Lin Qingye with hopeful eyes. The meaning in that look was perfectly clear. So, are you going to forgive me or not? Only then did Lin Qingye seem to reluctantly let out a small Hearing it felt like being lost in a fog. What does mean? Have you forgiven me or not? I've forgiven you. Finally, Lin Qingye spoke up with a look of helplessness and surprise. Whoa! I was so delighted I practically leaped off the rug, then plopped down right beside Lin Qingye. Really? Lin Qingye was clearly very pleased with my current state. She gave a slight nod. Really? I was so excited my leg wouldn't stop shaking. That's great. The great beauty Lin truly has a kind heart. I cheered joyfully. You haven't eaten all afternoon. You must be starving, right? Come on, let's go to the dining room and find something to eat. Lin Qingye was slightly taken aback. She looked at me with a bit of surprise. You even saved lunch for me. It's not just leftovers, I specifically made it for you. After correcting her, I immediately got up from the sofa. Hurry up, let's go. Full of curiosity, Lin Qingye followed me into the dining room. I pointed toward the dining table. Sit down first while I heat it up for you. It's probably stone cold by now. Lin Qingye watched as I swiftly turned on the gas stove. She asked curiously, what delicious thing did you prepare for me? It's black-bone chicken soup. I spoke while opening a kitchen drawer. I took out an exquisite small bowl. I proudly tilted my chin up, boasting that it'd been stewing this pot of soup all afternoon. I'd already tasted it several times myself, and the flavor was absolutely beyond reproach. Lin Qingye just gave an indifferent response. Her cold demeanor made it look as if she didn't care at all, but in reality, she was just as full of anticipation as I was. She hadn't expected this guy to go to the trouble of stewing soup just for her. Before long, the black chicken soup was heated through. I brought the clay pot to the table, then sycophantically fetched the tableware, arranging everything perfectly in front of Lin Qingye. I was just about to remind her to eat when it suddenly occurred to me that just saying it didn't seem quite sincere enough. So I decided to take action myself. I ladled out a bowl brimming with chicken meat for her, inviting her enthusiastically. Here, try it while it's still hot. This is the soup I cooked specifically for you. Lin Qingye didn't rush to pick up her chopsticks. Instead, she used those beautiful eyes of hers to scan me from head to toe. She said slowly, I've noticed that since your return, you've changed. I immediately sat up straight like a child listening to a lesson. My eyes were full of curiosity as I asked repeatedly, changed in what way? Lin Qingye tilted her head and thought for a moment. She said, your heart doesn't seem quite as dark as it used to be. My face fell instantly, and I couldn't help but wonder, is this girl actually praising me? Or is she just mocking me? Only then did Lin Qingye leisurely pick up her spoon. She bowed her head and took a small sip of the chicken soup to savor it. Hearing her say that the taste was truly delicious, I immediately grew boastful, as if an invisible tail were wagging proudly behind me. Seeing this display, Lin Qingye could only let out a sigh. She thought to herself, this guy clearly can't handle a single compliment. After she had slowly finished nearly half the bowl, only then did Lin Qingye notice that I was still staring at her expectantly. Lin Qingye gently set her spoon down and suddenly called my name softly. Yes. I obediently rested my head on the table, my eyes not leaving her for even a second. There was something almost foolishly innocent about that look. Lin Qingye couldn't help but let a small smile escape. She laughed softly and asked, am I that beautiful? I honestly confessed, you are. But immediately after, I stubbornly added another line, insisting I wasn't staring at her on purpose. It's just that since I didn't bring my phone, there's nothing else to look at, so I'm forced to watch you just to pass the time. Lin Qingye's beautiful face turned cold instantly. No matter how she heard it, she found the second half of my sentence incredibly grating, making her feel extremely annoyed inside. I've always been extremely good at reading people's expressions. The moment I saw her face darken, I panicked and scrambled to fix the situation. I quickly flashed a bright smile and said, who told you to be the most pleasing person within my sight right now? Even though Lin Qingye knew full well I was using my smooth tone to flatter her, that cold expression of hers softened, visibly to the naked eye. A weight was lifted off my shoulders and I breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, quietly, I couldn't stop praising myself. I really am a little genius at putting out the fires of anger. I have to give Yao Xian credit for this. Lin Qingye. I hesitated for a moment, then began using that timid gaze to express myself. Lin Qingye looked at me with full suspicion for my staring. She frowned slightly and asked, what are you up to now? I pressed her to confirm if she had truly forgiven me. Even though I'd heard her agree with my own ears earlier, I still didn't feel completely at ease. I needed to hear a clear confirmation to feel relieved. Lin Qingye was truly speechless with me. She sighed, asking what benefit she'd get from lying to me. My heart was restless and uneasy. Why does this annoying girl always like to leave me breathless? The trouble was, I was full of frustration but didn't dare let it out. Right then, Lin Qingye suddenly pushed her chair back and stood up. I jumped in surprise, my face full of shock as I hurriedly asked what was wrong. "Are you not eating anymore?" Lin Qingye looked down and dropped a casual line. "Go into the room to get my phone." I let out an "oh" and immediately seized the chance to butter her up. I asked if she could grab my phone for me while she was at it. "It's just lying around somewhere on the sofa." Lin Qingye gave me a look of pure indifference. Without saying a word, she turned her back and coldly walked out of the dining room. I sighed inwardly at this. Cold-hearted ice monster, Lin Qingye. I mean, is she actually going to help me or what? I have to admit, trying to live in peace with this Miss Lin beauty is truly harder than climbing to the heavens. In the blink of an eye, about a minute later, Lin Qingye returned. As soon as she sat back down at the table, she casually handed me my phone. "Thanks a lot." The tiny bit of resentment in my heart instantly vanished into thin air. I happily took the phone from her. I thought to myself, even though Lin Qingye can be a bit annoying sometimes, she's actually quite reliable when it counts. I just need to know how to cater to her whims to stay on her good side. I strolled over to the fridge, grabbed a tub of ice cream and a banana, then plopped down on the chair, ready to go full gamer mode. Seeing this, Lin Qingye knit her elegant brows slightly and asked why I wasn't eating with her. I shook my head decisively. My hands moved swiftly over the game interface as I told her I wasn't hungry. I polished off 2 huge meat rice cakes for lunch. My stomach is still bulging from that. Lin Qingye gave an seemingly lost in thought, and didn't push it any further. Chewing on my banana, I looked up at her, stating that she felt I had changed. To be honest, I'd noticed she's different from before too. Lin Qingye's chopsticks paused for a heartbeat, and her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Even this guy noticed it. I mumbled while still chewing on the banana. "You've changed quite a lot today, Lin Qingye." Feeling guilty, she took a sip of soup to hide her fluster, pretending to be indifferent as she asked, "Oh? And how exactly have I changed?" I realized she doesn't jump at every chance to mock me anymore. You have to understand, usually Lin Qingye would seize any opportunity to tear me to shreds verbally. But today, for some reason, the frequency of her attacks has dropped significantly. It's honestly got me scratching my head in confusion. Qingye forced a stiff smile, let out a cold humph, and said, "I've known you all these years, but I only just found out today that you're a masochist. What, do you want me to spend all day and night finding ways to torment you?" "Of course not." I waved my hands frantically in protest. "You have to be crazy to enjoy being scolded every single day." I hurried to explain. I was really just purely curious. Desperate to know the reason, I muttered under my breath, "Did Lin Qingye's conscience suddenly wake up or something?" The game just happened to switch to the matchmaking screen, so I quickly scooped up a huge spoonful of ice cream and shoved it right into my mouth. Lin Qingye spoke calmly. "If you really don't like it, I can go back to how I was before right now." I panicked so hard I almost swallowed the spoon in my mouth, waving my hands and shouting, "No, no, no, absolutely don't do that." I emphasized frantically, "The way we are now is great. Let's keep it this way. Don't go back to the old style. Seriously. If we go back to being at each other's throats like before, it'll be the death of me. I'd have to walk on eggshells every day, terrified she'd blow her top." I thought my own temper was short enough already. I couldn't handle any more explosions. If it keeps going like this, I might as well change my name to Little Dynamite. Right in the heat of my game, Lin Qingye suddenly called out my name. "Mugi, yeah?" I answered without even looking up, my eyes still glued to the game screen. Lin Qingye looked at her phone, then leisurely dropped a bombshell. "You're on the hot search list." I froze for a split second, then jerked my head up to stare at her, with an expression of pure disbelief. "I'm on the hot search. Why on earth would I be trending?" I thought to myself. "Aren't I just a regular, enthusiastic citizen?" Lin Qingye didn't even bother looking at me. As she added, "And it's not just one. There are 3 trending topics." At this point, my head was swimming with question marks. What news about me is even worth a hot search? Lin Qingye smirked, let out a cold chuckle, and said, "See for yourself when you're done playing." I took a deep breath, inwardly cursing her. Why does she always have to be so cryptic? Unfortunately, I have severe OCD when it comes to curiosity. That sentence triggered a surge of curiosity I couldn't ignore. So without a word, I quit the game immediately and opened my chat app. Sure enough, 3 glaring hot search titles appeared right before my eyes. The first one was labeled Explosive Trend. Ishin's little brother Muji goes viral. The other 2 had the hot tag. One was Muji Hot. The other, Young Master Mew tears into Din Thin Media, and Young Master B Yunyao Hot.
Okay, I hadn't even clicked on them yet, but just looking at these titles was enough to guess what the content was. That first Explosive Trend, I didn't even have to think to know it involved my second sister. Otherwise, there's no way I could have achieved this on my own. As for the second one, there's an 80% chance my family background has been completely exposed. And concerning the third one, it's probably that video of me thrashing B Yunyao that some news outlet leaked online. These reporters, honestly. At last night's gala, there were over a dozen different media outlets present. I clicked on the last hot search and watched intently. To be honest, I didn't want to see anything remotely related to B Yunyao right now. Even if I was in it, I didn't want to see it. But that damn OCD of mine forced me to click and watch anyway. Surprisingly, public opinion in the comments was remarkably fair. Nearly everyone was siding with me. Excitedly, I shouted Lin Qingya's name. Lin Qingya, come here and look at this. Lin Qingya just slightly raised an eyebrow, glanced at me, and didn't say a single word. I eagerly leaned in and asked if she'd seen it. Everyone's singing my praises on the hot search. Lin Qingya gave a nonchalant hunt and said, I saw it. My face immediately lit up with pure bliss, feeling so good I could float up to the ninth heaven. Lin Qingya raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Of course. Could it be fake? I continued to gloat like a puppy wagging its tail. A mischievous smile flickered on Lin Qingya's lips. Then why don't you try flying a lap for me? I was instantly silenced, giving her a long, hard glare, then started grumbling. Oh, Lin Qingya. I realized that sometimes the way she speaks is the textbook definition of a dry, blunt girl. But this has 2 sides to it, because most silver-tongued women who know how to please men are usually manipulative pros. Blunt girls might not understand romance, and they don't know how to sweet talk, but they usually offer the most sincere feelings. So if I had to choose between a flirt and a blunt girl, it definitely picked the blunt one. Lin Qingya frowned and countered. Is it supposed to be better to be like you? Muttering nonsense as if you're talking in your sleep. I shuddered violently and immediately changed my tune. Just pretend I didn't say anything. I changed my mind. I'm picking the flirt. I didn't want to bicker with Lin Qingya anymore, so I looked down to keep scrolling through my chat. However, when my gaze swept past the bare pinky finger of my right hand, I immediately broke down and screamed, Where's my ring? Meanwhile, Gu Beichen is truly a great bro. His ability to self-heal from heartache is top tier. He was clearly suffering to death last night, yet after a night's sleep, it's like nothing happened. He's full of energy again. Right now, Gu Beichen was walking into class in his uniform. It happened to be a self-study period, so there were no teachers in the classroom. Gu Beichen walked straight to his seat, and as he took off his bag to hang it by the desk, he immediately noticed something. Qin Shuefu was holding a pinky ring, staring at it with intense focus. The ring was threaded onto a black necklace, resting quietly in Qin Shuefu's palm. It looked like she'd been admiring it for a long time. Gu Beichen paused for a moment. The necklace in Qin Shuefu's hand looked familiar. He felt like she'd been wearing it since the 10th grade. But he remembered that the pendant on this cord was clearly a puzzle piece pendant, so why did it suddenly change? Gu Beichen watched Qin Shuefu for a while, then tried calling out softly, Qin Shufu. Qin Shufu was startled by the call, reflexively turning to look at Gu Beichen. When did you get here? Gu Beichen frowned. His voice was so soft, yet it still managed to scare her this much. Plus that guilty look on her face. What exactly is going on? Just now. Didn't you see me? Qin Shufu replied tensely, her eyes instinctively starting to wander. Now Gu Beichen was certain. Qin Shufu's current behavior meant she was definitely hiding something, or there was something she didn't want him to know. But whatever, it was none of his business. He was more curious about that ring right now. It actually looked quite nice. Hey Qin Shufu. Gu Beichen spoke up. Did you change your necklace pendant? Qin Shufu nodded, softly saying she'd just changed it. Gu Beichen smiled and said, It's pretty. Why the sudden change? But the size of that ring doesn't look like it's meant for a girl to wear. It looks more like a guy's style. Because she was so nervous, Qin Shufu's heart was thumping like a drum in her chest. She tried to suppress the unease in her heart,
her voice trembling slightly. I just really like this one, so I swapped it. After saying that, Qin Zufu guiltily added, "Is there a problem?" Gu Beichen waved his hand. "Nothing. I was just a bit curious. Not to be conceited, but since he was a kid, he could befriend anyone. He could start a conversation in a heartbeat with guy or girl."
But it never worked on Qin Shuifu. It wasn't just him either. The other classmates were also stumped by her. Maybe because Qin Shuifu is a conversation killer, or perhaps because she's just too cold, always keeping people at arm's length. Even though there's nothing wrong with being a loner, the joy of a group is still better than being all alone, right? He truly didn't know how to keep the conversation going with Qin Shuifu anymore. After hanging his bag, Gu Beichen prepared to dive into homework. Qin Shuifu stole a glance at Gu Beichen. Seeing he wasn't paying attention to her, she finally dared to sigh in relief. It seemed Gu Beichen didn't know. The ring on her necklace actually belonged to me. Just now, she'd really been scared to death. She looked at Gu Beichen again, hesitated for a while, and finally spoke up.
"Beichen, are you and Muga very close?"
Gu Beichen was a bit taken aback. Did the sun rise in the west today? To think Qin Shuifu would actually initiate a conversation with him. That's right. Gu Beichen twirled his pen and looked at Qin Shuifu as he replied, "We've been in the same class from elementary all through high school, and we're seatmates too, so we're incredibly close." Qin Shuifu nodded thoughtfully. "I see." Speaking of which, Gu Beichen also felt curious. "Your Qin family is one of the 4 great families too, so surely you and he have met a few times before?" Qin Shuifu shook her head. "No. Last night was the first time I ever met Mu Ge." "My family has probably met him before, though." Gu Beichen couldn't help but press further. "So why bring him up all of a sudden?" "It's nothing." Qin Shuifu gave a polite smile. "Anyway, let's get back to our homework." Gu Beichen looked at Qin Shuifu with deep suspicion, grunting a response, but thinking to himself, "Thing? I'm certain something's up." Had been Qin Shuifu's seatmate for 2 years, and she'd never once proactively mentioned anyone else, let alone shown curiosity about someone. This was too strange. Something was definitely off. There had to be some hidden reason. Could Qin Shuifu actually like him? Love at first sight. Gu Beichen's eyes lit up instantly. Actually, that might just be possible. He's so outstanding after all. So it's only natural if Qin Shuifu harbored some feelings for him. Does Thunderbolt-like love really exist? Even if it did, given Qin Shuifu's personality, she didn't seem like the type to give her heart away so easily on the first meeting. You could tell just by looking at her that she wasn't the kind to expose her feelings so readily. But usually, people like her, once they do develop feelings for someone, whether it's family or friendship, they'll be devoted with all their heart and soul. So was he just overthinking things? Or had Qin Shuifu really been struck by love's lightning from me? Meanwhile, I was still desperately searching for my ring. I can't find it. I've searched everywhere and it's gone. I collapsed onto the sofa in despair, my face a picture of utter hopelessness. I took my frustration out on a cushion, then stormed into the kitchen, asking Lin Qingye with a tearful expression, "Have you seen my ring anywhere?" Lin Qingye shook her head and said she hadn't. I immediately deflated like a popped balloon, sitting down beside her dejectedly. If I hadn't said anything, you wouldn't even have known that I was wearing a pinky ring. Lin Qingye put down her chopsticks and turned to look at me. "Is that ring really that important to you?" I nodded vigorously. "It has an incredibly special meaning to me." Lin Qingye knit her brows. "Was it expensive?" I couldn't help but grumble. "Why do you always have to be so pragmatic?" But then I added, "I mean, it was quite pricey, yeah. But it's not about the money. My classmates abroad heard I was returning home, so they pooled their money to get it custom designed. There's only one like it in the entire world." Now Lin Qingye finally understood. She knew I'd lose my own things easily, but I treasure gifts from friends like precious jewels. If it were just any ordinary ring, I wouldn't mind so much, I added dejectedly. Lin Qingye just gave a soft and went silent again. What's with the I was stunned by her indifferent attitude. You really have zero compassion, don't you? Compassion has its time and place. Lin Qingye spoke calmly. It's not like me feeling sorry for you. We'll make your ring crawl back on its own. There she goes again. Here it comes. I'm seriously going to lose it. This annoying girl is mocking me again. She's really trying to drive me to an early grave. Lin Qingye continued leisurely. A ring that small, once it's gone, the chance of finding it is basically zero. Moping around won't solve anything, so you might as well accept reality sooner rather than later. Lin Qingye. I forced a cold smile.
I'm not targeting you or anything, but with your personality, you're truly destined to grow old and die alone. You better never date anyone in the future. Otherwise, the poor soul will definitely be driven to an early death by your attitude. Ever since I moved in with Lin Qingye,
I felt like I wouldn't even survive until the age of 18.
I suddenly stood up, gave Lin Qingye a scorching, hateful glare, then turned around and walked straight out. Lin Qingye watched me leave the dining room in a daze, not understanding which sentence she'd gotten wrong. To make me fly into such a rage. Surely not, right? The bowl of black chicken soup was empty, so Lin Qingye ladled herself another one. What she had to admit was that the soup I cooked wasn't just delicious, but it wasn't greasy at all either. Suddenly, the images of them accidentally touching last night flooded back into Lin Qingye's mind. Caught off guard, Lin Qingye choked on a mouthful of soup, coughing violently for a long time before she could catch her breath.
In the living room, I was still fuming, but my ears were sharp. Hearing the commotion inside, I immediately gloated over her misfortune. Serves you right, you heartless, cold-hearted girl. That evening, I lay gloomily on the sofa, leaning back listlessly, my lifeless eyes glued to some variety show on TV. While Lin Qingye was her usual self, curled up on the other end of the sofa, silently sketching in her notebook. She glanced at me and asked softly, "Are you still feeling upset?" Hugging a pillow tightly, I closed my eyes in sadness. "Don't talk to me. Just let me rot in silence." Lin Qingye had a metaphoric black line on her forehead. If it's already lost, no amount of heartache will help. Why don't you play some games to cheer up?
Play games. I flatly refused. I choose to continue suffering. I lost such an important ring. If I could still nonchalantly play games, would I even be human? How about this then? Lin Qingye put down her notebook and pencil. Stop moping and go play your games. In exchange, I can cancel your errand duties for the remaining 29 days. I sprang up from the sofa like a coiled spring, looking at Lin Qingye with pure disbelief. You're being very weird today. Lin Qingye just stared at me silently, saying nothing. Why are you suddenly being so nice to me? This is really strange. Spit it out. Did you do something wrong to me? Lin Qingye shook her head. I didn't.
I sat up straight with a serious face. Look into my eyes and say that again. Lin Qingye indeed looked me straight in the eye. I haven't done anything wrong to you. Just as I was about to open my mouth to argue, Lin Qingye suddenly spoke up. You're actually the one who did something wrong to me. Hearing those words from Lin Qingye, I couldn't help but furrow my brows. What did you just say? Lin Qingye's heart skipped a beat, but she kept her cold expression. Nothing. Seeing her look so upright and unafraid of death, I reluctantly believed her. Then why are you suddenly treating me so well? Lin Qingye thought to herself, wondering just how badly she'd treated me in the past. For me to have such an over-the-top reaction. Honestly, I just don't want your terrible mood to affect me. You look way too pathetic right now. Hearing that, everything clicked. Slapped my thigh. I knew it. I was wondering why you suddenly developed a heart, because normally if you aren't mocking me, I'd have to thank the heavens. Lin Qingye's face immediately darkened. Why don't you try saying that one more time? I shuddered in fear. What? Did I say something wrong? It's just the truth. Lin Qingye's brows knit slightly. Mugo, is my image in your mind really that awful? Absolutely. I curled up in the corner of the sofa, stealing a wary glance at Lin Qingye, because her current icy expression was honestly making my hair stand on end. Haven't you been like that since we were kids? Every single time, no matter if I had bad luck, or got in trouble and got a thrashing from Mom, you'd always stand there smirking behind your hand, or even happily watch the drama unfold. I still remember all those old grudges vividly. That's just my personality. I might forget trivial things completely, but when it comes to favors and feuds, I absolutely never forget. Just how exactly did I bully you back then? Those stories are from ancient history, yet you remember them better than anyone. Muge, the way you talk and treat people, has to be guided by a conscience. You really need to have some heart. Let me ask you this. Has there ever been a time when you were in real trouble or something actually happened, and I truly just stood there, gloating and mocking you? I scratched my head, trying to recall. It seemed what Lin Qingye said was actually true, although she was always there whenever I got in trouble. But in reality, she was the one pleading for mercy on my behalf. It's just that for all this time,
I mistakenly thought she was just making fun of me. Thinking back on the truth behind all this, I immediately forced an awkward smile, yet still managed to remain polite. Looking back, it seems that's exactly how it was. Lin Xingye slightly raised an eyebrow, deliberately trying to make me feel guilty. I think you should remember clearly.
Every time we fought like cats and dogs. Who was the one who started it first? I immediately deflated like a popped balloon, losing all my fighting spirit. Looking at Lin Qingya with a face full of regret. This time, I really have no face left to make any more excuses. I sighed inwardly. It seems like every time I was the one, recklessly provoking her first. And the result was always a crushing defeat. I simply can't win against this woman. In truth, Lin Qingya treated me very well at first. The reason our relationship is so terrible today is entirely of my own making. After being speechless for a long time, I finally managed to mumble a reply. That. It seems I really was the one looking for trouble. A cold smirk tugged at the corner of Lin Qingjia's lips. Muga, there's something I'm suddenly very curious about. I frowned in confusion. What is it? Lin Qingjia looked me straight in the eyes, her expression serious. The morning we reunited, your attitude towards me was clearly fine. So why did it do a complete 180? By that very afternoon, become something entirely different. I'm someone who values my pride above all else. How could I possibly tell Lin Qingjia the truth? Something as embarrassing as being consumed by jealousy. I will absolutely never admit to that. My eyes darted back and forth for a while, before I stubbornly spoke up. Do you even have to ask? Naturally, it's because I suddenly found you annoying to look at. Huh? Lin Qingya knit her brows, her eyes filled with doubt. Is that really it? Of course. On the outside, I tried to sound righteous and confident, but inside I was so guilty I was breaking into a cold sweat. Lin Qingya seemed lost in thought for a moment, then nodded. Fine, I understand then. I really didn't dare to continue discussing this dangerous topic with Lin Qingya, so I hurriedly pulled out my phone and started pretending to play a game. It wasn't until I lost over a dozen ranked matches in a row that I despairingly gave up my resistance, looked up at the clock, and realized it was nearly 9 p.m. I let out a long, heavy sigh, dragged my heavy feet to my room to wash up, then collapsed onto the large bed. However, because it lost that precious ring, my mood was truly at rock bottom right now. I was like a turtle, sprawled out motionless on the bed. Lin Qingya finished her shower and walked in, drying her hair, only to see me looking like it'd lost the entire world. She walked to the bedside, leaning against the headboard, and stared at me. It's just a lost item. Are you really this sad about it? Like a soulless corpse, I nodded in despair. My eyes couldn't even focus, my gaze completely bleak. Lin Qingya observed me in silence. Right now, my entire body was radiating a dense aura of negative energy and profound hopelessness. But thinking back, Lin Qing could actually understand that a one-of-a-kind pinky ring, custom-made for me by the whole class, even to an outsider like her, sounded like something incredibly precious. Because to me, that item was definitely not just a normal ring. It held the deep respect and affection of the entire class for me. Lin Qingya's voice unconsciously became much softer. Didn't I already excuse you from running errands for me earlier? The small therapeutic effect of being excused from errands has long since expired. My eyes were hollow, my expression completely dazed. If you want to heal me now, you'd have to cancel that hard labor of making me cook dinner every night for this entire month. Lin Qingya fell silent for a second. You sure know how to calculate your odds. Why not just bundle the breakfast duty for the month into it while you're at it? I immediately sensed the heavy irony in Lin Qingya's words. This sarcastic tone of hers couldn't be any more obvious. I lamented in my heart. Why didn't I include it? It's because a woman like you would absolutely never agree to it anyway. So why would I waste my breath? It's pointless to even ask. Of course, because one mustn't be too greedy. After all, everything should be done in moderation. One shouldn't push their luck, right? I shamelessly found myself a very noble-sounding excuse. Lin Qingya suddenly gave a firm nod. Fine, I'll grant your wish. I was stunned, looking at Lin Qingya, with an expression of utter disbelief. Fine? Did you just say fine? Did you really agree? Seeing her nod in confirmation once more, I immediately slapped my thigh, feeling like I just suffered a massive loss. If I'd known Lin Qingya was going to be this easygoing today, and that she'd agree so instantly, I should have been more shameless and included the breakfast duty too.
But I'm the one who just boldly said that one shouldn't push their luck. If I suddenly changed my mind and asked for more now, wouldn't that be like slapping my own face? Why are you being so suddenly kind this time? Is it because my miserable, dejected look was annoying you too much? Lin Xingya gave an indifferent I really can't understand the way this woman thinks. If you didn't want to see my gloomy face, wouldn't it be easier to just turn off the lights and sleep? Lin Xingya pretended to have an epiphany. That's not a bad suggestion, you're right. In that case then. In my mind, I was screaming frantically. My big fat mouth. What kind of nonsense did I just blabber out? Even if I had a point, she personally promised me. Adults should keep their word, so she absolutely cannot change her mind. I was worried sick that Lin Xingya would take back her promise to waive the cooking duty. Lin Xingya looked at me meaningfully without saying a word. Now I was truly panicking, scrambling to sit up straight on the bed. Hey, you're not planning to back out and break your word, are you? If you don't want me to change my mind, then right now, immediately. Get under the covers. Don't let me see you anymore. You're just making me more annoyed. Understood. I pathetically admitted defeat instantly, and scurried away without a moment's delay. As soon as I spoke, I spun around smoothly, quickly curling up like a round ball of meat, and rolled right into the warm blankets to hide. This seemingly ridiculous and childish act of mine was obviously nothing special, but it caused a tiny ripple in the normally tranquil pool of Lin Xingya's soul. The next day on the way to school, I hummed my head gloomily, sadly biting down on the straw of the juice box in my hand. The entire way there, both of us were silent by unspoken agreement. Lin Xingya kept her focus fixed on the road ahead, concentrating on driving. I was like a frostbitten eggplant, staring blankly out the window, watching the scenery zip past in a daze. I really wanted to cheer up and be in good spirits, and I didn't want my foul mood to affect Lin Xingya while she was driving. But the pent-up frustration in my heart couldn't be suppressed and was plain as day on my face. I just couldn't help it. When someone is clearly dying inside and can't find a shred of happiness, yet has to force a smile and pretend to be overjoyed, how much Oscar-level acting skill would they even need to pull that off? Suddenly, I turned sharply to look at Lin Xingya at the wheel. You usually have a lot of connections. Do you know any masters of fortune-telling or divination? I haven't a clue. Lin Xingya kept her eyes straight ahead. Why are you suddenly asking this? Don't tell me you want to get a reading done. I nodded vigorously like a chicken pecking at grain. I just want to find a master to see if my precious pinky ring can actually ever be found again. Lin Xingya gave me an emotionless sidelong glance, then looked back at the road, and without a word continued to focus on driving ahead. I was practically losing my mind, this damn girl, giving me a look like she's staring at an idiot. What the hell does that mean? The air was stiflingly quiet for the rest of the trip, and Lin Xingya and I drove straight to school like that. Today, I naturally became the absolute center of attention for the entire school. The moment I showed up, the students all around started buzzing with excitement. Someone nearby exclaimed in surprise, I never would have guessed Mu Gi was actually the younger brother of the national goddess Mu Duong. Mu Duong is the woman of my dreams, so if he's her brother, doesn't that make him my precious brother-in-law? A boy nearby propped his chin in his hand, muttering with a look of pure confusion. But this is so weird. How come those two siblings don't look anything alike at all? Even as I walked into class under countless gazes and settled into my seat, I remained the focal point of everyone's attention. Outside the classroom, students from other classes crowded around to gawk at me like some circus monkey. Once I was inside, my own classmates kept staring at me in all sorts of ways, but I knew very well that this was completely to be expected. After all, and now a figure who has trended on Weibo hot searches 3 times in a row. A thought suddenly occurred to me. Do celebrities in the entertainment industry, people who live under the spotlight year-round, feel as uncomfortable as I do right now when they are faced with so many eyes watching them? Just a minute before the morning self-study period began, Mei Xinyan and Su Qianqian walked into class together. The second I saw them, I felt a dull ache in my head, and my heart felt heavy with exhaustion. After all, Lin Xingya had warned me time and time again, repeatedly emphasizing that I absolutely must not have too much private contact with Mei Xinyan. But the problem is, we're classmates, and to top it off, we're assigned as seatmates. Trying to completely avoid any interaction with Mei Xinyan is harder than reaching for the stars. Mei Xinyan walked over and sat down gracefully, her eyes full of smiles as she looked at me. Good morning, Muga. Hello? I cleared my throat a bit awkwardly, and right after responding, I suddenly felt a bone-chilling murderous intent from behind. This familiar murderous aura,
I didn't even need to think to know. It was definitely coming from that pervert Ning Sang. Again. I couldn't help but curse frantically in my head. That lunatic Ning Sang, just how much does he like Mei Xinyan? Mei Xinyan just gave me a casual greeting, yet he can get this insanely jealous over it? Instinctively, I turned my head to steal a glance at Ning Sang. Sure enough, I immediately met his righteous face, staring at me with a sinister and terrifying expression. I was certain of one thing in my heart. If Ning Sang had even the slightest chance to get to me, he would stop at nothing, and use every malicious method to get rid of me for good.
Being loved by an obsessive person like Ning Sang is an absolute nightmare. And accidentally becoming Ning Sang's love rival is even more terrifying. It makes your skin crawl. However, I felt incredibly lucky that, after smiling and greeting me, Mei Xinyan quickly turned away, pulled out her textbook, and focused on her study. Taking advantage of the noisy morning reading session, I stealthily pulled out my phone and hurriedly sent a SOS to Lin Qingya on WeChat. Great beauty Lin, there's a bit of a key situation I want to discuss with you. 2 minutes later, my phone vibrated. Lin Qingya replied with an extremely cold, oversized question mark. Seeing that, I quickly typed back, "Didn't you carefully instruct me earlier that I must absolutely avoid having too much contact with Mei Xinyan? Her seatmate. Does this mean for the next few days I have to act like I'm deaf and mute and completely ignore her? My personality has always been this way. I've always placed a high value on mutual respect. As long as someone treats me well, I will naturally reciprocate with all my heart. But if someone doesn't show me any respect, then they shouldn't blame me for being heartless and giving them a taste of their own medicine. What someone is like in front of others basically doesn't interest me. It has nothing to do with me. I only care about how that person presents themselves when they're right in front of me. At the same time, if I want to get to know someone, while I'll listen to public opinion and rumors about their character, I'm definitely not such a fool that I blindly believe every bit of gossip. Besides, humans are the kind of species where their attitude towards everyone is never identical, so there are many things I must feel for myself and experience firsthand before I can believe them. Because sometimes, even what you see with your own eyes might not be real, let alone the exaggerated nonsense you hear from others. However, there is exactly one exception. If the one saying those things is Lin Qingya, that I will choose to trust her unconditionally. Because if she tells me to do something, she must have her own hidden reasons. Indeed, I know Lin Qingya's noble character very well. She would never badmouth or belittle anyone, even if that person truly made her feel a deep and bitter hatred. I waited anxiously for that long message of mine to be sent successfully. Sitting in my seat, I couldn't but start feeling a little tense, and that tension combined with the fact that Lin Qingya didn't reply for a whole 10 minutes quickly escalated to extreme insecurity and worry. My heart was in knots as I thought, could I have said something wrong and made the young Miss Lin Qingya happy again? Just as I was about to start overthinking, then the message from Lin Qingya finally arrived. That's right, if I make things too obvious, it's very easy to invite unnecessary trouble. Then handle this matter yourself as you see fit. You must know your limits, but you absolutely must remember this clearly. No matter what, even if it's just a tiny bit of something related to private matters, you must absolutely never reveal even half a word to Mei Xinyan. I felt as if a 1,000-pound weight had been lifted, and hurriedly sent back a quick okay. Then, like a thief, I sneakily shoved my phone into the desk drawer. Propping my chin on one hand, I couldn't for the life of me understand just what kind of irreconcilable conflict is there between Lin Qingya and Mei Xinyan. Why does she always have to be so mysterious and insist that I stay away from that girl? But during these few days of being seatmates, since the start of the term, I really haven't noticed Mei Xinyan having any malicious intentions towards me at all. To be honest, if it weren't for the warning and prior reminders from Lin Qingya, then I probably wouldn't have bothered to be wary of a girl who seems as gentle and refined as Mei Xinyan. Not even a single thought of caution. I finally managed to wait until the morning self-study ended. As soon as the bell rang, I hurriedly stood up and ran straight to the restroom. Just as I finished washing my hands and was shaking them dry, I accidentally bumped into Lin Mu in the hallway. He was carrying a stack of chemistry homework books, piled high like a mountain, and he greeted me enthusiastically. Moving as swiftly as a monkey, I closed in on Lin Mo and curiously peeked at the stack of books he was holding. Lin Mo, you really can't judge a book by its cover. I never would have imagined that you were actually the chemistry class rep. You're overthinking it. That's not it at all.
Lin Mo gave a kind smile and explained while laughing. I just happened to be passing the teacher's office, so the teachers caught me to do some errands. The teacher asked me to bring this stack of homework back to the class to hand out to everyone. Actually, my main role is the physics class rep. Hearing that, I nodded in pure admiration. So you're single-handedly handling the role of student council vice president, while also being on the disciplinary committee. And now you're the physics rep on top of that. With you taking on so many tasks all by yourself, can you really manage it all? It's actually fine. Lin Mo waved his hand nonchalantly. If I am too busy at school to finish everything, then I'll just take it all home and deal with it there. Just as the two of us were engrossed in a lively conversation, someone nearby suddenly let out stifled, shocked exclamation. Quick, look at Bai Yunyao. What on earth happened to his face? Who beat him up that badly? Immediately, a well-informed person standing nearby started gossiping. Do you even have to guess? It's definitely the work of his dear old man. His dad is famous for having a nasty temper. While he usually spoils him rotten, once he flies into a rage, he's truly merciless and cruel when he strikes. This time he went out and caused trouble, bringing such a massive disaster upon his family. If his dad only beat his face swollen instead of crippling him for life, he's incredibly lucky. Do you guys know? I heard my dad say at dinner that in just a single day yesterday, the Mu family barely lifted a finger and wiped out over 50 million yuan of the Bai family's assets. Upon hearing that name, which hadn't been mentioned in a long time, I was suddenly taken aback. Bi Yunyao, if I hadn't heard someone mention him, I would have long ago forgotten that such an annoying obstacle still existed in this school. Curiosity piqued, I looked towards the voice and caught sight of Bi Yunyao's bruised and battered face as he strode aggressively and calmly right towards me. Behind him, several of his lackeys followed, looking smug and arrogant. Mugi, that. Look at how troublesome this has become. Seeing that the other party had ill intentions, Lin Mac's face instantly showed a moment of panic. Suddenly, he remembered, I have to find the homeroom teacher. There's some urgent business I need to handle immediately. I'm heading off now. As soon as Lin Mo finished speaking, he turned around as if he'd seen a ghost, fleeing like a streak of smoke and dashing straight down the hallway. I keenly noticed that while Lin Ma was fleeing, his body was unconsciously radiating a deep sense of fear, and I couldn't help but wonder, what on earth is wrong with him? While my mind was still wandering, Bi Yunyao led his group of delinquent friends and marched straight towards me to intimidate me. Drawing closer, seeing that we were about to collide in the narrow hallway, I boldly and expressionlessly took a proactive step to the side. After all, while I'm usually petty and hold a grudge, I'm never the type to go looking for trouble with an enemy for no reason, like someone who loves starting things. But what completely floored me was, what I completely didn't expect was, I had just shifted a step to the side, wanting to get away from this leech, Bi Yun Tao, but he actually had the nerve to follow me, stepping to the side as well. Anger flared up inside me instantly, and it looked like I was about to blow my top right there, but I still gritted my teeth and endured it, suppressing my temper, and took another step back to the side. Who would have thought this thick-skinned Bi Yun Tao would follow my lead once again, as if he were looking for trouble on purpose, blocking my path completely once more. I lost my temper immediately, staring at him with a look of utter impatience. Bi Yun Tao, do you believe I'm really about to start throwing punches? This hallway is clearly this wide. There's a walkway and there's a white wall. If you don't want to walk properly, then just bash your head into the wall as you go. Why the hell are you having the nerve to block my way? What on earth do you want? Pfft. The students watching the commotion in the hallway, many of them couldn't hold it back and burst out laughing right then and there. Bi Yuntao was fuming with rage, cursing these people in his heart, wondering if they were tired of living, to dare openly mock him in front of everyone like this. Let's see who else dares to laugh. Bi Yuntao screamed, his voice cracking with fury, losing his mind in a rage. As soon as he said it, the noisy hallway fell deathly silent in an instant. Silence was one thing, but in the spectators' eyes there was blatant, undisguised sarcasm, along with malicious schadenfreude. After all, everyone knew that the Bai family was currently in a freefall, and it was estimated that before long in this school, the number of people who could trample Bi Yuntao would definitely be countless. When that time comes, they'd definitely keep their eyes wide open to see if this brat Bi Yuntao still dares to be as arrogant as he is now. I didn't even spare Bi Yuntao a single glance, sidestepping past this idiot, and walked away quickly. Seeing me, completely ignore him and walk away, he shouted furiously from behind. Muga, you better stop right there! I have something important to say to you! I didn't pay Biyun Tao the slightest bit of attention, just silently kept walking forward. Looking at him right now is an eyesore, let alone wasting words on someone like him. Muga! Biyun Tao was nearly dead with rage at my attitude. He lunged forward with wide strides, blocking my path once again. Are you deaf? Can't you hear me? I have something to ask you to your face. Keep your crap to yourself. I don't want to hear a single word. My eyes were bone-chilling as I retorted. Seeing how cold I was as I turned to leave, Biyun Tao panicked, so he decided to go all out, shouting directly at my back, bellowing for the whole world to hear. Muji, if you really are the high and mighty young master of the Mu family, then why did you deliberately lie to me back then? Even personally telling me that you were just a lowly servant by Lin Qingya's side. I felt extremely speechless and gave a long, hard glare, feeling utterly disgusted in my heart. At having to say another half-sentence of nonsense too, a purebred moron like Biyun Tao. I suddenly turned around. My expression and the tone of my voice exuded absolute impatience. Biyun Tao, listen carefully. While I was at school, I did personally admit being Lin Qingya's close servant, but in front of you, I absolutely never said such a thing. I'm definitely not taking the blame for this accusation that came out of nowhere. Biyun Tao was so enraged by my words that he gritted his teeth, his hands hanging at his sides, clenched into tight fists. Furthermore, let's take 10,000 steps back. I crossed my arms and looked at him coldly. Even if I had actually stood before you back then and talked trash about being Lin Qingya's servant, would your pig brain really believe every single word of it? You're a senior about to take the entrance exams. Did you forget to bring your brain when you went out? Or have you just been missing a part of it since birth? So, if I proudly announce right now in front of everyone that I'm your biological father, would you also obediently, in front of all the teachers and students, respectfully call me father? The students listening in nearby, after hearing this, all kept applauding me in their hearts, unable to keep themselves from marveling that this roast was truly legendary. After all, in this school, the two guys everyone hated the most, without a shadow of a doubt, were definitely that pervert Ning Sang and this arrogant Biyun Tao. But if one had to compare Ning Sang and Biyun Tao, by putting them both on the scales, people would find that Ning Sang actually seemed a little bit more tolerable. After all, Ning Sang at least doesn't act like a mad dog, bullying the weak for no reason. But a scumbag like Biyun Tao specializes in doing wicked things. Just like before, Biyun Tao saw a 10th grade freshman boy who was extremely handsome, and many beautiful girls in school were pursuing him passionately. Biyun Tao's jealousy immediately flared up. He couldn't stand the sight of it. So this petty guy spent money hiring people to ruin that innocent male student. He pulled stunts like pouring black ink into the boy's desk drawer, deliberately breaking his chair, and even dumping dirty trash into his personal locker. The most outrageous thing he ever did, however, was forcing the boy to shave his own head, then filming it and posting it on the school's gossip forum, leaving the boy physically and mentally broken to the point that he had to sadly transfer schools. So it's said, if there ever comes a day when the Bai and Ning families both go bankrupt, then in this school, the person with the most miserable end, without a single doubt, 100% would be this damn Biyun Tao. Mujay, you little brat. Biyun Tao was so shaken by my series of insults that his whole body was trembling, and he stood there speechless for a long while, unable to utter even one decent comeback. I shot him a cold glance. Do you have any other nonsense you want to ask? If there's nothing else, I'm not free to talk, I'm leaving. Even though I'm actually free right now, I don't want to waste even a single second of my precious time on a piece of nauseating trash as sickening as you. Without giving Biyun Tao any chance to open his mouth and reply, I turned around with great flair and walked away quickly, leaving Biyun Tao standing there all alone. In a state of absolute fury, he suddenly slapped his thigh hard. This weirdo finally belatedly realized that, god damn it, he'd been used as a pawn by that sinister villain Ning Sang. How infuriating. Ning Sang, you piece of garbage, I will absolutely never forgive you for as long as I live. Turning to the noisy classroom, I wore a scowl all the way there,
looking like someone owed me 8 million bucks. I flopped down into my seat with a heavy thud. My mood today was already extremely foul because it somehow lost that precious pinky ring, which was making me incredibly restless and annoyed. Yet on top of that, I had the misfortune of running into bad luck personified Bi Yun Tao. I reached into my desk for a bottle of mineral water, unscrewed the cap, and chugged more than half of it in one breath. After pushing my anger down, I finally felt a little more at ease. Just then, Mei Xinyan's gentle voice, sounding like a ghost from beside me, whispered into my ear, "Muji, you look like you're in a really bad mood." I was startled by that sudden voice, my whole body jumping, and I almost threw the mineral water bottle in my hand right out the window. When I walked through the door just now, I completely failed to notice that the great beauty Mei Xinyan had already been sitting there for a while. No, absolutely not. I patted my chest to calm down while staring at Mei Xinyan, complaining to myself in secret. Her sudden appearance just now really almost scared me to death right then and there. Mei Xinyan had a faint, suggestive smile on her lips, silently staring at me like that, lips pursed. She didn't say another word for a long time. Being stared at like that made me feel an uncontrollable sense of guilt all of a sudden. Hey, why do you keep using that weird look to stare at me like that? I groaned inwardly. Even as she caught me in a lie. Please, don't make it so obvious on your face. Does a grown man like me not need to save some face? Mei Xinyan slowly took an exquisitely wrapped chocolate bar out of her desk and casually handed it across the line between our desks to me. I immediately looked bewildered, not knowing what to do, my eyes wide as saucers as I wondered, suddenly giving me chocolate first thing in the morning, what exactly is she up to? Mei Xinyan saw my dumbfounded expression and couldn't help but let out a laugh. Eating some sweet chocolate can help quickly improve a person's foul mood. Only then did I slap my forehead in realization, and to break the awkward tension, I could only manage a forced, bitter chuckle. Is that so? I didn't expect you to believe in such baseless, unscientific stuff. Don't you normally believe in that? Mei Xinyan asked back with a puzzled look as she decisively placed the chocolate bar on top of my school desk. I stared at the chocolate bar lying on the desk, suddenly feeling dazed, and I couldn't help but wonder. I clearly hadn't said I wanted to eat it, yet without a word, she had just tossed it onto the desk for me. Like a thief, I hurriedly stuck my head out the window to make sure Supervisor Lin Qingya wasn't around, then turned back to scan the classroom once. Seeing that damn Ning Sang wasn't present either, I immediately felt lucky and patted my chest in relief. That crazy Ning Sang, if he were sitting right here in class now and witnessed this entire scene, I'm afraid he definitely used that terrifying look, as if he wanted to chop me into 100 pieces, and glare at me with those scary eyes, fixing onto me without letting go. As if a 1,000-pound weight had been lifted, I breathed a long sigh of relief, then pouted and retorted, I don't believe in these superstitions. Lies like these to coax children are just things people say for fun, when they have nothing better to do. You're completely wrong about that. It's not true. This method has been verified by many people, and it really is incredibly effective. Mei Xinyan blinked seriously while explaining it to me. Scientific studies have shown that chocolate contains a very high concentration of sugar. Just eating it can quickly dispel negative emotions and bad feelings within the human body. I immediately felt so embarrassed that I wanted to use my toes to dig an entire apartment underground and crawl into it, forcing a laugh and pretending to understand. When I was studying abroad, I'd never heard these weird arguments before, and now I truly realize how important it is to read more and be well informed. I marveled in my heart, sometimes realizing that not only was I not as capable as my peers, but my knowledge was even shallower than theirs, which was something that made me feel truly inferior and deeply ashamed. Yet Mei Xinyan didn't mock me at all. On the contrary, she comforted me with a gaze as gentle as water. This is completely understandable, because the curriculum between domestic and foreign schools inherently has vast differences. I couldn't help but be dazed for a moment, staring at the gentle Mei Xinyan before me. Suddenly a questioning and suspicious thought popped into my mind. Could a girl as gentle, thoughtful, and perceptive as the one before me really do something scary behind my back, to harm or disadvantage me? However, deep down I firmly believed that iceberg Lin Qingya would absolutely never, without a reason, tell a lie to deceive me.
Seeing me standing there lost in thought, Mei Xinyan tilted her head, continuing to ask softly, "So, since I've been this sincere, do you want to try it yourself and see the effect?" This invitation really put me in a difficult position, a deadlock, in an instant, because Lin Qingye had warned me, multiple times very strictly. So right now my reason was screaming that I must refuse Mei Xinyan directly. But facing those gentle eyes of hers, the refusal just got stuck in my throat, and couldn't be voiced no matter what. My mind was racing with frantic thoughts. After all, this is just eating a tiny piece of chocolate from her. Even if this somehow ends up being discovered by Lin Qingye, she probably wouldn't get angry with me over such a trivial matter, right? Action followed thought. I made a firm decision, instantly tearing open the exquisite packaging, breaking off a large piece without hesitation, and crudely shoving it into my mouth. That sweet, rich, and smooth flavor instantly spread throughout my mouth and soaked into every taste bud. I savored the sweetness in my mouth, my mind wandering aimlessly. At this moment, I couldn't even distinguish if it was due to Mei Xinyan's words, created a kind of miraculous psychological effect, but my mood truly changed noticeably, becoming much better in a split second. "How do you like the flavor?" In Mei Xinyan's voice, there was a hint of a faint smile. "Don't say it. It seems it really does have some effect," I mumbled back to her while slowly chewing the sweet candy in my mouth, mumbling my reply. Suddenly, I remembered something, hurriedly pulled a pack of salty crackers out of my desk and held it right out to Mei Xinyan. Mei Xinyan didn't reach out to take it. She just casually glanced at the pack, then stared at me. "What do you mean by this? Are you giving this to me as a return gift?" I gave a firm nod and casually placed the crackers on Mei Xinyan's desk. He. They call this give and take to keep things even. Mei Xinyan looked deep into my eyes, observing intently for a second. "Muga, I've noticed that you really don't like owing anyone favors. You might even say you hate it." I tried my best to chew the piece of chocolate I'd just stuffed into my mouth, amazed in my heart at how Mei Xinyan's power of observation was absurdly sharp. I truly did feel deep down that owing anyone anything is a really bad feeling. However, at this moment, my obliviousness made me completely unaware of one thing, that from the very moment I sat down in my seat in the classroom, Ming Sang had already secretly arranged for some lackeys to act as spies in this very class. They had sneakily picked up their phones and were frantically taking photos of every move Mei Xinyan and I made. Just now, the images of the intimate interaction between Mei Xinyan and me had already been fully captured by them, from every angle without a gap. And all those images were sent straight to Ning Sang's phone, not a single one missing. On the deserted school rooftop, Ming Sang, his eyes burning with rage, stared at the photos on his phone screen, and his whole being instantly exploded with fury. He suddenly raised his phone high, and seeing that Ning Sang was about to throw the phone to the ground to smash it, Xu Tianlin, who was standing right there, was quick as a flash, snatching the poor device out of his hand. "You crazy bastard, what the hell are you doing?" If it were anyone else at this moment, trying to risk their life by grabbing something from his hand, then with Ning Sang's hot temper, he'd definitely have thrown a heavyweight punch at them without hesitation. But unfortunately, the person before him now was his sworn brother, Xu Tianlin. So even though Ning Sang was fuming, he could only hold back. "You should take a look at yourself." Xu Tianlin, with a disappointed face, slapped Ming Sang's shoulder hard. "In the 3 years since starting high school, count for yourself how many phones you smash with your own hands. Even if it's not 30, it's got to be at least over 20 by now." Ming Sang, his face dark, reached out angrily, intending to snatch back his phone from his friend's hand. "My business is none of your concern." Xu Tianlin nimbly dodged to the side, easily avoiding him. "You brat, if you don't care about your own money, then I feel bad for you watching it, you know?" Bang! A thunderous noise rang out. Right at that moment, a thick, rusty iron door to the rooftop was suddenly kicked open with extreme force and flung open violently from the outside. Both Ming Sang and Xu Tianlin immediately turned toward the sound on high alert. They instantly saw a figure charging in aggressively. It was Bai Yuntao. "Ming Sang, you bastard!" Bai Yuntao, seething with rage, strode quickly, charging right up to Ning Sang. His face was dark and looked incredibly twisted. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" With a look of utter disdain, Ming Sang raised his chin high with an arrogant expression, looking at Bai Yuntao like he was a pile of trash, his cold gaze fixed on him. Bai Yuntao was so angry that he pointed a finger directly at Ning Sang's nose and barked. "Everything that happened last Saturday, you definitely set me up on purpose, didn't you? You deliberately, time and time again, stood by and added fuel to the fire,
leading me to believe everything like a total fool. That brat Mu Ji is just a lowly servant by Lin Qingya's side. Spending so much effort. Wasn't it just to use me as a pawn, to do your dirty work? Ning Sang stared at the fuming Bi Yun Tao, suddenly letting out a mocking laugh. Not bad, after knowing a moron like you for so many years. Today you finally, barely showed a bit of brain, even though Bai Yun Tao had already guessed this cruel truth. Hearing Ming Sang admit it so brazenly with his own ears still caused his violent rage to immediately override his sanity. Without thinking, he swung his fist high, intending to land a direct punch on Ning Sang. On that hateful, arrogant face, a heavy, powerful blow. Ning Sang dangerously narrowed his long, thin eyes, easily blocking the incoming fist from Bai Yun Tao. He broke into a dark, sinister smile again, and without a moment's hesitation, he swung, his other arm up fast, precise and ruthless, delivering a sharp slap to Bai Yun Yao. It was incredibly forceful and deafening. Before the dazed Bi Yun Yao could even react to what had happened, Ning Sang delivered another vicious slap, striking him right in the face. He didn't stop there. He raised his leg, aimed straight for Bi Yun Yao's weak knee, and threw a lightning-fast kick with all his might. You should know that Bi Yun Yao's leg was already nursing a horrific injury from a few days ago when his hot-headed father had beaten him within an inch of his life. This inhumane kick from Ning Sang landed perfectly on Bi Yun Yao's already fragile kneecap, causing such agonizing pain that his legs gave out, and with a sudden thud, he fell to his knees before Ning Sang in a pathetic heap. The courage of a piece of trash like you seems to have improved quite a bit lately. With a face full of derision, Ming Sang looked down from above, staring intently at Bi Yun Yao, who was kneeling like a dog at his feet. To think you still have the nerve to mess with me. You really have a death wish. Do you believe me when I say, if I just pick up the phone and call my brother right now, the Ning family will immediately and unilaterally terminate every single business partnership we have with your pathetic Bi family? Ning Sang, you won't come to a good end. Bi Yun Yao knelt on the ground, his face masked in humiliation, yet he could only grit his teeth and glare at Ning Sang, letting out desperate roars like a cornered beast. We've known each other for 3 whole years, and I've never once gone out of my way to cross you. So why would you be so cruel as to sabotage me like this today? The reason my Bai family is currently being so relentlessly suppressed and targeted by the Mu family is definitely because of a backstabbing scoundrel like you lurking in the shadows. It's definitely all you're doing. Ming Sang let out an indifferent scoff, sneering with utter contempt. There's no reason other than the fact that I am deeply sick and tired of looking at an idiot like you. Bai Yun Yao was so enraged that in an instant, his entire face contorted, twisting into a hideous scowl. He could only gnash his teeth, staring at the arrogant Ning Sang standing before him. If Bai Yun Yao were holding a razor-sharp knife in his hand right now, he surely wouldn't have blinked before lunging forward to drive it deep into Ning Sang. Honestly, since knowing this madman Ning Sang, Bai Yun Yao had felt the dangerous urge to kill Ning Sang countless times. But the problem was he was a coward at heart, never truly daring to take action, let alone having enough influence to actually challenge the Ning family. Setting aside whether he could actually kill Ning Sang, if he were to impulsively act and harm even a single hair on Ning Sang's head today, that terrifying Ning family definitely has the power to completely uproot the entire Bai family in a single night. How much the entire Ning family spoiled and doted on their young master. Ning Sang, could he not be aware of that? Bi Yun Yao even started to feel secretly lucky. It was truly a blessing that his impulsive slap from earlier hadn't actually connected. Otherwise, it would have been like adding fuel to the fire, making things even worse for his family, who were already in dire straits. Thinking about the catastrophic consequences of the Ning family's retaliation was honestly too terrifying to imagine. It sent shivers down his spine. Ning Sang narrowed his deep, dangerous eyes. You brainless idiot. If you dare look at me with those disgusting, murderous eyes one more time, just you try me, Bi Yun Yao. He had no choice but to bitterly bite his pale lips in humiliation, swallowing his resentment with great difficulty, and silently averted his resentful gaze. Seeing this, Ming Sang let out an arrogant snort and mocked. So you're finally willing to show your intense dissatisfaction with me. So openly now. Why don't you go back to playing the cowardly turtle and keep acting? If you're so good at it, keep performing for me. Throughout the whole ordeal, Bu Niao kept a face more unpleasant than if he just swallowed a fly, his humiliated expression so aggrieved that he didn't dare utter a single word. Ming Sang's eyes turned cold in an instant. He strode forward with wild arrogance, and with a powerful grab, yanked Bu Niao's messy hair back. If you dare show that foul face, give me attitude again, just you see. Believe me, if you keep being disrespectful, they'll whip out my phone and call my family immediately, and your whole family, from the old to the young, can just sit back and wait to go completely bankrupt. At this moment, Bu Niao was so filled with hatred that he bit his lip until it bled, but he understood perfectly well that he absolutely could not cause any more fatal trouble for his already overwhelmed family. He could only act like a stray dog, bowing his head in shame and gritting his teeth in compromise. Ming Sang, you win this time.
I'll just accept my bad luck today. Silently looking at Bu Niao with a face full of humiliation, yet unable to do anything about it, that miserable, unwilling look flickered through Ning Sang's twisted heart as a sensation of sick, vengeful pleasure. He turned his head smugly and glanced at Chu Tianlun, who had been standing by. So boring. Let's go. Chu Tianlun had remained quietly and obediently on the side, without saying a word. He now gave a slight nod, silently signaled, and walked quickly, closely following Ning Sang's arrogant departure. Bu Niao was still sprawled on the ground, his whole body shaking violently with uncontrollable rage, while his eyes, filled with malice, were terrifyingly bloodshot. Ning Sang, you despicable scoundrel, and that bastard Mugi too. You two better watch your backs from now on. Even if I become a ghost, I will never let you two off easy. As the two of them walked side by side down the dark stairwell, Ming Sang suddenly seemed to remember something, and abruptly halted his light footsteps. Chu Tianlun, who was ahead, also stopped on the step before him, turning back with a puzzled expression. What is it? Why did you stop so suddenly? I almost forgot something really important. Ming Sang spoke while casually pulling a black bank card out of his pocket and holding it out to Chu Tianlun. Take this card and use it for your expenses for now. Chu Tianlun's eyes suddenly flashed with intense surprise, and even his voice began to stutter. What exactly does this mean? Ning Sang didn't say another word. Displaying his dominant nature, he forcibly pressed the bank card into Chu Tianlun's palm. Last night while I was free at home, watching the financial news with my dad, I saw it clearly. Your family's company has run into major trouble lately. All the major external banks have joined forces to simultaneously cut off all the business loans to your family's enterprise. I knew your family must be in dire straits right now, absolutely desperate for funds, urgently needing a large sum to save the situation. So I secretly begged my dad and managed to get exactly 80 million yuan, which I brought here for you to handle your immediate crisis. My dad also said himself that although this amount isn't massive, it should be enough to help your family hold on temporarily and make it through the most difficult and dangerous phase right now. Ming Sang, truly, thank you so much. Chu Tianlun gripped the life-saving card, feeling its weight in his hand as his eyes reddened, instantly welling up with tears from uncontrollable emotion. Rest assured, once my family's company's cash flow stabilizes and we get through this crisis, I will definitely, without a doubt, repay this kindness and return everything with interest. Ming Sang just gave a casual, indifferent nod. We're brothers, no need for such formalities. If you really can't pay it back later, then just consider it a gift. As he spoke, he put his hands back into his pockets, striding down the stairs with furrowed brows, muttering to himself with a puzzled expression. Your family suddenly had such a catastrophic event happen, so why on earth did you insist not telling me the truth? Chu Tianlun looked down at the floor, feeling guilty. Actually, I just didn't want to bother you too much. I'm honestly the type of ordinary person who absolutely hates it when others come to bother me. Ning Sang suddenly let out an unusually soft laugh. But you better remember this, kid. I will absolutely never be afraid of you bothering me. Chu Tianlun finally couldn't help but laugh out loud, feeling as if a weight had been lifted. Brother, thank you. Truly, thank you so much. Ning Sang waved his hand dismissively. All right, stop being so cheesy. Hurry back to class and study. By the time the first morning class had been going on for exactly 10 minutes, Jian Ruoxue finally strolled into the classroom and plopped down into her seat,
Lin Qingya frowned with a look of dissatisfaction. Why are you so late today? Jiang Ruoxue turned her head, annoyedly to look at the person behind her. Don't even mention it. I accidentally overslept. Lin Qingya looked suspiciously and intently at Jiang Ruoxue's face, observing it very carefully. Look at those dark circles under your eyes. You look exactly like a panda. Did you not get any sleep last night? Jiang Ruoxue let out a helpless sigh. I stayed up all night gaming. She would rather die than admit that she'd been so frustrated by that idiot, that damn Gu Beichen, that she couldn't sleep well for 2 nights in a row. The past 2 days had been pure torture. Every time Gu Beichen popped into her head, that total dummy, she felt like, her lungs were about to burst from pure rage. After all, Jiang Ruoxue really was a gaming-addicted girl, prone to staying up late to play, and she'd been late to school a few times before for that very reason. Because of this, Lin Qingya didn't harbor any further suspicions. Actually, it was quite strange. Jiang Ruoxue suddenly noticed how haggard and pale Lin Qingya looked today. Your complexion doesn't look very good. Did you also lose sleep last night? Lin Qingya gave a small, helpless nod. Jiang Ruoxue's gossiping spirit instantly flared up, and her eyes sparkled with excitement and enthusiasm. What on earth was the reason? Did that Mugu guy try to tease you again? Well, that's exactly it. Lin Qingya very decisively seized the opportunity and admitted it just to be done with it. Jiang Ruoxue immediately and curiously continued to press her, relentlessly. What did that thick-skinned guy do to annoy you? Lin Qingya's face darkened immediately as she lost patience. If you dare ask one more stupid question, I'll throw you right out of this window and toss you far away. Jiang Ruoxue instantly and wisely shut her mouth. She knew full well in her heart that if she didn't know when to stop and kept asking questions, this tigress Lin Qingya would definitely fly into a rage and eat her alive. Just then, the girl sitting in the row in front of Jiang Ruoxue, who was about to turn around to gossip with her, suddenly froze like a statue, completely stunned. She hurriedly lowered her voice, using an extremely hushed tone, to whisper secretly to Jiang Ruoxue. Lin Qingya's face. Why is it so incredibly red today? Blushing. Jiang Ruoxue was immediately dazed. By natural reflex, she instantly turned around to stare at Lin Qingya behind her, unable to hide her shock. Oh my goodness. She really is blushing like crazy. I've known her for so long, but this is truly a rare sight. It's the first time I've seen the cold and arrogant Lin Qingya actually blush like this. Lin Qingya felt uneasy. In an instant, her eyebrows knitting together slightly. What are you guys staring at me for? With an astonished face, Jiang Ruoxue raised her hand and pointed directly at her. Why is your face suddenly turned as red as a giant apple? Lin Qingya froze on the spot. Was she blushing? Am I really blushing? For sure, absolutely. Jiang Ruoxue nodded her head like a woodpecker. Seeing that Lin Qingya still seemed to have a look of disbelief on her face, she didn't bother saying another word, pulled a small mirror out of her desk drawer, and held it right in front of Lin Qingya. Look closely for yourself. Isn't it so red it's about to bleed? Lin Qingya stared at her reflection in the mirror and was instantly overwhelmed with awkwardness. She secretly gnashed her teeth in fury. It's all because of that huge idiot Mu Gi, that brainless jerk. Meanwhile, I was in the next classroom, intently focused on listening to the physics teacher on the podium, who was talking so much he was spraying saliva. Suddenly, my nose started to itch, and I let out a loud, powerful sneeze. I muttered to myself, how strange. In the middle of the day like this, who on earth is crushing on me and secretly thinking about me? Jiang Ruoxue held the small mirror tightly with both hands, looking unbearably excited. Why would you suddenly blush this hard out of nowhere? Could it be that you're imagining something so embarrassing that words can't describe it? Lin Qingya's beautiful face instantly turned as cold as ice. What the hell does this have to do with you? Nothing at all, not one bit. Jiang Ruoxue's survival instinct was remarkably strong. This time, without Lin Qingya having to say another word, she wisely and obediently turned her head away immediately. With an incredibly awkward expression, Lin Qingya sat alone in a daze, lost in thought. Finally, she decided to take out her Bluetooth headphones and put them on, as she no longer had the focus to keep listening to this lecture. A gossipy girl sitting in the front row whispered with a look of regret. Lin Qingya actually didn't say a single word to you. Jan Ruoxue was feeling quite disappointed that her curiosity hadn't been satisfied, very restless and annoyed. If that tigress insisted on not talking, then even with 10 times more courage,
I wouldn't dare to keep prying. But how could Zhang Ruoxue have known that throughout the entire class, Lin Qingjia's mind was filled with thoughts of only me? Up there on the podium, no matter what the teacher rambled on about, she didn't hear a single word of it. Once all the morning classes were over, school let out, and we went to canteen number 3 together. I sat dazed at the dining table, clutching my phone tightly, my brows furrowed in hesitation. What gourmet meal should I even have for lunch today? Zhang Ruoxue, who was sitting next to me and quick-witted, had already finished ordering a lavish lunch. Seeing me still struggling frantically, she couldn't help but smirk and tease. Is this guy still dawdling and hasn't picked a dish yet? My eyes were glued to the phone screen, shaking my head with a blank look, thinking so hard my brows knitted together even more tightly in a difficult dilemma. Zhang Ruoxue turned her head curiously and asked Lin Qingya, who was sitting opposite. This exhausting behavior of his, could it be that he's suffering from a really severe case of decision paralysis? Lin Qingya nodded without any hesitation. Exactly. That's precisely the disease he has. I nodded along in agreement, admitting without any concealment that I really do have severe decision paralysis. With a teasing look in her eyes, Zhang Ruoxue stared at Lin Qingya. It seems you understand this Mu Gi guy very clearly and thoroughly.